Right, dope. What is going on, everybody? Officially live. I don't know what day this is. Day 4, season of success. This is the week we're gonna find out who's doing what and where. Like who's slowing down because it's the holidays, who gave up from the hype to see what was going on, and who's gonna actually like buckle down and actually do the things. It's funny. I got a lot of emails messages, like people reaching out to me on day one. They're like, "Oh my God, so excited! I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that." Some of those people have seems to have gone into the witness protection program. As is the case with stuff like this. People get real excited at first, and then life happens. And then life continues to happen, and then they look around and they're asking why life's stopping them from living the life that they want, which is weird if you really think about that. But here we sit. But we are here. We're gonna have a good week. I'm excited. We got a lot of stuff going on. We're gonna make it fun. We're getting down to the business. Last week was a lot of prep, a lot of education, a lot of talking through some stuff. We're gonna do a little bit of education this week. We're gonna do a little bit of walking through things, but we're gonna get down to business. We're gonna actually start making the phone calls. We're gonna start doing the follow-ups. We're gonna start talking about the things. So I'm really excited about that. If you guys are watching along, please stay in contact. Let us know where you're at with it. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you stay connected. If you're in one of the communities, y'all better like be making posts, let people know what you're doing. Virginia, all of those calls that you sent me, you should have also made those as posts, right? Why? We want to let people know that you're doing stuff. You want to put the public accountability out for yourself, and it helps other people. You know what I mean? But you've been doing great. I'm really excited for you. I heard some stories that we'll talk about you coming in, doing some role plays. It's going to be really, really cool. I'm excited about it. That being said, talking about deals, obviously, we are going through the different deals that we're going to be talking through for the rest of the challenge. Boaz was just talking about another one that he has signed up. Shauna, what's going on, lady? I appreciate you, lady. That means a lot. I appreciate you. We push through, right? That's what we got to do. Okay, so Boaz, talk to me. How long you been in the community? To be clear.
Like 2 weeks.
Okay. In that time, we had already kind of started internally the challenge. We launched it publicly last week. Walk me through, because I don't know the answer to this. Walk me through kind of what the transition has been like, right? You got in. I know you were struggling. You were trying to work through it. How many deals have you locked up since you joined the community?
This is gonna be the second one.
It's going to be second one in 2 weeks.
Right.
Awesome. Okay. Um, there was one you were telling me about last week. That was you okay? Okay. There was one you were telling me about last week as well. That did you lock it up and then it didn't go through, or like what? There a tricky one that you told me about?
Yeah, I locked it up. We're gonna do a price reduction there on Wednesday, tomorrow. I'm gonna talk with him. I'm gonna try to do a big chunk of price reduction I already prepared him for. Um, but yeah, the text message that I basically took from you that you helped me to construct,
Mm-hmm.
this is what helped me to lock it down in the first
Okay.
place. And from there it just roll to kind of see. Tomorrow I will have more clear answers where we're standing with the price reduction for it.
Okay. Um, I like it. What uh what are your goals? What are your goals for the rest of the year? And I guess before I ask that, how are you feeling? Like, I don't know. I guess walk me through that. This would be a good time to talk about it. We'll talk about it publicly. What has your transition like since you've been in the community, right? I know obviously you got some help with that one deal, but have you noticed a change in the progress that you're making? Have you noticed kind of like walk me through what that's like so we can get some goals for you, make sure you're on the right track?
Yeah, for sure. So I think that until I joined the community, it was like just shoot in the dark, kind of see where I'm standing, kind of
Did you
imply a
just say
lot of
shooting dogs?
shoot in the dark.
Okay, got you. Not shooting dogs. All right. We're not shooting
Uh,
dogs, guys. Relax. All right, go ahead.
um, I kind of like implying a lot of sales technique that I'm doing in my day to day in my job in general and stuff like that, and trying to put it in the wholesale. And sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. And I think that you helped me to kind of tune it up in the last 2 weeks, kind of give me the extra stuff. And I have so much more to learn and to get. But you and Al and everybody like that I talk with in the community and kind of help me to Lon do the shooting dogs. Um, but everybody that kind of helped me to kind of understand where am I standing in all this crazy world of real estate, um, I think helped me to get more focused.
Okay, I like that. What was your average? I know you just got started in this, so had you done a lot of deals before this?
Yeah, so right now I have 5 people under contracts.
Okay,
Uh, 2 of them is now. The last 3 was before. So yeah.
gotcha. Okay,
And I had some other stuff that I just signed to kind of see how everything works, but it was not really
sure.
yet.
Wait, yeah, I get that. Okay, so you had been in for 3 months, right? In the business, not in the community. You've been in the business for 3 months. In that 3 months' time, you were able to lock up 3 contracts. You've been in the community for 2 weeks. You've already locked up 2 contracts. So this is this is a notable progress. It seems like from what you were doing before, obviously.
Definitely. It's a lot of like, I was just listening to the recording of the guy that I locked yesterday, and I feel like 85% of the stuff is like stuff that I heard from you or from people here that saying and just kind of repeating it or saying it in my way, but definitely helped. Definitely helped me to close it.
I love that, dude. Well, this is good, right? This is how we know we're on the right path. And I'm not just saying this to brag about my community. I am, very proud that this is happening because you've been in my community. That makes me very excited. It means that we're doing something right here. But it's more than that, right? It's a foundation to help make sure all of us, you specifically right now, are on the right path. Because if we find out where we were, the issues that were slowing us down, we find something that's working. Now we can plan the transition to get ourselves to the place we're actually accomplishing the goals that we set out to accomplish. So, right now, what are you doing? Are you hoping that you just continue on a deal a week? Do you have a goal between now and the end of the year? Obviously, next week, I think next week is Christmas, right? That's crazy. And then obviously the week after that, we got New Year's, then we're into the new year. Where are you at with that, right? Because the goal is finish strong. So that way you have momentum going into the new year so that you can start off the way you want.
Yeah, so right now, because we have 2 deals about to get closed, we have like more money that we'll start to put towards marketing for New Year's, like after the year. Until then, I'm just doing follow-ups. We kind of stop with all the PPC, with all the Facebook and Instagram advertisement because of holidays. So we're going really slow. So I'm just seeing if I can find another deal that I can close by the end of the year. If so, it will be amazing. But for next year, I want to do like 2, 3 deals a month, like to close 2, 3 deals in a month.
Why?
Um, that's my goal for like to kind of start the year like this at least.
I don't like that goal
Why not?
because it's a small goal.
Right now I'm at like not a lot of deals in a month. Now, right now it's like very random.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? First and foremost, start with where you need to start. And if that's a goal that's good, then fantastic. But I would make that like a net goal, meaning like that's the safety net. If everything else fails, at least I fall on that. But I would shoot for higher goals. Now, there's a lot of opinions on how goals should be set. Some people say shoot super high, some people say shoot super attainable. A lot of different schools of thought on that. We won't go into that right now. However, what I think is a good idea, bro, is to just first answer what is going to motivate you most. So let's ask that. What motivates you more? A goal that makes you safe, so that way if you hit it, you feel like you've accomplished something, or a goal that's really, really lofty and big that scares you a little bit? What motivates you more?
I think I'm in between. I think if I will say I want to close 100 deals in a month, I know it's a little bit unrealistic.
Sure.
And maybe you're right when I'm saying it out loud, like 2, 3 deals in a month, it's not something that hard to get if I'm like in the same pace. Like it's hard to, I'm not disrespectful to nobody, but I think if in the pace that I'm going at the moment, it's something that is very achievable. So maybe achieve something that I have like set a goal to something that I haven't achieved yet. Um, and increased it every month or every couple of months.
Okay. I'm going to challenge you. Do you mind if I challenge you?
Love challenges.
All right, bet. I'm going to challenge you to challenge yourself a little bit more. Here's what you got 3 deals in 3 months, but in here, you got 2 deals in 2 weeks. So what I'm noticing is either coincidental timing, and or something's changed, which changes your trajectory. Well, let's say it's number two. Let's say number two happened. Well, if number two happened, here's what's happening in your brain. You're gauging yourself by the longer period of time because your memory has a bigger relationship with that because it happened for so long. But that longer period of time may no longer reflect your reality because something's changed. Well, what happens is, and this is what happens in our brains a lot, this is part of the reason the human brain gets stuck, is because even if something changes that could allow us to elevate to that next step, that next season, that next whatever in our lives, our brain is so much more familiar with the thing that we didn't want. We end up reminding ourselves not to think too highly or not to get too aggressive or not to, we remind ourselves more. We focus more on where we've been than where we have the potential to go. And the shift that put us in position to go into that next room ends up having a smaller impact because our mindset didn't change along with the shift. Does that make sense?
Sense, yeah.
So then the shift now has a smaller impact.
All
Make
right.
sense?
Yeah.
So if all that's true, here's my challenge to you, bro. Ask yourself if you're grading yourself on where you were or if you're grading yourself on the shift that's taken place.
That's a good point.
Right. And then once you establish that, and I don't know how long it's going to take you, maybe you know that answer now, maybe you need a couple minutes, maybe you need a day. I don't know. But whatever that is, I would reassess your goals because I don't want you to go through this shift that's caused you to make more deals, but then stick with the mindset that was holding you back.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. How long until you can give me an updated goal for the end of the year?
Give me like 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Bet. So we'll circle back today. I like it. I like it. One in the chat. If you think Boaz can do better than 2 deals, 3 deals a month, I need to see a one. If you don't, put a two. Put a two in the chat. If you think you're trash, bro, don't think too highly of yourself. Your mustache will not close as many deals as you think. You got a saucy mustache, dog. I ain't gonna lie.
I told you I need to. You need to send me a sword for Christmas.
I'm gonna send you a sword, and then it's gonna say Inigo Montoya on it.
Of course.
Either that, or you can be in like a Giorgio Armani commercial, just standing in the water for no reason whatsoever, just standing in water
Sword.
and with the sword. Yeah, that works. I like this idea. All right, bet. So today I'm confirming I may have a little guest popping in to go over some organization stuff with us. When I get confirmation of that, they'll probably just hop in. And I'm excited about that because it's going to allow us to go through some things. And it'll be cool because you guys who are here will be able to chat through it, ask questions. I think it's going to be very, very useful. I'm expecting them here in the next little bit. But until then, let's move forward. And here's what I want to do today, guys. I want to talk about doing the thing. Like I said, last week was more training. We're going to do some training this week. We're going to talk more about JV. And we may talk a little bit about direct to seller. But I really want to make sure that we're going through the things, getting the concepts, making the decisions, and then doing the work. Right now, a lot of you are already doing the things. So here's my goal today. My goal today is to chat with everybody who's doing the things, get a quick assessment as to where you are with everything. All right. Once we have that assessment, I want to get a feel for who has what by way of follow ups. Set some goals similar to what we just did with Boaz. And then three, I want to make calls today. I want to make calls for people. I want to make calls maybe for myself. If I don't start the calling for myself today, I will probably start it tomorrow. But we'll work through the details. I want to make sure that you guys are taken care of. I know this is the purpose of me. The purpose of this is me building a business initially, but I don't want to do this alone. So I want to make sure nobody's getting left behind. So I'm really, really excited about that part. That being said, who's like working deals? Say me. Raise your hand to end Zoom. I want to see. Let's see. Also, I'm really hungry and I have food sitting in the microwave. I should probably go get it. Right, Shauna? Stash is crazy. Let's see. All right, we got how many? One. We only got one hand raised in Zoom. Why is only one showing up? What happened? What happened? Dominic, what's going on, dog? Dominic, why aren't you in here, bro? You out here closing like 5, 10, 50, $100,000 checks, and you still out there on YouTube. It's sad, bro. It's your day ones, man. It's the burke bros that always leave you hanging, dog. I'm just kidding. I'm really excited for you. Dominic's in YouTube. He just locked up a nice deal. Um, Crushing it out here. Doing really, really dope stuff. Y'all should connect with him if you guys are looking at JV. Oh, look at Luke. So nobody else is raising their hand. I don't know what's going on right now. Are they like what's happening? Luke, I guess you're the only one that likes money.
It's the paradox, man. When I'm doing deals, nobody else is.
Is that it? That might be it. It's very interesting. Okay. Um, Kate, why are you not raising your hand? You don't like real estate anymore? Did you change your mind?
I mean, I have deals, but they're in escrow, so I don't need.
Have deals, so
Oh,
they're an extra.
and
Okay, got you. So you only like doing like small deals at a time. You don't like pipelines of multiple deals. Is that what I'm hearing?
I have leads in the pipeline. I don't have any follow-ups that have to be done right this second. I actually have somebody that's sending me some of her leads to underwrite for her, so I'm doing that too. Um, so I don't have it. I made
I
my
like
follow-up.
it.
So, but I just got off. I was on the phone with the agent for one of the deals that we have under contract, and it's in the there's no news, so it must be good news phase of the
Okay,
contract. So, because it's a long
I like
estimate.
that. Oh wait, so how many deals do you have going on right now?
I have two under contract right now. I have a third that I hopefully will have under contract pretty soon. She's kind of ghosting me a little bit. It's the lady that's the teacher lady. Not the teacher lady. That's the one that's under contract. It's the she's a retail store person. So anyway, she's kind of
Yes.
ghosting me a little bit, but I'm close with that one. So
Okay, how many are you looking to get knocked out before the end of the year?
well, I would like to have my goal was 6, and it looks like I'll have 3 under contract by the end of the year.
Okay, that doesn't suck. And we still have time. Anything's possible if you are working more things. This is the one thing, and I don't want to, this is the tough part because I know you're taking your approach towards the business. This is where pipelines come in handy because if you don't have a process to manage and keep a pipeline full, what happens is you'll end up working 2 or 3 deals and there's nothing else. And then you have this dry season. It's like, okay, got to go get more deals. Whereas if you had the multiple in the pipeline. So is that something that you're working on, not working on? Walk me through that.
Yeah, I mean, I have the CRM with the leads in it. I'm making follow-up calls on those. And then Kyle and I are rebuilding our SEO site right now. We actually had a
Okay.
meeting this morning with one of the developers of that to see we're getting close. It should be transferring over from it's currently on Carrot. We're moving to Grumpy Hair platform. It should be transferring over on Friday. They were kind of waiting on us to get photos. They currently have AI images on the template of me and Kyle that are really funny looking. So, we had to take a bunch of photos this weekend so they can have actionable photos. But yeah, so that's in the process of kind of rebuilding. They have been writing blogs for us and doing the whole thing. So we are starting to see some leads trickle in from that. They're just not deals yet. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks, once the website fully launches as the kind of rebranded, those will really start kicking off. So
I
we're
like
getting
it.
a bunch
I like
that
it.
like we're getting on market that are like no equity and they don't need to sell. They just kind of want to is kind of what's coming in right now. So
Yeah, I don't know if this will be helpful for you, but with the CRM we're building out, the guys building out a whole AI thing. Where you guys currently host your
it's with Carrot, but we're moving to, do you know Gerald Norden,
no,
the SEO for real estate investors?
no.
Okay. So he's kind of the guy for SEO for real estate.
Okay.
He's an actual rocket scientist, like worked for NASA. So he's one of those guys that
Subtle flex.
Yes, he's one of those guys that has to. His name is really Gerald Norden, not Jerry Norton. Norden, Noordan. Yeah. So, anyway, we're working with him. He used to have his program on Carrot, and then Carrot kind of started taking credit for some of his student successes. We joined his group like 4 years ago. Anyway, and no, it's not Desiree. It's not meant to sound like Jerry Norton. He's a different guy. So, anyway, so he's kind of parted ways with Carrot. His website is now called Grumpy Hair. It's like rabbit eating a carrot, or a hare, I guess, eating a carrot. Anyway, so we had started his program, never really kind of finished it. So now we're buckled down with him and his team to get the website finished up, kind of redone, fixed some things with it. So that's what we're currently doing. So
That's funny and also a little bit petty, his name. A grumpy hair? I mean,
Grumpy Hair, yeah. That's just as an example, like that is kind of sums up his energy. So, yeah. So he's had a lot of people have kind of stolen his intellectual property over the years, and branded it as their own. So you'll see a lot of copycats of his kind of system, but it's not quite the same because he doesn't try to work around Google's algorithms. He just knows how to work with them, and that's what gets you the natural organic ranking, not manipulated ranking. So that's another
that's actually really interesting, Kate. I would love if he's open for it, if maybe, we can all connect. If it makes sense, maybe we can bring him in here, because we have to talk about direct to seller, and knowing good options, I think, is a good idea, right? Everybody's really heavily indexed on like one or two things, but I think there's more than one way to do this. So understanding that, I think, would be a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely reach out to him. He's a busy bee. So
Yeah. If it makes sense, would love to learn more about it, see if it's a fit, maybe for what I'm doing, for what we're doing here. Maybe more people can use them.
yeah.
Okay, so you got cool stuff in the pipeline. We'll pause and talk about that a little bit more, but I'm excited for you. So you got a couple more, maybe you'll get a couple more. You're building that out. And then are you having other people call the active leads that you have? Because I know you have quite a few leads as well.
I'm calling them. I have somebody that is calling with me as well, on them as well. So yes, the two of us, just following up, getting through, and I'm still having a few trickle in here and there that are pre-foreclosures as well. So try to get those on the phone as well. I'm excited for 2025. I think the end of 2024 is going to be great, and then first quarter 2025 is going to be fantastic. That's when my deals that are under contract are closing. So
Okay, very, very cool. So you're gonna be starting the year off real nice. I like it. Okay, I'm gonna putting an ellipsis. Who knows what an ellipsis is at the end of our conversation, because we're gonna circle back. But that's awesome. I'm really excited for you. Dominic, need to get in you. Okay, like Dominic, I mean, it's up to you, bro. All I'm saying is I don't have any time. That's like Kobe saying I didn't have time to practice because I was too busy playing the game. Like, who says that? Nobody says that. Nobody who wants to win the way that I know you want to win. So I'm gonna keep coming for you, bro. I am excited for you though, dog. Luke, talk to me, bro. Give me the updates. I'm trying to get my food out of the microwave so I can eat because I'm hungry. Fill us in, bro.
Yeah, so I've been attacking two different lead sources. I've been going after expired listings, old and new, as well as the DTA model, reaching out to agents. I've got 2 to 3 open / disgruntled expired listing leads, I would call them, where they don't want to work with an agent, but they are looking to sell their house. And then for the agent, she actually has 3 deals. I brought up cash and creative. She's familiar with creative, but she doesn't think it'll work in the situations. But I didn't want to rule it out until I got a better look at the situation. But there's a divorce in there. There's a son and a father who aren't getting along. So there's a lot of discord there where she was like, yeah, they just want a clean cut thing. And I've heard that many times over. So I know that it's not a complete disqualifier. So I kind of teed it up to bring in for a closer or you to take a look at it and see if we can make something happen or completely rule it out. But I didn't want to shut it down too early without making sure I had proper disqualifying questions. So they're teed up for call whenever. Just curious to see how to move those forward. But I also don't want to like trick myself into thinking that these are leads if there aren't. So I'd rather know that sooner than later.
Okay, that makes sense. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, here's what I'll say to that. Let me say it here. I officially have my food.
Excellent.
I'm hungry. Let's talk about this for a second. So there's usually 2 reasons or 2 things that you need to address when you're overcoming objections when it comes to deals like this. One, is it a deal issue? Like it's an underwriting issue. It's a numbers issue. The other one, is it a sales issue? And I think a lot of times what we do is we conflate the 2. And I think a lot of times we think that it's a sales issue, or more closely, we think it's an interest issue. So what happens, and I'm not saying you're doing this right now, Luke, but or Juke. We're calling you Juke based off last. Shauna reminded me. So, a lot of people assume that the biggest issue is an interest issue, which is translated as a sales issue. So what they think is, I got
interest in the
in the
solution,
idea.
or you mean like interest rate?
Solution, correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Interested in the solution, right? So we think a lot of times. I appreciate you guys bearing with me while I eat. I'm putting 2 different types of hot sauce on my food.
Is that Red Hot?
This is Frank's Red Hot.
Oh,
it's a top 3 hot sauce.
Yes.
Disagree with me if you want to. Everybody's entitled to be wrong. Carlos agrees, which means it's right. Usually what Carlos thinks is a fact. This has been established, peer-reviewed, scientifically backed. Disagree with Carlos at your own expense. That's all I'm saying. So, all right. Yeah, so what a lot of people will do, guys, and please hear this, especially when you're calling direct to agent, what you think is that you have to overcome the objection of getting the seller or the agent interested in the idea. But I would argue that it's not that. It's not just that. It's the fact that you guys are over here trying to convince an agent to say yes to a deal that once they say yes, isn't going to pencil anyways. And I think this is one of the issues that a lot of people deal with when they're having conversations with agents, because what happens is we get so emotionally enthusiastic about the idea that the fact that somebody's finally talking to us, okay, let me just keep their attention and keep them interested, that we're scared to back up and actually say, hey, pumpkin, sorry to have to share this with you, but this deal doesn't pencil. This deal is not a deal. Because we think that, well, I've put all this effort into getting their attention, into making them talk to me, into make them likely. We try to force a deal so that we maximize the relationship. And I would argue, guys, that's not how you maximize a relationship. If you are scared to ruin the agent relationship by being honest with them about the fact that a deal doesn't pencil, you are looking at this the wrong way. I would argue, and I challenge anybody who disagrees with me, I would love to hear your perspective on this, that an agent who you're working with, Luke, let me ask you your opinion.
Yeah.
What's more valuable when you're working with an agent, the deal or the relationship?
Relationship.
Okay.
The deal is just context.
Okay, I like that. Deal's just context, right? So if the goal is the relationship, if that's the primary focus, when I'm having a conversation with the agent, does it sound a little bit more silly to be concerned about telling them that the deal doesn't pencil? Well, then it should, because if I'm thinking big picture and I've gone through the effort of establishing a good relationship with an agent, because I want them to do more business with me, it behooves me, it benefits me for me to say early on in the process, hey, uh, Luke, really appreciate you, man. I've been looking at this deal. I don't think this was going to work for me, man. Unfortunately, this one's not going to work for me. Here's why. If something changes, let me know. Would love to circle back on it. What else do you have?
Yeah. And now my response to that is I guess it depends on where you at in the phase of the relationship. If I'm first calling, if I'm making the outbound effort to reach out about it, not that I'm jumping at the bits for the deal, but I want to progress far enough that I can show them my process on how it, and even if it doesn't pencil out, now the relationship's built because I'm like, hey, here's how we do things. Here's my numbers for this deal. If anything changes, now you set the precedence for the follow-up, or you set the stage for the follow-up. That's kind of like my thought process on how I would, or how I am approaching this situation. Because she gave me details about the seller and what's going on, and XYZ, and she started talking about market and stuff. But I reined it back in and be like, hey, look, I'm gonna link you in with one of my partners. We can discuss and see if it makes sense or not. If not, fine. But I just want to show you like how we do business.
All right. One, Dominic, don't disrespect me like that, bro. You're gonna ask me if there's green chili in my food. I'm in Albuquerque, New Mexico, bro. Stop it. If you know, you know. If you're not from Albuquerque, you don't know the answer to this question.
I know that.
Yeah, nah, you should. Luke, come out here. I don't know. You eat spicy food, Luke? You don't look like
I
a
do,
spicy.
but you're moving away. It's not really a compelling case to move there.
What do you mean, bro? You know what's coming with me if I move anywhere? Green freaking chili, homie. And red. I'm a Christmas guy. That's what they call it out here. We don't have to have a whole education plan on how chili works in New Mexico. It's a thing. And you guys should all be exposed to it. Okay, number two, and probably slightly more importantly, explain to me what you mean, Luke, when you say, I want to show them my process. What does that mean, and why do you think that's important?
So I guess the way it came across is like I'm trying to preach to them, but when in reality, what is happening is that I'm reaching out to them in the context of like, hey, I have investor clients that I'm working with. We're looking for specific kinds of properties. This one looks great. Obviously, their headline was 4.2% interest VA loan. So I was like, hey, things like VA loans are appealing to the investors because they can come in, take over that rate, and be able to make money off of it. So she was in agreement with that part. So that's kind of like me using that deal as context, right? Like, hey, we're able to help people with, in situations where otherwise they might not make out positively, get the commission paid, stuff like that. That's just kind of me doing my spiel. But then I'm trying to pull out information from the agent on the situation to see if it makes sense to go a little bit further. Because I want to establish a relationship, and the best way to do that, I feel like, to an agent, is to show them an offer. Even if it doesn't work, I feel like that's one of the best things you can do to an agent, is just put an offer in front of them that is not disrespectful, but it shows that, hey, you mean business and you're not just a tire kicker.
Okay. Can I give you a little slight warning, bro?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Kate.
You
Kate's gonna say exactly what I'm about to say, but I'm gonna let Kate do it because she's Kate. Go ahead, Kate.
Luke, are you saying like offer like an actual contract, or are you just sending out LOIs?
I'm not just blasting out LOIs. When I say that, if I can dig a little deeper into the situation and see, okay, this could be worth putting an offer, I'm gonna show them, at least walk through how I would structure the offer. If it makes sense, or they're like, hey, I would have to talk to the seller, then yes, I'm putting together an LOI. But it's not going to be like a state PSA in their inbox, because a lot of these numbers are contingent on the seller providing them. Like if you do a creative offer, I'm not dictating off the bat, like, hey, I want 10% down, da 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 da. I'm giving them, hey, here's how our offer is structured. We obviously need to have a conversation to see if it does make sense, and any concerns and questions that they would have. If it's a cash, that's different. Yeah, I can put up an offer, call them, and be like, hey, did you get my offer? Here's where we need to be because of,
So
DSCR rates, whatever.
how we've done it, we actually have an on-market creative deal under contract right now that has an agent involved. I mean, Kyle was kind of mostly running it, but I'm in agreement. We did not send anything in writing until they were ready to sign. And we had a Zoom with the seller and the agent, because we told them, we're like, look, we've spent a lot of money on these contracts. We can't just be sending this stuff out, but there's also a lot of nuance to it, and we don't want that to get lost. And in our case, there's a language barrier, so we have the agent translating. So like that's another reason that we really stressed we can't do that. We had a really hot lead that was another on market that the agent is absolutely refusing to allow us to speak to his seller until he has seen the contract. And we told him we won't do that. We will not, like, we'll give you time to deliberate and talk after our conversation, but I'm not sending over anything in writing until I've had the chance to speak to them to make sure that it's going to work. And in this case, this is a probate, and she's either behind the payments or really close to being behind on the payments. And at this point, it's the realtor's fault because he's being that barrier between us. So I disagree that, I mean, yes, an agent's going to say it needs to be in writing. I'm just going to have a verbal conversation with you though, until maybe I would send a follow-up. Hey, this is what we discussed on the phone email.
Yeah.
Maybe. But I'm not sending anything that says offer until I've had a conversation with the seller and the agent.
Yeah.
It's not worth my time.
Maybe I agree with what you said, and maybe I phrased it wrong, because I'm not just shooting an offer to their inbox and then letting them shop it around or break it down or copy it. My thing is there needs to be input from the seller. So you have to make sure it makes sense for them before you're just blasting out offers, which was my point. I'm not just mass sending things.
That's why we're saying we want to have a conversation with, and we stress with you as the agent, but we would like to have the opportunity to speak to them directly. That way we're not playing a game of telephone. So it's just much more concise. And I mean, we spent with those people we have under contract, we were on the Zoom for like 2.5 hours. I mean, part of that was the language barrier, but that was because one of the reasons was we changed the closing date twice. And that was from them talking to us and realizing after having the conversation, like, well, I don't want to try to move over Christmas. I haven't identified a property. So instead of me having to spend all that time later amending contracts because we need to change their closing date, we just bumped it to a number that they're comfortable, which is the end of January. And like that could have been a lot of extra paperwork.
I like that. No, that makes sense, because there's also things that you need to explain, like the concept of subject to. When I first heard it took, as I sit here now, it took me like a week to wrap my head around, like, you can do this. So it's not a thing you can transmit via an agent who might be shaky on it, and then to a seller who's never heard it.
It took me months to get on board with the concept. So I mean, a cash, maybe a little bit different, but if it's a creative, I'm just not going to send it to the agent. Has to let me have access to the seller to have that conversation with them directly. Unless I guess if they had something in writing stating otherwise, but they usually don't. So
can I break this down to one more lower denominator here? Luke?
Yeah.
I think we're going to create a thing today. We're going to create a thing. So those of you guys who don't, we call him Juke a little bit. Why? Because last week we established that pretty much everybody who does direct to agent at a high level, their name that starts with a J. Now you got Jerry Norton, you got Jamil. Jonah was here last week doing like just under $1 million a year. You got John Galan. Now you got Juke, right? And changes his name from Luke to Juke because he's doing direct to agent. My middle name is Joseph, so I feel like I'm covered at least to a specific degree. So that being said, Juke. I think we just came up with a thing. I think you're juking the situation. You want me to tell you what I mean by juking the situation?
We're gonna make that a positive connotation soon, but yeah, shoot.
Yeah, no, we can make it whatever you make it what you want it to be. Right now, it just is what it is. Now, here's what I think you're doing, bro. I think you're trying too hard. Right now, guys, I want you to pay very, very close attention to what I'm about to say, because right here is a little nugget where people get lost because they don't properly define things. So, what I'm about to discuss are things that are a good thing to do, but when you do them from the wrong place, with the wrong motives, or with the wrong mindset going into it, doing the same thing can have bad impact. I'll give you a fantastic example. We have a student that's a part of the community. Months ago, he was telling us a story about how he was sending flowers to a seller, right? Is sending flowers to a seller a good thing or a bad thing? Guys, let me hear your answer in the chat. Is it a good thing or a bad thing to send flowers to a seller? I want to hear y'all's opinion, good or bad.
I haven't sent them to sellers, but I've sent them to title agents before.
Okay. So
Title
we got,
agents really like to get flowers, by the way.
they like flowers? All right, bet. I feel like coming from a dude is going to send mixed messaging, so you just got to be really clear in your motives behind that. Luke says neutral with negative potential. Desiree says only if we close the deal. Boaz said, how much is the assignment? So here's let's give you guys a context. I was working, me and Doug Lanza back in the day, we're working a mobile home deal that we were going to buy together. Seller was like 100 years old, not exaggerating. He was like 95. And he went into surgery, like open heart surgery in his 90s. It was a crazy thing. So you know what me and Doug did? We sent him flowers. It was actually his idea. And so we sent the flowers from our, right, hey, speedy recovery, hope everything goes well, you know, reach out if you need anything. Would you guys say that that's a decent reason to send flowers? Right? Decent reason. I would agree. That was not a weird reason to send someone flowers. Well, let's talk about the student in the community who was sending flowers to a seller. He had a seller on a follow-up campaign from a cold call. He cold called the seller. Seller was like, nah, fam, not interested. So what he did was said, well, that's, you know, he did the Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying there's a chance. And he put her in a follow-up campaign. He kept following up. Apparently this follow-up turned into sending gifts for like no reason whatsoever. I'm pretty positive this seller was one step away from sending a restraining order on this dude. Because he actually played, he came in, great dude, by the way. And he came in, he was like, hey, walk me through this. Tell me if I'm reading this situation wrong. And he explains what's going on. We listened to a call from the seller, and the seller was like this close to snapping on him. Like, bro, you're freaking me out. Leave me alone. That was the vibe of the conversation, right? So I was like, bro, first of all, stop calling this lady. Second of all, Kate was like, it was so awkward. I was like, dude, never send her anything ever again. This is a scenario where it's time to walk away, bro. Stop. He had been following up with this lady for like over 6 months. It was a long time, too. Like, this has been going on for a long time. I'm like, bro, you got to read the room. All right. What's my point in all of this? This is what I mean when I say you can do the exact same thing, but if you do it for the wrong reasons or coming from the wrong place, it delivers completely differently. All right. Now that that's established, let me talk about you, Luke. Luke, and I want you to correct me if anything that I'm about to say is incorrect, because I'm just reading Luke right now. That's what I'm doing. Right? Luke, you have an avid need to over deliver. Right? Now, one could say that the need to do that comes from a place of value. But if it's not managed properly, it can also come from a place of insecurity because we feel like we have something to prove. And so we're trying to over deliver and overperform and overdo, right? And so what happens is you end up trying too hard. And what was meant to be a good thing ends up coming off as a bad thing. You, and if I don't know the answer to this, but I would not be surprised if I'm reading your personality type, if one of the, like the conversation that Luke's having with himself when he says, I'm going to go and I'm going to get my license and I'm going to start working with agents, that conversation says like, well, I want to be a real estate investor and I want to be taken seriously. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a professional route. I'm going to get the license and I'm going to do the right thing. And I'm going to get the picture where I'm standing there sideways like this. And I'm going to be able to present it on my business card and I'll have an appropriate flyer. And that way, when I call agents, they'll take me seriously because I have a license that's signed by the state in which I live. And right, all of these things. And so what happens is we try to we do too much in our head because why? because it's appeasing the feeling of maybe inadequacy, insecurity, fear that 100% of us have going into something new. This is not exclusive to you, Luke. We all have this. Like, well, let me say 99% of us. 99% of us go into a situation where, like, shoot, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how I'm going to do this. Let me just figure it out. But how we react to that, we all react very, very differently. My assumption is that the way you compensate those feelings of I'm not where I want to be in this yet because I'm new, right? And I still have to learn the ropes, is you overcompensate by trying to overdo the looking of professional. And now your emails have these really fancy signatures with like the little logos at the bottom. Does your email signature have that yet, Luke? Okay, good. All right. And then you're right, your title says Luke Juke, licensed real estate RE, and then you got all the letters, right? And then you know what I mean? And then we overdo it because we're trying to fill this void when at the end of the day, confidence would have done all of that for us, right? Does what I'm saying make sense?
On a fundamental level.
Okay, on a fundamental level. Now, I'm laying this on super thick, but for a reason, because I'm not just talking to you, Luke. I'm talking to however many people may ever watch this video. My emphasis here, guys, is know why you're doing what you're doing, right? Because what can happen is we can overdo it and it sends the wrong message. Our good becomes evil spoken of. And that's something we want to avoid. So that being said, Luke, I'm going to simplify all that example because let me finalize this example. The simple point is, guys, when you're doing something, even it's possible to do the right thing in the wrong way. So just make sure that when you're doing it, you're always operating with balance. All right, now let's go back to what you're doing. Here's my point, bro. I feel like regardless of whatever percentage of what I just said was applicable to you, and I think it's a decent amount. I'm not saying it's 100%. I think it's a decent amount, whether you want to acknowledge it or not. I think it's a decent amount, but nevertheless, everything that you just explained about what you needed to do at the seller, I don't think you need to do any of that. They don't need to know your process. They don't need to know how professional you are. They don't need to know all those things, right? Now, when I say that, I put a big asterisk on that because is it important that they know them? Yes, it is important that they know those things. All right, DQ, now you're contradicting yourself. You're sounding confusing. No, I'm not. I'm simply demonstrating balance. And here's where I'm going to summarize all of this. If I walk into the room, right? How can I use this as an example? We're back in high school, right? There's a girl, she's a cheerleader. She's like cheerleaders do this, right? I feel like this is a cheerleader move. She's a cheerleader. No disrespect to cheerleaders if I'm doing this wrong. Feel free to send me corrections. Cheerleaders in there, and she's like the pretty girl, and she's popular. All the girls want to date the cheerleader because she does this with her arms. She's very good at the cheerleader thing. And you got two guys that walk in there. And they want to get her attention, right? Would we agree that a good way to get someone's attention in this particular context is to walk in sounding confident, sounding like you know what you're doing, right? Got a little swag, you got a little vibe, right? Would most of us agree that as a general rule, that is a decent way to walk into a situation? Now, not everybody is into that. I get that. Just bear with me on my story. Well, there's two ways to walk in there with swag, right? You can walk in there projecting, oh, I'm this and I'm that. And you can start talking about all the things that you do and over demonstrating it. Or you can just walk in there quietly and let all of those things that you're trying to convey be conveyed in your presence, be conveyed in your tone, be conveyed in the way you stand, be conveyed in the way you walk, be conveyed in the way you interact. Telling them all the things that you can do or simply showing up as the person who does all those things, Luke, in your opinion, which one's going to be more believable and impactful?
There's a third person, and there's the person who hasn't entered the room yet. And that's who I was. And that's why now that balancing act you speak of, my relationship with fear was preventing me from taking action and getting into the room in the first place. So now it is about pulling back and having the presence, right, to attract the attention of other people. So yes, the person who has the stature and comes in with the quiet confidence, that's my desired position.
So isn't it funny? Maybe I was a little bit on the right track, right? Because The apprehension was stopping you from entering the room. Now you're entering the room trying to look like that. My caution to you, bro, is you are not showing up as the guy who just flexes quietly. You're showing up as the guy who's trying to flex loud.
Right.
And it's unintentional, and it's not gonna land the way you think, because what's gonna happen is people are gonna be like, this guy's nice, but he's trying too hard. And that trying too hard feeling actually doesn't lend confidence, it lends insecurity, because they're like, why is this guy trying so hard? Like, why is this guy doing so much? All right, I hear you, bro. Chill. Give me a minute. I'll get back to you. And what's going to end up happening is you're going to end up getting that vibe a lot. So here's what I'm going to say. Here's the thing, because you're a freaking smart guy, Luke. Everything you're attempting to do, you're 100% on the right track, right? But you're just leading with the insecurity or the unsurety. And we just need to correct that. We just need to tweak that out so that way you don't lead with that. It's going to be there. We all have it, but how we present it to the world is going to differ person to person. And so the goal is just to make sure that we're pointing it out so that way you're not sending the message you don't want to send. I think everything you're trying to do is right. I went through that whole monologue really just because I think most people deal with this, bro, myself included. We have all dealt with this. So the question is, I just want to make sure that people are understanding this. So anybody who's listening that's on a different place on their journey can say, okay, that doesn't apply to me, but that does. That doesn't, but this does. All right, cool. So what do I do with this? And so yeah, that being said, I'm excited. I think that's what's happening, Luke. All we got to do is tweak this out, bro. All we got to do is we tweak these things so that way you show up and they believe you because you're there, not because you showed them all the reasons they needed to. Make sense?
Yeah. And that lends into me needing to get my recorded calls on so we can dissect how I'm showing up in the conversation.
Facts. Which hopefully we'll be talking about today or tomorrow. That being said, that's where we're at. I like your process. I like everything that you're doing. Walk me through. So you said there was a couple of angry expireds who want nothing to do with the agents, and then there was also an agent. Yes? I heard that right?
Yep.
Okay. Walk me through. I think here's what I think it's here. I think two things that we need to address with you. One, making sure that the confidence is there where you need it to be. Two, make sure these are penciling properly. That's all we need to do. I think that if we make sure that these pencil properly, I think your next step is making sure you're coming back with a good offer. Kate, are you available to help us run through some of these numbers today? Yeah?
Yeah, I can definitely help. I think Luke though is pretty good underwriter, so I don't know if he actually needs.
No. I want to do this publicly though, right? Like
Yeah.
I want as many perspectives as Matt hops in here. I want to do this because one of the things I want to do this week, if we have time, is go into the underwriting process, create an underwriting checklist. And this is why I'm glad we have multiple people in here who are good at running numbers, because I want all you guys to hear the different ways to do this, and then we can kind of culminate a way that works best so you guys can get your numbers properly. So this is going to be another thing that we're going to be addressing this week, is my plan. So
Yep, I'll be here.
awesome. Okay, so Luke, I think step one, we'll work through the way you present. That part will be easy. How you assimilate it, that's going to be a different thing, but we can walk through that. You're definitely committed, so I'm excited to see how this journey. I think you're going to be a really, really good case study for a lot of people, bro. A lot of people. So I'm really, really excited about that. And then we walk through them. I think you're at a point today where we can listen to all of these, go through the numbers on them. I'm happy to call them for you if you want, or you can call some of them. We can figure out deal by deal what makes most sense. But I think that if any of these pencil, I think you're at a point where you're making offers today. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm excited. Okay. Good stuff, bro. Virginia. We get Virginia deals. That's what I'm excited about. All right. Talk us through. You've been in here for a little bit. You've started taking action. You're actually calling people. You jump back on the direct to agent train. You sent me some calls, which we are going to review. And you've been doing some role play. So do two things for me. Talk me through what the last week or so has been for you. Has it how are you feeling? How was the momentum going for you? All of that. And then let's talk about some of the things you're actively working so we can get some progress.
Well, I'm feeling pretty good about the way it's going. I got started. I'm still working out how to record all the calls because I'm still having trouble with the CRM. It's not working. So I've been doing them on Vimeo, which has worked pretty well. Because that
Which
way
CRM are you working? Are you using?
I'm using one developed by Matt Beard. for.
Oh yeah, I remember you told me about that.
Based on, it's based on Go High Level.
Okay.
But I can't, for some reason, I can't get the phone connected with the thing, so I can't, if I try to make a call, it says, please purchase a number, and I already purchased the number, so I don't want to do it again.
Okay.
So that's just a software thing. But Vimeo is working pretty well because I get a link that I can send and it's easy to start and stop. So I might just continue with that. So I think I'm getting, well, the thing is, it seems like I have several ones that could be good deals, but then I go back and say, well, if they're good deals, why hasn't somebody bought them yet? That's my big hang up here.
Yeah, you can't get caught there though, right? Like you can't get caught there. You have to figure that out.
I know.
But this is good. Again, this is why I like going through this stuff live, because it's really important that people learn to differentiate what's a wall and what's a smoke screen. And sometimes we create these walls and smoke screens in our head. So one, I think, great example is going to be like, well, if this is such a good deal, it looks good. I don't know. Nah, it can't be good, because if not, why did nobody buy it? Right. And this is how we mess up on really, really good opportunities, because they were right in our face, but we second guessed ourselves.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I also have a question. I have a couple that I think would make good pad splits. And Jack, who I don't think is here, said he has somebody that does pad splits there. But I don't know how to work it so that we're protected and I find out, what he wants, because it's with an agent. I'm not really sure how to do it, how everything would work. And, with a JV, more like a JV thing, JV question.
Okay.
Because I know Jack, I know he's okay, but I don't know his friend. I don't even know if his friend is in sub 2 or not. But so
Where
that's
is Jack? Okay. How many are you? So let's talk about the CRM part. Jack is out buying plates. Plates and clothing. I hope he's doing both. All right. So
He's
Mitch
at
said
the
he can
gym.
help with the CRM, I believe, Virginia. Also, the guy that I'm thinking is going to come in today is the guy that is working with me on the CRM. He said he was going to be able to make it. We're confirming the time. He's going to walk and go through all of that stuff with us. So we're going to be taking some time showing you some things. It's going to be pretty interesting, I think. Maybe he can help with it. I know it's not the CRM that we created for the communities, but it's built on the same platform. So he may have some resources. We'll fix through all of that. How many deals are you actively working?
I have 8 that I think have possibility.
8? Wait, hold on.
Yeah, I sent you 5 the other day and then 3 today.
Hold on. But then you're about to make me say a bad word. So what I heard is, when you jumped in here, you've been in the game for a little while. We won't put a time on it. Everybody already knows if they've been watching. Hadn't got a deal yet. You reflected that maybe some of it's your own actions. Got in here last week. You finally got plugged in, and you within a week have 8 opportunities lined up.
I think they are.
If you were a dude, I would threaten to punch you in the face right now. But I'm not going to do that, because that's rude. I just want you to know that was my initial. If you were Luke, I would threaten to punch Luke in the. Luke, I'm gonna punch you in the face, bro. Virginia, I'm so excited for you, lady. This is good.
Another thing about the J thing. My nickname is Ginny, but I don't use it very much because, and that's with a G. But I don't use it very much because everybody, instead of calling me Ginny, called me Jenny, which has a J. So
like Jenny from the block.
Yeah.
Okay, I like it. I'm here for it.
That's the closest I get to a J.
All right. I mean, look, guys, the signs are there. You're either paying attention or you're not. I don't know what to do at this point. Virginia, I'm excited for you. This is going to be really fun. We're going to call through some of your stuff today. How are you feeling? And tell me the truth, because this is a lot of momentum from where you were a couple weeks ago. Is something different now? Is this, you've had this before, but it just died off? Is this new? Where are we at? I want to make sure where the momentum is so we can keep it going.
Well, I just get more what do I say, motivation, because I know that you'll yell at me if I don't have anything to talk about.
And Yvonne says I'm an asshole for no
Plus-
reason. Oh, I'm an
plus I
asshole
need-
for a reason.
Plus, I need the money. That's another thing.
That's probably the bigger motivator. I'm really, really excited for you, Virginia. I know that this stuff is possible. We have no clue what's going to happen with any of those 8 deals that you're working through, but it doesn't matter, right? That's secondary. The first part is what you're already doing. It's getting the momentum built up. That is the part that's invaluable. People don't realize it. In any business, momentum is a make or break. And when you can start creating momentum, anything's possible. When you don't have it, it's really hard to bring back. So I'm really, really excited for you. I'm excited to call through some of these things, to review some of the calls, and just get you the traction, get you where you need to be. I'm really looking forward to this.
So am I.
Okay. All right. Who else? Who else is doing stuff? Giovanna, what are you doing? Looks like she's making phone calls.
Yeah, I was just making some phone calls, trying to get some traction today because
Okay.
I didn't have too much luck this morning. I worked over the weekend. Yeah, to kind of like what you said earlier, to fill the pipeline up, have follow-ups, conversations I had last week. I mean, I don't know if it's like a sales thing or just kind of getting better with my calls. I don't know if some calls are like unclear as to I'm unclear as to whether I didn't dig enough to or have like the right questions to qualify or disqualify. So kind of like a limbo thing.
Limbo? Are you in fact good at limbo?
Uh, not sure.
Okay. Well, then let's get you out of limbo. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Let's get you out of limbo. Okay. Do you have some we can listen to today?
I actually had a Spanish call this morning. That was pretty neat.
Wait, did you take the call in Spanish? Like, are you officially the Spanish closer?
I got hung up on at the end, but working on it.
How long was the call?
It's 15 minutes.
Okay. How comfortable are you in Spanish?
I feel like I didn't do too bad. It's like kind of getting some of the, I don't want to say jargon, but I think I do okay. I don't, you can hear my accent, but it's interesting to think and like I can have like a conversation with somebody, but it's different having a conversation like this. Like I haven't had it necessarily, so it's different.
I like that. I want to listen to a couple minutes of that.
Okay.
Sure. I think it's gonna be interesting to listen through that. We're gonna listen through things. Want to get you say momentum. We need to get you where you need to be with some of these. So we're gonna come up with a plan for you today too.
Yeah, I definitely want to continue dialing, so see if I have any conversation in between now and then that could potentially be like one to underwrite and see if it works out.
Okay.
But just like that traction, yeah, I want to build that traction.
Let's build it. I like it. Okay, I know Eddie has a couple. I know Desiree, what are you working on right now? I saw you commented on a post today. Fill us in, and then we're gonna get started.
Okay, so I have been calling. Let me turn my camera on. Can you see me?
Yes.
So I've been working pre.
Rip. It's very good. Do you think she knows that we can't hear her, or she may not know?
She has no idea.
There we go. What are you making right now? Now we can. What are you making?
I'm about to make some chicken birria tacos.
So you just gonna flex like that while we're talking?
Yeah.
I mean,
I could turn my camera off too if you want.
No. Keep it on. I'm hungry. I literally just ate, but I'm still hungry. So save me a plate.
All right, cool. Got you. I'll have it delivered first class mail.
Okay. Say less.
So, like I was saying, you kind of asked like, what was your aha moment? And mine was like with the whole direct to seller thing, like it's cool and all, like you can make money in all three, right? JV, direct to seller, direct to agent. But I called for like 4 hours yesterday and I talked to like one person. And I understand that this is a numbers game. Cool. I get that. I get that you're not gonna get a deal like the first week that you're calling, whatever. That's cool. But I was just thinking and I'm like, well, usually people that are doing direct to seller, like as a business, they at least have one person calling. Like I think Boaz has like somebody that calls for him, right? So that way when he is making his calls, he's talking to people that are kind of like interested in raising their hand and saying, hey, like I'm interested, versus calling for 4 hours and talking to one person. So for me personally, I'm like, well, maybe my time is better spent like building relationships and calling agents. So that was kind of like my aha moment. So I kind of want to do both. Like I still want to call pre-foreclosures, but I also want to do more like direct to agent because I feel like if you build the right relationships and just you're straight up with them and just let them know like what you're trying to do, I feel like they're more prone to work with you. And I almost even feel like it'll be like a faster way to get a deal. Like, isn't that Jamil's whole like community? Like they literally just work with agents. He has like 16, 17, 20 year olds like doing mad deals a month because they're working with agents. And like we spoke last time, when somebody wants to sell their house, like 95% of the people are going to an agent. It's those 5% of people that are either not listing it or they're doing for sale by owner. So it's like you're kind of competing for that 5%. But if you can master communication and make it a like practice that skill, I mean, I feel like you can do like more money and deals if you like do direct to agent. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. I
I
haven't
like this.
recorded any calls
Why? You don't like getting better?
because I haven't talked to anybody.
Oh, okay. All right. When you talk to them, will you be recording the calls or you just gonna be making chicken?
Yes.
I
No,
bet.
I will.
Okay.
I will record them.
All right. Here's the thing, right? And for everybody that was just listening to her, this is why I'm doing all three of these models. Because it's not that she's wrong or right. She's both wrong and right. What do I mean? Well, that's a right statement for the people to whom that resonates. And that's a wrong statement for people to whom that does not resonate. This is why I'm demonstrating all of them. Because I think a lot of people, what happens is you get all these things that become trendy and we write it off because we don't know enough about it, because we don't understand it, or because we want to stay focused, or we don't want shiny object syndrome. All of those things are fine. But what we really need to make sure that we're doing, y'all know that I'm real big on this, is we just need to be intentional. We need to be focused on why we're doing what we're doing. Don't just do it. Tell me why you're doing it. I love Desiree's answer right now because Desiree, by nature of getting in the room, doing the thing, which is like Virginia, something that she's struggled with. She was very transparent about that. I had nothing but respect for that. But she's had no problem being around the things. Her issue has been doing the things. Well, now she's been getting committed. She's been part of the challenge. She's in a group. She's like, I'm annoyingly staying on these people's asses and been like, yo, what you doing, fam? And so now she's doing the things. Look what happened. All of a sudden, this light bulb starts going off like, oh, shoot. Like, in my head, I was thinking it needed to be this, but now that I'm doing it, it's actually not that at all. Now that I'm doing it, I'm starting to realize maybe I should be on a different path. Guys, hear me. This is why this is powerful. A lot of you guys have not started doing the thing that you're supposed to be doing in this business or really in life in general because you've created creative avoidance around the thing that you're supposed to be doing. Why? Because inherently you don't actually like it. So what happens is you'll spend 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months avoiding the thing you're supposed to be doing because you don't like it. When if you would have actually given it 100% for a week or two, you would have actually realized the reason I'm avoiding this thing is because I don't actually like that version of it. But had I just sucked it up and did it for a couple of days, I would have realized, hold on, there's a better way that I am excited about. There's a better perspective that does get me motivated. And now I get in here. And now you can be intentional. The revelation that Desiree's gotten through this intentionality is that, holy crap, direct to agent, here's all the benefits and why they behoove me. And there will be somebody who comes into this thing who's doing direct to agent who will have the opposite revelation about direct to seller and realize, why the hell was I trying to work with agents? I don't like agents. I don't like them. I don't like their stupid pictures on the bus stop. I don't like them. I don't like agents. I don't even know why agents exist, but I love sellers and I want to help sellers. Let me call them. This is part of knowing your own journey and being intentional about the road that you're on. And this is going to be the cool thing that we're going to discover for all of this. So Desiree, big respect to you for finally coming to this. It's going to be interesting to see what the journey looks like for you. It's all going to come down to how committed you stay. You know, I'm going to stay on you about staying committed. I think you will. I'm excited about the journey that you're on. I think it's going to be interesting to see what the next couple of weeks, next 30 days look like for you, and what your journey looks like by the end of it. So good stuff. Are those Roma tomatoes?
Yes, and thank you. I'm excited too because I actually like talking to people. But again, just because you like talking to people doesn't mean you're a good communicator. So I look forward to like the progress and all the things. So we'll see what happens.
All right. I like it. We're going to get down to work. Anybody else want to say anything before we get started? We're going to get to Boaz right before we get started. Boaz is going to update us on his stuff. Anybody else? Carlos.
What it do, bro?
What's up, homie? I miss you, dog. I ain't see you in a couple of weeks.
Man, it's been a good thing, man. I've been really, really busy.
Okay.
But y'all doing agent outreach, man?
So I started the challenge officially. I know we talked about it. We stood the goals in the group a while back. Started officially last week. Been inviting people. We're live on YouTube right now. We got people that have been watching. We're building out like a whole web page, which is going to be really exciting. I'm really excited about this web page for people to. It's going to be like a workbook that people are going to be able to download. They're going to be able to get short versions of these videos. I really want to give people the resources to kind of get started. So last week we had Benson from Privy come in. He walked us through how to use that, and we talked a lot about direct to agent. We're going to be talking about JV and direct to seller as well before this is all said and done. But really, I just want to highlight all of the different models so people understand the pros and cons of each so they can make the decision that's best for them. And I think so. The direct to agent has been kind of the big focus up to this point. So we'll be transitioning and talking about other things this week.
That's cool, man. No, yeah, man. I've been wanting to get in here. I actually tried to last week, but it seemed like every time I try to get in here, I had to do something, man. So I've kind of learned a lot about myself and goals that I need to kind of put forth going into the new year, man. That one, I need to get a TC for a lot of these deals. It's been nuts. Like no, before, it's like okay, you get a deal or two here and there, man. I'm like I can handle it, no problem, man. But I got so busy with like admin stuff because like just surprise things that popped up on title and everything. I feel like I was spending so much time, man, like taking care of that type of work that is just pulling me back from actually making calls. And I mean, I've closed quite a few deals in the last few weeks or whatever, but like, man, that stuff, I tell you, I'm not a fan of that at all, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell y'all right now. You guys can listen to me or you can ignore me. You're gonna ignore me. Carlos knows I talked about this like 5 months ago in the community, and 90% of the people ignored me, and now here he is. Like, because here's the thing. Here's the thing about learning this stuff. Sometimes it don't hit you until it hits you. And it's just like, man, they've been saying this, but it didn't register. And sometimes it's because we're not listening. Sometimes it's just because it's not time, right? We're not at the season where that lesson is applicable to us yet. In any case, this is one thing, and we'll talk about this more in the challenge. Guys, you got to learn the difference between doing deals and building a business. Building a business requires different sacrifices than doing deals does. It requires different decisions than doing deals does. And that's a tough transition. When I was doing my consulting, when we were doing the government contracts, helping business owners, I can tell you right now, one of the biggest problems with small business owners is getting out of their own way because they got so comfortable at doing the thing in a way that worked because it felt good and it was familiar that they get stuck and they never move past it. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, a lot of us are stuck here because we're not willing to let go of some things, or we're not willing to make decisions that are unfamiliar to us. Carlos, that's not his issue. Carlos is a fantastic mindset. I got a huge amount of respect for this dude's mindset. So I don't ever really foresee Carlos being the type that gets stuck somewhere too long, because he's just the type of dude that's going to be real with himself, and he's going to do what he's got to do to fix it. But some of us aren't. Some of us are the type that just going to ignore that thing, and we're going to have to sit in that thing until somebody pushes us out of it. So just be aware of this, because it will make a difference. Guys, if you don't have an active pipeline where you have multiple deals that are that you're talking to, multiple deals that you're about to lock up, multiple deals that are under contract and going through escrow, and a process to keep that all going, so that way you don't get stuck in one thing and everything else collapses, you all don't have a business. Sorry, you don't have a business. You have a really, really high paying job that will potentially collapse on you if you're not careful. My guess is, Carlos, you're doing deals, you're handling the business, and I feel it sounds like you've gotten to that point, that tipping point where it's like, I got to decide if I'm just going to play small, or if I'm going to let go of some things so I can step it up.
Yeah, no, exactly, man. So a couple of things. I was writing down some things this morning, man, because I always kind of wake up early and try to get my mind right for my day, as far as like, okay, anytime I go through something, right, I don't never look at it, even when people can look at something and say, oh man, that was a failure. I never look at things like that. I always look at it as that, man, you either win or you learn. You know what I'm saying? So like, so I had some deals that kind of fell through, or something happened because of title or whatever. And then I thought about, like, man, what can I learn from this? So there's three things that I came away from. One, I need to get a TC, especially when I'm dealing with multiple deals like this. Just period, man. I'd rather pay the money and not worry about the headache, having somebody dealing with the communication with title and paperwork, and I could just focus on locking up the next deal. It's worth every penny to me.
Yep.
Two, honestly, really getting with somebody who's really good at dispo, because I don't want to deal with dispo, man. That's another thing that's taking me away from closing more deals. I realize I'm spending so much time. There's sales skills involved in both of them, right? But I'm like, which is good, right? But I'm like, okay, I don't care for dispo, man. I just want to be locking up deals, and I don't mind JVing with somebody if they can make the process quick. Instead of, there's people who will look at it like, oh, yeah, but you're giving away, a big percentage of your deal. And it's like, yeah, man, but during the time I spent trying to find a buyer and doing all that for that deal, could have locked up like 3 more deals. You
Yep.
see what I'm saying? So those are two
People will
things.
lose $50,000 trying to save 1,500.
Yeah, man, seriously. It's like so those two things, and then another one is like, okay, I notice in certain areas I'm like, I need to lock up deals a little deeper, man. And when I find title issues, because that's what ended up happening. Now what I'm looking at it, if I'm looking to offer something, man, I'm saving like 10 grand off of it, and I'm going deeper. And if I don't get the deal for whatever reason, or it actually forces me to be better at negotiating. And honestly, some deals aren't meant to have, because it's like I would have had a hard time dispoing, and that's what ended up happening with one of my deals. I locked it up too high, man, and the guy just didn't, was unrealistic with the price, and really, but I should have anchored lower from the jump. So those are 3 takeaways that I took from these last few weeks, man. So I remember you told me what was my goal, right? To some people, it was a crazy number. How many deals I want to lock up before end of the year? I told you 15.
Yep.
I locked up 6 deals since then.
Let's go.
And so one of them fell through. One's closing tomorrow. Another one's closing Friday. Other ones are closing in the new year, bro. But one of them I got to renegotiate. But still, like I've been busy, man, and but I like what you said about I really need to learn how to manage my time and do better, because as soon as I got on here, what you said about Kobe, right? Like Kobe saying he doesn't have time to practice because of the game. So that I'm struggling with that, because I feel like I say, you got to sharpen your tools, man. If I'm not sharpening those tools, I feel like there are some deals this past week that I should have been able to close. They were closable deals, and I wasn't able to because I feel like I just wasn't skilled enough, bro.
That's tough,
And
man.
I feel like
That's
I should
tough.
have closed those deals. One being right here in my backyard, and those hurt the most.
That's tough, dude. But I think these are good lessons if we learn from them, right? Because it's like, okay, it costs you a couple deals, but guess what? If that is enough to make you make that change and that transition, well, now you don't ever lose those deals again. You never have that problem again. So that's, I mean, it turns out to be a net win. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I say you never lose. You either win or you learn. Because I'm like,
Yep.
okay, I kind of see where I went wrong with this. Like I can correct that on the next one.
I love that. That's huge, dude. Let me know if you want to connect, bro. We can chat. Happy to help with any of those things. Guys, this is what it is, right? This is really what this journey is supposed to be like. You heard Boaz say it. You heard Carlos say it. We are all in various versions of the journey that we're on. But to win at it, you got to be consistent. You got to show up every freaking day. Don't let the reason you started doing this be the excuse that stops you. You know what I mean? So show up, be consistent, and two, always be willing to be honest with yourself. When you're making a bad decision, when you're doing something wrong, be honest with yourself and make the adjustments that you need to make. And then evolve, grow, connect yourself with people that can give you that perspective. Like this is why rooms are really helpful. Connecting with yourself with people, so that way when you get stuck with something, you can just there's 100 people you can call. Imagine being out here by yourself, thinking you got it figured out. You hit a problem and you got one person you can call. You got two people you can call. That sucks. If you don't have 5, 10 people you can call to solve any given problem, I would argue that you're not in the right rooms. Get in bigger rooms so that way you can reach out to more people to help you with whatever circumstance that is. Huge, Carlos. That's huge, bro. Really, really
Not
excited
only
for you.
that, brother, it's just funner when you're doing business with people, man. Doing business alone ain't, you connect with people and you get to everybody has, certain skills and like there's certain people who just are very good at things that you hate doing, man. Y'all can
That's
collab
it.
up and it's just funner when you're doing business with other people.
I love that, dude. Super excited for you. So how can we help you do more stuff?
Honestly, man, I just need to uh like I said, I need to get in here more and kind of make a plan of uh just like I said, sharpening my tools, looking to connect with more people to be able to do more deals with more people or be able to bring value to each other, you know what I'm saying?
I love that. I love that, dude. Good stuff, bro. Well, I'm excited to hear what the evolution is. Let's connect. Let's see what we can do to help you, get where you want to go for the years out. Start the year strong.
Thank you, brother.
Boaz, what's up, dog?
All right, I have an answer.
I'm ready for it. I'm excited for it.
I wanted to ask Carlos first, what market is he working at?
I'm in my backyard, man. I'm here in Michigan, Metro Detroit area, but uh I mean I'm closing deals in a lot of different parts of Michigan right now, but majority right here in the Metro Detroit area.
All right, if you need help playing dispo, let me know.
Where you at, bro?
In Indiana.
Okay, Midwest for sure.
Yeah.
I actually just got an Indiana lead, man. So yeah, we'll talk. It's
Let's
rare. It's rare.
go.
Sometimes I have a partner who does like digital marketing, and sometimes you'll get people like they usually target in Michigan, but you'll get people driving through the area and they'll fill out like a Facebook ad, and it'll be like a house like in the nearby state, Ohio, Indiana. So yeah, for sure, bro. Yeah, we'll connect, man.
I'll text you later. All right, about the goals. So I talked
Hit
with
it.
my
Hit
partner.
me.
I talked with my partner after we talk now. I think we kind of tune it up to buying a house every month for the next 6 months and 4 deals to close. So close 4 deals every month and buy one of them. Like 4 to sell and 1 to buy.
So 5 deals a month.
That's right. And this
So
is
we
for the next,
increased your goal by 40%.
and this is for the next 6 months.
Um, for the next 6 months. Okay. I like that, dude. I like that way better. That feels way more comfortable for me. It's not 50 deals a month. It's not 2 or 3 deals a month. I think you can definitely achieve that. My hope is 60 days in, come February, you guys are like, nah, we got to reassess this because we did 6 in January, we did 8 in February. It's time to reassess this, right?
Yep.
I'm excited, dude. I'm really, really excited for you, bro. I'm glad that it's been really cool watching you, right? Because the first time you jumped in was during the pitch battles event. You jumped in, then you were like, let me figure this out. You got in the community. Like, dude, this is what I'm talking about. You're actively moving quickly towards evolving your growth. And I'm excited about that, dude. Seriously. Very cool. All right, guys, let's go through this. I know we're making a lot of calls for a lot of people. We have the guest is going to be coming in here shortly. We're going to go through all of the stuff with him. But until then, I want to call some leads for people. I want to help people work through some stuff. I want to listen to some calls, and I want to do all that. So I know we have some that we're going to be calling for Luke. Virginia, do you want to listen through some of your calls?
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to just pull them up?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's see.
And then all you got to do is share your audio. Do you know how to share your audio?
Yes, I do.
Oh, look at you. Excuse me.
Yeah, I know. I didn't, let me see. Okay. Okay, share my screen. Share sound. Entire screen, share.
Let's go.
This, yeah, this one they're selling for 99,000.
Okay.
This is one that was, the tenant was there. This is one from today. The tenant was there and it's been on the market for like 6 months, but it's because the tenant was there and was interfering with their ability to show the property.
I'm an investor.
Oh, this guy called me back too. That's why it kind of comes in before the and I was like racing to get the recording started.
I work with some partners. This is, I'm sorry, what was the ad? Hold on, I got the address.
1831 West 25.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, I'm trying not to talk because I'm hearing a little bit of echo. Actually, it's not doing it anymore. Yeah, I can hear it. You're good.
Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Yeah, the house was had a tenant, and she go out like 2 weeks ago. And this is the reason they are for a long time in the market. Because very difficult with the tenant to show the property and make the inspection.
Right.
But now it's empty. The house, we're gonna sell it for sure. Yeah, they need the updates. The house.
Okay.
They need to be painted. They have to be the kitchen also. They need a refrigerator. Also some plumbing is okay. Electrical is okay.
It looks like the kitchen. Looks like they did some work in the kitchen. They have,
no, the kitchen, the floors, they need to be.
the floors in the kitchen.
Yeah, the floor.
But the
Yeah.
cabinets and everything looks like it has a new stove.
Yeah, the stove is okay. Microwave is okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but they need some updates.
Some updating. Could it be rented? Could it be rented as is?
Yeah.
Yeah. How much?
Yeah.
How much was that tenant paying?
1,300.
Oh, that's not bad. Were they? I mean, were they paying it?
Yeah, not bad, no? Yeah.
They were actually paying that $1,300.
Yeah, they pay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, it looks like it's actually looks like it's a pretty good price if they get $1,300 a month.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you just couldn't sell it because the tenants were there and they were giving him a hard time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Now I see a couple of other homes like let's see. Hold on just one second. Under contract. West 23rd Street. In 1985 West 23rd Street.
Yeah.
That one is fixed up really nice, it looks like, and it's selling for like $190.
Wow.
And there's another one that's sold for $189 in January, West 23rd Street, 1708 West 23rd Street.
Wow.
Do you think that this house, if it was fixed up, could sell that high, 190?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
If you make some updates.
I'll say real quick, Virginia.
If you make a what? What'd you say?
If you make a
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
So is this the agent or the owner?
That's the agent.
Okay. So he is not the owner of the property.
No, these are all agents.
Very interesting. Okay, continue.
some updates.
Okay.
Updates, yeah.
What about the main systems like the roof, HVAC?
The roof, we just fixed it, the roof.
Uh-huh.
It's okay. And the air conditioner is good, working good. Water heater good also.
How old are they?
I don't know.
Okay. How long has this person owned the house? Has it been a while?
3 years.
3 years. Oh, okay, not that long. And so I guess these were there when they
No.
moved in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me speak with my partner, and
Yeah.
I will give you a call back. Sorry about the problems when you call back. I don't know. My phone was acting kind of weird.
No,
It's very
it's okay.
strange.
It's okay. You're gonna buy time, no? If you make it offer,
Yeah,
it's gonna be
it would
time.
be all cash.
Okay.
We would need a short inspection period.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
We need the extra money.
how much would they expect for escrow for the EMD?
Yeah. 3,000 is okay.
3,000. Okay. Yeah. Let me talk with my partner, and I'll get back to you. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Okay, so what's the situation on this deal? Walk me through it. Really, really interesting. I don't know that Jacksonville is a heavy Latino area. That, like, if this was Miami, it would make sense to me that you have a non-English speaking agent who works specifically with Latino buyers and sellers. But I don't know that Jacksonville is that kind of market, which is really interesting to me because my question is, what percentage of his sellers or buyers actually speak English? Is this part of the reason he's having a hard time selling this property? Talk to me about the deal itself.
Well, they're asking 99,000 for it, and it's rents for 1,300 a month, which I think means that it would be, and it's doesn't really need any work to rent out because it's been rented out. Everything works. The kitchen looks kind of nice. It's not, really junky. Bathrooms could stand to be updated, but just for a rental, they don't need that. And there were a couple of nearby comps around 190. There was another one at 203, but that one was brick. I'm I'm not sure if a brick house will get more than I think this might be wood frame. I just noticed that. I'm not sure if it's even block, but I don't
Yeah, I
think
don't know
that
what the requirements for that are in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
What's common. But okay, what did you
But-
run the numbers to see what ARV was on this?
Well, I'm figuring 190 because that's what the comps were.
Okay. Was this your only conversation with him?
Yes.
Okay. So he didn't really get into why he thinks it's not selling or anything like that, right?
Oh yeah, this one's not selling because the tenant has been there until like 2 weeks ago. And the tenant was interfering. They couldn't show it because of the tenant. He was giving them a lot of trouble. So they finally got him out. They've been trying to get him out and they just got him out.
Yeah, I don't know
Weeks
about
ago.
that though, right? Because if the house is 50% to ARV,
Yeah. You don't
somebody
think that?
yeah, I don't work a lot of active listings, but for anybody who has worked active listings, in my opinion, if you're a good real estate agent, you can move a house that's at 50% discount that doesn't
Right.
need much upgrades even without a showing. Could you not? Like it just seems like you should be able to move that. I don't know. Very interesting. Okay. So what is your goal with that? Well, your goal is just to see if you can get it under contract and wholesale that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
That wasn't a bad call. I asked you to pause because I was wondering why you were going the approach that you were going. This is a difficult one to really give feedback on because there is a language barrier. Usually, when I'm going to give context as to what the other parts of the market are doing, I want to make sure they're engaged in the conversation. So that way, when I give them this context, they're able to reply and understand. He didn't seem as engaged, but why? Maybe it is just the language barrier thing. It seemed like you guys had a decent conversation conveying information. I don't know that
Mhm.
you moved him one way or another, but the deal may be good enough that that's not necessarily that important. We can figure that out. Decent call. What else you got?
This is one, let's see. Back here. Um, This is one where he has an offer. Might be, I'm not sure if it's too late now. But he said he wasn't, he has an offer. I don't think it's been accepted yet. At like 20,000 less than the list price.
Okay.
This is from this afternoon
Okay.
also. Hold on a second. Yeah, our Zoom off share. Share sound. Now there's another option. It says optimize for video clip. Is that?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. That like we can hear it. Yeah,
Oh,
it should be
okay.
fine. You can also share the audio without sharing your screen. All of those are options.
Oh, actually, I can turn the audio on my computer up a little bit. That might help too. Okay. Let's see.
Thank you for your call. This call will be recorded for quality assurance.
Oh.
This is Robert.
Yeah, I go by Evan.
By Evan. Okay. Yeah, I'm calling about my name's Virginia. I'm an investor. I'm calling about your property on Jackson. You're listing on Jackson Avenue.
Yeah, I can help you with that one.
Is it still available?
It is. We are about to go under contract tentatively, but if there's another offer that comes in, beforehand, I can definitely get it in front of the seller before we sign anything.
Okay. Is that other offer close to list price?
Right now it's I don't mind sharing. It's 100,000.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, could you tell me a little bit about it? It looks like somebody started to fix it up and then decided not to.
So yeah, this one was started by a general contractor. They started to fix up the place, but they had to leave the country, unfortunately, to go take care of family, and so it's kind of why it's left the way it is. They did manage to get subfloors and all the framing redone, and some of the repiping, but that's about where they got stopped.
Right.
So it's going to be 2 bathrooms, kitchen, AC. Likely we'll need a roof, and of course everything you see that's cosmetic.
Right. Okay. Now I was looking for a comp and I see one at 610 Jackson Avenue. Do you think that would be, well, it's 4.2. A little bit, about 100 square feet larger.
Okay, pause it real quick, Virginia. Walk me
That
through your logic. This is the second time you just randomly start throwing comps into the conversation.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if it's going to be a good deal or not. You think I should talk to him a little bit more before?
Well, what's the benefit other than not knowing what else to say? What's the benefit of having a conversation with him and then just randomly mentioning a comp for no reason, unprompted? What it sounds like to me, I'm gonna tell you what it sounds like to me. It sounds like to me like you're not sure what to say next, so you're just kind of filling space. This is not too dissimilar from when a person's talking to a seller and they don't know what to say next, so they start talking about the roof. Does that make sense?
sold for $290.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, well, I wanted to get his opinion on what it would sell for after it was fixed up.
Gotcha. So let's start this call over. We're only 2 minutes in, and I want to kind of hear the direction from scratch where you're taking it, and I'll jump in and kind of let you know maybe some other directions you could have taken it.
Okay.
It's Virginia. I'm an investor. I'm calling.
No, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, I'm calling about my name's Virginia. I'm an investor. I'm calling about your property on Jackson. You're listing on Jackson Avenue.
Yeah, I can help you with that one.
Is it still available?
It is. We are about to go under contract tentatively, but if there's another offer that comes in, beforehand, I can definitely get it in front of the seller before we sign anything.
Pause it.
Okay. Is that
Wait, go ahead. Let me see what you say next.
other offer close to list price?
Right now it's all. I don't mind sharing. It's 100,000.
Oh,
Pause
okay.
it. So let's talk about some details. This is just something to put into your pocket, right? He happened to mention to you what the offer was, right?
Right.
Most agents may not lead with that. Would you agree?
Yeah, I was surprised that that's why I said, was it close to, I didn't really want to come out and say what was the other offer, which maybe I should have, but that's why I said, is it close to list price?
So let's talk about ways you can ask that question that increase the likelihood of getting the information that you want. Because what do we want? We want to know, what are we competing against? Most agents probably won't tell you what you're competing against. Some may. This guy did. He just volunteered it. So what are some ways that you can ask that to increase the likelihood? Well, you said, is it close to list price? That's a vague question. That's a yes or no question.
Right.
Here's how I would have phrased it. The way I would have phrased it is, okay, well, if you're accepting other offers, it sounds like or you could say, is it fair to say that they didn't come to asking? Right?
Is it fair to say what?
That they didn't offer at asking.
Oh, okay.
Right? Because that's what I want to know, right? Are they offering under asking? Let's assume the guy's not going to be as forthcoming, or the agent's not going to be as forthcoming. Okay, is it assumed to say that they didn't come, they didn't make the offer at asking or where you guys wanted? Yeah, they didn't. Do you mind if I ask how far they are? Maybe I can see if I can, know how far I need to beat it. So this is an indirect way for me asking, because unfortunately, a lot of people, especially agents, will say, I don't know if I feel comfortable sharing that. They won't share it. But if I'm a little bit more indirect about the question, but I'm clear about what I'm trying to say, they can read between the lines and decide how much information they want to give me. So if I'm saying, yeah, I'm assuming they didn't come to asking if you're still accepting offers, right? No, they didn't. Okay, do you mind if I ask how far off they were, right? How much room I have to be able to kind of maybe beat that offer? And then at that point, they may tell me where they are. They may tell me how close I need to be. That gives me a ballpark. And now I know, okay, where is the competition at? Well, why is that important to me? How long has this been on market?
I'm not sure. I can look it up if you want.
Okay,
Let's
yeah.
see.
Could you check that real quickly?
Yeah. One 41 Jackson Avenue. Here it is. Mm. Let's see. 56 days.
Okay. So what am I getting now? What I'm getting is they're almost 60 days on market. This is kind
Right.
of at the point where it's starting to get awkward. It's starting to get uncomfortable. Things aren't working. They're not getting what they want. They're starting to get a little bit nervous. They have offers. They're not where they want to be. So when I come in and I'm like, oh man, it sounds like they're not coming at asking. No, they're not. How far are they? Well, what I'm doing is I'm just getting a lay of the land. I know that this is 60 days in. Agents probably getting nervous. Seller may or may not be getting nervous depending on their situation. This helps me to understand what's going on, and this is the direction that I'm taking. Does that make sense, kind of at least intellectually, where my head is with those decisions?
Yes.
Okay, so that's probably the way I would have phrased that question, because now what that does is that opens me up to my next question. So I say, okay, sounds like they didn't come in at asking. Do you mind if I ask how far they are from asking? Right? Oh, no, they're a little bit, or maybe it's whatever they want to say, right? And then my next question, I'm probably going to say, very, very interesting. If you don't mind me asking, what do you think is happening that you aren't getting asking on this? It seems like it's a nice house. It's been on market for 60 days. What do you think stopping it from getting where you want to be? Now I'm fact finding. Hopefully, they're opening up the situation about maybe what's going on with the seller, maybe what's going on with the deal. It's an indirect approach towards asking these questions, right? Kate, what you got?
It's possible she just asked that, answered this. I was texting with one of my leads. But I had asked Virginia yesterday if she knew the days on market average in her area that she's calling. I was wondering if she figured that out.
No, I didn't.
When we were role playing yesterday.
The thing is, if it's like 60 days, I mean, even if 60 days is normal, that would mean that the market is softening and their prices are not adjusting to meet that. Because if it was at a price where people could buy it, they would buy it. They wouldn't, they wouldn't wait 2 months to get a buyer.
Right. But that was one of the reasons I was suggesting that you find that out, because that's more ammo, because you're like,
Right.
the market's softening, you're not under contract.
Yep.
Or if it's really hot, like, why are you still priced?
Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like
Yeah, I see
it
that. I
can
understand
work for either situation. Just having that information is helpful. And I mean, like we talked about yesterday, most of them have a 6-month contract with the agent. 60 days,
Right.
that's a good chunk of that time frame already gone.
Mhm.
So I would encourage you to
Yeah, find out. Okay.
Yeah. And here's the thing, guys. Like, this is why I'm excited that I'm doing this from scratch, and I'm going to be building a direct to agent business from scratch. Why? Because the last time I was making active agent calls, it's been a while. It's been about a year, maybe more. Guess what's happened in the last year? The market's changed. Guess what else happened in the last year? Interest rates have been kind of weird. The economy's changed. We've had a change in presidents. We've had thousands of new people going out here making offers to agents using new methods that have become more popular. There is a lot about the landscape that's changed, right? So as I'm going through this, I'm going to tell you guys the things that I intuitively understand or believe to be true based on intuition, based on experience, based on all those things. But I'm also going to leave room for the fact that I don't happen to know all the answers, because guess what? Nobody has all of the answers. And so this is how you fact find these things. This is how you say the quiet part out loud and figure out the details. My assumption is that anything at around 60 days is probably starting to get towards the discomfort side of things, right? Because even if it is a softening market, well, that's indicative of something else, right? All of these things play in my favor. And if you're calling agents, it plays in your favor. And what Kate just said is exactly right. This is why it's important to ask the questions out loud, because when you understand what's going on in the market, it allows you to navigate the deal most effectively. And so I already know that if the market's softening, or if you guys are having a hard time moving thing, or average days on market's high, that tells me a couple things. One, that tells me my concern as an investor in this market. If I'm going to be doing a deal out here, well, what's my concern, right? How can I provide value out here? That tells me something, but it also tells me how to navigate and communicate with the agent. So these are important things to clarify. And so, does that make sense, Virginia? I know you understand this, but just for the sake of clarifying.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so I would start, to the best of my ability, Virginia, tailoring my questions around that. Right. So I don't need to jump straight to comps yet, because there's so much more valuable information that I need to understand here. Right. What's going on with this deal? What's going on? Why is it sitting here for 60 days? Why are you getting offers under asking? Have you gotten a lot of offers? What's going on with this thing? I'm an investor. You want me to invest $100,000? Help me understand. Now, maybe I don't just come out with that out of the gate, but I'm going to start picking away at that information so I can really start doing two things at once. One, if the agent's overconfident, you got to pick away at that confidence if they don't have something to really be confident about. Two, I need to make sure I'm understanding if it's a good investment or not. Now, here's one thing I'm going to put as an asterisk, guys. When you guys hear me talk about, and this is going to be something that's going to be really interesting to see me navigate here, because once again, you guys know I'm not big on, here's your script and your sales process. Take this thing and it's going to work everywhere. You sell windows, you sell, face cream, you sell real estate. It's all the same. No, that's not how sales processes. That's not how human beings work. Every situation is different, and you need to approach it accordingly. And so, as much as I know about sales and people, I know that when I walk into these agent conversations, there's going to be nuances to these conversations that are different than when I'm talking to sellers. And if I'm not smart enough or skilled enough to bring those nuances to the conversation, I'm going to miss opportunities. So, what do I mean? Well, when I'm talking to sellers, my big encouragement is that you need to show up as the authority. You need to show up as the teacher. You need to show up as the person, as that dude, as that lady, and say, nah, I'm the person that's going to help you get this done. Talk me through it. You are the authority in the conversation. That needs to be the case with agents as well, but you need to approach that, in my opinion, in a little bit more of a nuanced fashion. Why? Because you don't want to get into a competition with them. They feel like they're that person in this circumstance. And if you come in and just try to remove them from their position, well, then you're by definition going to start hitting resistance that you don't need to hit. Learn how to approach the conversation a little bit more casually, a little bit more nuanced. And so in this circumstance, instead of just saying, yeah, well, you don't know what you're talking about, let me teach you about this market, be like, dude, I've been an agent in this area for 20 years. What are you talking about? Right? They can still be wrong. But if you approach them like that, you're putting walls up. On the contrary, if I approach them saying, yeah, you get this, you understand this. So if you understand this as well as you do, out of curiosity, what's going on with this? What's going on with that? You're the pro. What do I not understand about that? And asking those questions, I am now allowing them to recognize I ask good questions. And if that softens their position, by definition, it strengthens mine. And so it's an indirect way for me to go into the situation to let them know, hey, I'm here because I want to do business with you. I'm not here to compete with you, but I also know what the heck I'm doing. So that's the way you, I think, bring balance to that. And I think it's going to change in every conversation. So that's a little bit of a lesson, but that's also how I would have approached the conversation. Hopefully, does that make sense, Virginia?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Keep playing this thing out.
I'm not sharing that, right? Yeah.
No.
Okay. Yeah, could you tell me a little bit about it? It looks like somebody started to fix it up and then decided not to.
So yeah, this one was started by a general contractor. They started to fix up the place, but they had to leave the country, unfortunately, to go take care of family. And so it's kind of why it's left the way it is. They did manage to get subfloors and all the framing redone and some of the repiping, but that's about where they got stopped.
Right.
So it's going to be 2 bathrooms, kitchen, AC, likely we'll need a roof, and of course everything you see that's cosmetic.
Right. Okay. Now I was looking for a comp and I see one at 610 Jackson Avenue. Do you think that would be, well, it's 4.2. A little bit, about 100 square feet larger. That one sold for 290.
Yeah, we had this one comp posted around 230 for you,
Two-
end of sale there.
230 to 240. Okay. Yeah, let me get with my partner and I'll get back to you about it. Okay? Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, where was your head there? This for me, Virginia, just sounds like the definition of, and this is not a bad thing. This is not a bad thing, but it sounds like the definition of I'm making the calls. I found a call that seems like it's something I want to reach out to, but I don't really know what to say. So I'm just going to say some things that I feel like is making progress, and then I'm going to come back and then just recircle back when I actually know what it is that I'm going to try to say. Does that more or less sound right?
Well, I was trying to find out about the house, but once I found out about it, I really didn't know what to say.
Yeah. What do you think, in your opinion? Let's break this down a little bit. In your opinion, what is your goal? If you're calling an agent, what is your goal in the conversation? Any conversation, what's your goal?
My goal
Guys,
is to
in the
find
chat,
out.
if you guys have an idea, if you're talking to agents, what do you think your goal is when you're calling an agent? Go ahead, Virginia.
Well, assuming that I'm not going the long route and trying to build a relationship, right now I'm just trying to get a deal. So my aim is to find out as much as I can about the situation of the property and the seller, and see if if it would be a good deal or not, either for a fix and flip or a rental.
Okay. In your opinion, walk me through what you think the difference is. What's the difference between what you do if you're trying to build a relationship versus what you do if you just try to close a deal?
Well, a relationship, you're not really that focused on the property itself. You're more focused on what you can do for the agent and see if, what kind of practice the agent has, whether they have, whether they work a lot with investors or not, just more generalized. And if they have other properties that might be appropriate,
Okay.
as opposed to keying in on
Interesting.
one property.
Desiree says, great answer, but that's not reflected in your calls. Interesting, Desiree. What do you mean by that?
So she literally just said, like, one of my goals is to figure out how to help the seller. I think she said something about like the agent, what are they trying to do, and all those things. But when we heard the calls, all we heard was her asking about the property and then saying, okay, I'm going to talk to my partner and call you back.
Well, there's two things that you can do with an agent. You can either key in on what I'm doing is keying in on one property because I'm looking to get a deal. I need to get a deal. The other thing is more of a long-term thing, which I'm not really doing with these calls. Maybe I could, but I don't want to just steer. I want to keep the conversation on the property because that's what I'm looking for, is that property.
Yeah,
If it
but
didn't work, then I would try to develop a relationship, a longer term relationship, find out if he may have something coming up later on. So it's like kind of like two different ways to, at least that's how I see it.
no, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying what the answers that you gave DQ were, for me, were right. You want to try to quote unquote get the deal, but calling and saying, oh, the comp over here is this, okay, let me call you back. That's not really you trying to get a deal. It's what I'm trying to get you to see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why
Like it was
not?
more
Like
like a brainstorming.
the answers that you gave were great, but it wasn't reflected on your call. On your call, like even the guy that like gave you the other offer, like DQ said, agents usually don't do that. They're very like quote unquote protective of their
Right.
sellers or whatever. And I mean, like DQ, you could have went in and asked more questions. Like he was kind of open to like, I feel like it sounded like he was open to having a longer conversation, and
Mhm.
it sounds like he needs to get it sold because it, like he said, it got started by a general contractor. He had to leave the country to help his family or whatever. Like maybe you could have dug in a little bit into that. I don't know. What I'm getting is like it's all about just asking the right questions, because when you ask the right questions, you don't even really have to talk about those things, because the agent will just, the more questions you ask, the more they open up to you, is
Mhm.
what I'm
Okay.
trying to say. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, here's Luke. You were gonna say something. I'm gonna give my feedback, but I want to hear everybody else's perspective on this.
Yeah, just from hopping in off what Desiree was saying, listening to the part of the call, it did sound more like a brainstorming session versus like you were advancing the conversation to try to make something happen. And yeah, I mean that's pretty much just what I was getting from it. Like he was maybe exasperated with the listing in the first place. Doesn't not much meat on the bone for him. So maybe that's why he was so forthcoming with it, hoping that maybe, hey, there's somebody's coming in here, maybe give a little more. But it did seem like there wasn't like a solidified next step from what I heard on the conversation so far.
Mhm.
Yeah, guys, why am I talking about this, right? If you're here, you're listening to this, it's because you want to get better at closing deals. That's at least the assumption. Okay. Well, part of the issue with closing deals or not closing deals the way we want is defining why we're not. I'm going to tell you with as a fact, one of the things that stops people from closing deals the way they want to is the fact that not only is it the way they communicate, it's the fact that they don't recognize the way they're communicating. The way they think they sound in their head is not at all what anybody else is hearing, right? And what happens is most of us filter the world through our perspective. Well, that's fantastic if the people that you're speaking to all are exactly like you. But the second you call somebody who's not exactly like you, your opinion of the way things should be done is irrelevant, because that only works if you're talking to people who agree with you. But when you're talking to someone who thinks differently, you have to be able to connect with them. Otherwise, you're risking losing deals because you were just a poor communicator, right? And this happens to all of us when we're having conversations with anything, specifically in this example, real estate, right? And so why do I bring this up? Why did I want Desiree and Luke to hop in? Because Virginia, you came into this conversation and you told me I approached it like this because I wanted to accomplish X.
Mhm.
But multiple different people were like, yeah, but I didn't hear that. What you thought you were doing is not what it sounded like. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So then the question is, I have an answer, but I'm going to ask you this because I want to hear your perspective. What's the disconnect? How is it possible that you thought you were taking the approach that was most efficient to get a deal, and everybody else who's listening is like, yeah, but that's not going to get you a deal?
I don't know.
And this is what we need to solve for, right? How many of
Okay.
us are out here making phone calls and don't know why what we're doing isn't working? Why? It's because we're not pros. We're just doing things and we don't know why we're doing what we're doing. We haven't taken the time to get skilled. And this is okay. This is why Virginia's here, because she's going to get skilled as long as she keeps showing up, right? That's the plan. That's what we're working to accomplish. So let's address a couple of things. I actually don't agree 100% with Luke or Desiree. I agree partially with both of them. I'll tell you why. I agree with them in that I hear how what you thought you were trying to accomplish wasn't coming across. I hear that. I agree with them. Let me address a couple of things that I didn't agree with. One, I don't agree that asking questions gets you the information that you want. I think that that is something that's taught, and I think it's taught incomplete, right? This idea that, oh, if you just ask good questions, you're going to get what you need. That is not true. It's just not true. It's a reflection of people who are not skilled at understanding human beings. And so they think that their lack of understanding people will be compensated for by really, really good questions. And then we say silly things in this industry like you can't say the right thing to the wrong person. Once again, if you've ever been in an argument with your significant other, or excuse me, you can never say the wrong thing to the right person. Sorry. If you've ever been in an argument, you know you can say the wrong thing to the right person. It is 100% possible to say the wrong thing to the right person. You can do that. People do it every single day. So this idea that, oh, if you're talking to the right person, they're motivated, you can say whatever. No, you can't. And good questions will not save you. That's not true. My favorite guru said, I'm sorry. I love you. I love them. They're wrong. Let me prove it real quickly. Desiree. I mean, I ain't calling you out personally. You're the one that said that. You're my muse for a second. Desiree, let me ask you a question. Have you yourself, or have you ever heard anybody who has been on the phone with a seller asking really, really good questions, but the way they were asking them started sounding like a CIA interrogation, and by the end of the conversation, that shit got crazy awkward?
You're asking me if I've heard a conversation like that?
Yes.
Um, yes, but it's usually a person that not good on the phone.
Oh, but what do you
Like for
mean?
me, I was thinking like asking questions the Sandler way, like how to teach a kid how to ride a bicycle, like that
That's
kind of asking questions.
okay, but all of the people that you're talking about right now have read that book or have followed that training. So then let's dig down to what you're saying, right? Don't run over kids on your way to the seminar while they're riding their bike. Yeah, I get it. Got it. Everybody gets into one industry and starts doing they act like there's one sales book on a planet. None against Sandler, his training, or any of that stuff. But guys, there's about 1 billion ways to do this. If the only thing you know about sales is Sandler, I'm sorry, but you're losing. Sorry, you're losing if the only thing you know about sale is one person's opinion on sales who has not done sales in a very, very long time, because unfortunately that person is no longer alive, right? Respectfully. There are fantastic takeaways from that. Fantastic. And you should use them and learn them and understand them. But if that is the only thing you understand, respectfully, in Daniel's very humble opinion, you are missing out.
I agree with you.
So here's my point. Now, this is why I'm digging in on this, right? Now, obviously, Desiree, you're not out here like, the big proponent of this. You repeated something that I think has some truth to it, going back to our Luke conversation, but I don't think it's universally true. And the reason I'm getting so emphatic about this is because in this industry, I hear so many people parroting bad information that isn't wrong, but it's incomplete. So once again, to repeat the question, I really want to dig in on this for everybody who's listening. Again, you said yes, you have heard people who were asking the good questions, the questions you needed to ask, but it sounded bad. And your response was, yes, I heard that, but they weren't good. They weren't good on the phones.
Yeah.
Okay, but if they were asking good questions and good questions is all you need, then why didn't the good questions make them good on the phone? Doesn't the implication there tell you that you need more than just good questions to be good on the phone?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree with that or do you disagree with that? If you disagree, please tell me.
No, bro, I would tell you.
I know, you're right. Like, empty your pockets, fool. Desiree quick to run somebody's pockets. Don't let Desiree catch you slipping. She will take your change. Okay, so this is my point, guys, right? Good questions can help you. Good questions can be powerful. But if you think you're going to be a shit communicator and you're going to replace your poor communication skills with good questions, you're going to struggle. And what's going to happen is you're going to say, I don't understand what's happening. I have the list of all the questions that I need to ask, and I'm asking them, but I'm not making progress. Well, why is that? Because you have good questions, but your questions are not being communicated effectively. You're not understanding who you're talking to. You're not understanding what questions should be asked to this person and what questions should be avoided. Well, how do I know the difference? You learn to focus on what's more important than questions, and that's people. And if you're not understanding fundamentally how to communicate with human beings, you won't know why your questions are failing or succeeding. And that means you're going to have an inconsistent success rate because all you're doing is focusing on tactics instead of understanding what's fundamentally important in the business. So, from a sales standpoint, that's one thing. I don't think that's going to be the only thing that helps you, but I do think it's powerful when deployed properly, just like what we were talking about with Luke, understanding that presenting yourself professionally is powerful when deployed properly. Okay, cool. So what does that mean? All right, Virginia, well, let's go back to the other thing you said. You said, I am not focusing on building a relationship because I just want to get a deal.
Right.
Did you hear it when I said it out loud?
It didn't sound too good, but
That's your approach, right?
it is, yeah.
Can you understand why that may be landing differently than the way you want it? I mean, honestly, tell me the truth. If you're calling somebody and you're just focused on the deal and you're missing the opportunities to build a relationship, do you
Right.
think that you could be building a wall in between you and the person that you're trying to do business with that doesn't need to be there? And then that wall could potentially stop you from doing the deal with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right.
So let me ask you this. Who told you, where did you hear that you have to do one or the other? You have to either focus on getting the deal or you have to focus on building a relationship.
I don't know that anybody told me that.
Amazing. Okay, so where did you get the idea?
I think I just thought it up myself.
Look, well, let me give you a little credit. I said something similar to that last week, right?
Oh,
I said something similar. I said there's two approaches to this business: the relationship approach or the transactional approach, where you're dealing
oh,
with the deal.
maybe
I
you told
also
me.
said it was
Okay,
my
you
fault.
told
Blame
me.
me. Blame
Your
me.
fault.
I did that. I did that, Virginia. This is why context is important. Because what I'm talking about is a strategy, not a communication style.
Right. Okay.
Our business style shouldn't erase our communication style. Our communication should always enhance the way we're trying to do business. What do I mean? Well, let me ask you a question, Virginia. Let's just think this through logically. And I'm thank you for letting me use you as a case study here, because here's the thing. Most of us go through we'll go through months, we'll go through years doing stuff over and over again and not ever defining what's breaking for us and why we're not getting where we want. It's why I'm doing what we're doing, right? So that being said, here's my point. Okay, what does this mean, DQ? How does this make a difference? Well, if I'm calling an agent right now and my goal is to get the transaction, what percentage, give me a random number, what percentage of the deals that you call, let's say you call 25 deals, what percentage of those deals will actually work for your strategy?
I don't know, maybe one or two.
One or two.
I don't
Okay.
really know.
Let's use one or two.
Okay.
Okay. One or two will actually work for your strategy. That makes sense to me. Okay. So if one or two are working for my strategy and I'm doing 25 conversations, that means I'm throwing away 23 conversations. Is that a
Right.
good use of my time?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you this. How much longer would it take in a conversation where I'm talking about a deal to also let them know that if this deal doesn't work out, I'd love to do business with you in the future?
Not long.
A minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes max?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So now what you've just done is you've taken a conversation with a focus, but because you added intentionality with your focus, you were able to accomplish two things at once and maximize your time, increase the likelihood of you getting more deals in the future. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I would agree with that because most of
Gotcha.
these people, since I'm calling about properties that need work, these agents get properties that need work. They can't say this isn't part of, well, some of them do. They'll say, this is my brother-in-law's house. And I
That's
would
it.
never touch a house like this.
Well, and that's the thing, right? And so when you're having these conversations with them, you're already on the phone with them, you're already doing the work. Maximize your time. And so even if your focus is I want to get a deal, you
Yeah.
also need to focus on the long term. How do I maximize the time? I'm already here. What can I do with this? What can I do with my time? And this is where you start being intentional. This is why I'm so big on the word intentionality, because if I stop and for 5 seconds say, why am I doing what I'm doing? It really changes the outcome. So now what does this sound like if I switch it? Well, let's play this out. Hey, Virginia, I'm calling about this property. What's going on with it? Okay, here's what's happening. Very interesting. What's going on? Let's use the one that you just talked about, right? You don't have to play this out with me. Okay, actually, let's role play this. Yeah?
Okay.
You can be the seller that has the offer at 100,000. All right?
The agent, yeah.
And yeah, the agent. I'm sorry, and I'm gonna be you. I'm not gonna sound
It's
like
a-
you, but I'm gonna be
Yeah, the
okay.
list price is 120. He has an offer at 100.
All right, we're gonna summarize how this could work. Rodolfo, are you on vacation right now, bro? What are you doing? My guy just got a random palm tree behind him for no reason.
I'm in paradise, bro. I'm in my home country.
You're home. Are you in Colombia right now?
Yeah, bro. I arrived today.
Bro, imagine leaving the country and not even saying something.
What do you mean?
I didn't know you was going to.
What?
Yo, Al said, bro came to my country.
Yeah, I was gonna say somebody else
Bro.
is in Colombia too.
Al been in
Al
Colombia
is,
for 5 minutes and he already took it over and said you have to request visitation.
bro, Al complains about the arepas that they sell here. I don't know what he's talking about, man.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. And plus, anybody who's heard Al speak Spanish already knows the whole conversation is suspect. How far are you from Al right now?
Driving like about 4 hours, and a flight, it shouldn't take more than 30 minutes.
Nah, he got to check in, Ed. He got to check all the way in. Al feels disrespected if he doesn't. Al, imagine if you actually took the trip to show Rodolfo that you cared about him.
Bro, I came all the way to Miami to see him. What are you talking about? He manja, Marco.
That's true. That's true.
Oh my gosh.
You haven't come to Albuquerque to see me, though. I mean, I don't know what that says, but it says something.
You don't know what I'm planning, bro.
Oh, let's go. Heart emoji. All right, Virginia, let's play this out real quick. Ring, ring.
Okay. Hello.
Hey, Virginia. This is Virginia. I'm the new and improved version of the person I was this morning. I'm calling about this property on Banana Street, Columbian Way.
Okay. What do you want to know?
So it looks like you've had this listing for a little while. I was interested in just really getting some more information. I'm an investor, wanted to see if this was a fit for what we're doing.
Okay.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about the property other than what I don't see in the pictures.
Well, it was owned by a general contractor and he's fixing it up, and he was called to go overseas to do something with his family. So he couldn't finish it. So now he wants to sell it.
Gotcha. Okay. Now just note, I didn't do a perfect intro. This is just a random intro just so that you guys know you can make the most out of it. Okay. Okay.
He's done a lot
great.
of the work. He did the subfloor. He's done a lot of the walls. He started the piping. He put on a new roof, but hasn't finished it.
Gotcha. And he just doesn't want to deal with the headache of going through the rest of it. Is that kind of what it is?
Well, he's overseas now with his family, and he's really not his his head is elsewhere. He doesn't really want to bother with it.
Gotcha.
He's got
what
too
do
much
you,
on his mind.
okay, that makes sense. What do you think market value is for this property once it's fully completed?
Well, we did do an analysis of it, and we think it's probably around 230 or 240.
Gotcha. Okay. And you're selling it for how much?
It's listed at 120.
Okay. Have you guys, it's been
Oh,
on the market.
I do have an offer, hasn't been accepted yet. So I am open to other offers.
Gotcha. Okay. My camera just kind of
that's
pooped out.
you.
Sorry. That's me. Okay. So what you haven't accepted the offer yet? I'm assuming that's probably
No.
because it's not at asking.
No, it's not.
Okay. So do you mind if I ask how far away they are to see maybe kind of the ballpark I need to be in?
Now, do you want me to tell you, or do you want me to just give you a pushback?
Whatever you think is the appropriate response.
Well, I don't really think I could say that. That's personal. It's, I have a responsibility to my seller.
No. That makes sense, right? I understand that, and I don't mean to pry on the offers that you've gotten. I just need to know that, obviously, full transparency, Virginia. If the property's been sitting here for this long and you're not getting on market offers, I'm interested in it. These are the types of deals that I love, but I don't want to make you an offer I can't follow through with. The way I make an offer that I know I can keep up with is to to understand what's going on. So I am a little bit curious why you've had it listed for at 40% to ARV, 45% to ARV, and you've only gotten one offer that's under market. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Right. So these are just the questions I'm trying to get clarity on.
Yeah, we've had people come and look at it. A lot of wholesalers that can't follow through with what you're not a wholesaler, are you?
I mean, I have wholesaled before. I think it just depends on the deal. I don't know that I would be a wholesaler on this one. I'm not sure yet. That's what I'm trying to get clarity on.
Yeah, we've had a lot of wholesalers, and then Um, I don't know, it just hasn't, I'm not really sure why, it just hasn't sold. I think it's a good price. But it just hasn't sold yet.
Gotcha. Okay. And in this situation, I mean, obviously, it sounds like you have an offer. What happens if you don't get the price that you want? Are you just going to take a lower offer? Is that kind of where you guys are with it, or do you think he'll just hold on to it and see what happens in the future?
Well, we have this one offer that he's ready to accept. So,
Okay. Okay.
we'd
And
sell
you
to that
can't tell
person if
me
I don't
where
get a
I need
better
to be to
offer.
beat that offer?
Uh, well, yeah, you have to be, the other offer is at 100,000.
Gotcha. Okay. So as long as I come in above 100,000, you guys would entertain that. Um, okay. Out of curiosity, Virginia, these are the types of deals that I like. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and I'm going to run the numbers on this to see if we're a fit for this. I'm
Mhm.
assuming that if I'm able to make an offer, what's the turnaround before your seller is willing to accept and we can start the process?
Well, I talk to him every day, so we can you can get an answer within 24 hours.
Okay, perfect. And then we can just continue forward. Okay, I guess my final question to you would be, is this the type of business that you do a lot? Do you get a lot of deals like this? Because honestly, these are my favorite kinds of deals. I love working deals like this. I have a pretty good network of friends that love to do fix and flips and love to do buy and holds, and this is kind of our sweet spot. Do you get a lot of these opportunities?
I get some. I really don't really like them because they're difficult to sell. But I do get some once or twice a month. I'll get one or two.
Gotcha. Okay. So, if that's the case, do you normally just kind of put them on the market or do you tend to walk away from those?
I usually put them on the market.
Gotcha.
I don't usually walk away from anything.
I love that. That's awesome. Well, Virginia, what I'll tell you is this. These are my bread and butter. I love doing these things. And who knows, maybe next time, even if this deal doesn't work out for us, I can save you 60 days. I mean, would you be okay maybe tossing me on your list? If you can reach out to me before you throw it on market, maybe I can make you an offer, before you even have to go to that step.
Yeah, I could do that. I
Okay,
have a
perfect.
couple investors that I run stuff by. Um, yeah, I could do that.
Love that. That's awesome. Yeah. It's all about relationships, right? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go run the numbers, see where I'm at with this one. You have my information. I think let's stay in contact regardless. And even if this one doesn't work, maybe we'll find another one here in the not too distant future.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Virginia. Talk soon.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
All right. So I did my best not to be polished. I did my best not to sound completely fluid. I was stumbling with my words a little bit. I'm glad my camera shut off because I was able to walk away and fix my camera and come back, right? So I was trying not to sound perfect. I was trying to sound like just a normal conversation. What are your thoughts? Do you hear a difference between the way you've been approaching it? Give me feedback. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I think you've kind of asked. I was kind of telling more than I was asking. And I think you were asking more and getting me to give you the answers.
There you go. So to
Like I
Desiree's,
would,
go ahead.
like, for example, I said, at one point I said, it looks like they started working on it and then stopped. And what you did was you said, well, what's going on with it? And didn't specifically say that. So
Yep.
it gave me,
This is the power of open-ended questions. This is the
Yeah.
power, to Desiree's point, this is where asking the right questions can have a huge impact and help you a lot. But it's asking them in the right way. Now, let me ask you a question. How long did that take? 5 minutes?
probably, yep.
Do you
Within 5 minutes.
believe, okay, let me ask you another question. Do you believe that that was a realistic call?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so it's a realistic call done in
Mhm.
less than 5 minutes. Do you think that I did a sufficient job of putting the right emphasis on this deal to get a deal done right now?
Yes, yeah, because most
Okay,
of the call was about the deal, and then just at the very end, you ask for future business.
perfect. Now, do you think I did a sufficient job of sowing a seed so that if this deal doesn't work, I now am building relationships so that way I have this Rolodex of people that might be willing to do business with me in the future, in essence, maximizing my time. Do you think that that also happened?
Yep.
Okay. Do you see what I mean, Virginia?
Yeah, I understand.
I want you
It's
to
not
question.
really all that different from what I was saying. It's
It's
just
not.
you're posing the questions a little bit differently.
Yeah, Virginia, you're not far, right? I think it's if 12 o'clock is your goal, you're not at 6 o'clock. You're at right between 9 and 10 o'clock. You know what I mean? Like you just got to make a couple of adjustments that push you in this direction, and then you're going in the same direction. I think that this, in my opinion, Kate, you're an agent. You've been around me long enough. You've been around the game longer than that. Give me your opinion. Do you think, and tell the truth, I don't care. Tell the truth. Like, do you think that these subtle changes will have a marked impact on the results she sees?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I definitely think that will help. I mean, Virginia and I did some role play yesterday of where I was the agent. And I had some feedback on kind of what you've been talking about with like talking about the numbers and things like that, like right off the bat. So yeah, I think definitely those tweaks will put you in the right path.
Yeah, Virginia, I think you're a couple degrees away. And I think that these are the little things, and this is why I'm doing this challenge, because most of us are just a couple of degrees away from actually hitting it. And it's just like it's that stupid meme where you're like one swing away from the diamonds, and then we get discouraged or we quit or we switch it up or we go a different direction. It's just like let's get these details. Let's lock these things in and really, really make sure that we're honed in and intentional about what we're doing. Desiree, final thoughts on that. Did it suck? Was it trash? Was it decent? Do you see a difference? Do you not? Do you understand what I'm saying about questions? Did you make it chicken? All the things.
Yes, I'm making the chicken. I'm
Okay.
so excited. I'm actually a really good cook, fun fact.
I believe.
But on another note, yeah, it was really good. Like, and it's like not hard, And like you said, it was 5 minutes. So imagine you're calling for 2, 3 hours out of your day. You can literally talk to like 40 agents. Like, and imagine, I'm just saying, like, imagine you have 2 to 3 agents that you build a really good relationship with, and they're just bringing you deals. You don't have to pay for marketing. You don't have to do none of these things. And if they can see that you performed on the first one, you had a CT or a TC, you were professional about it, they're gonna be like, dang, I can make money with this chick or with this dude. Let me actually keep just doing deals with them. And there's your business.
Exactly that. And it's these subtle changes that make a really, really big difference. I appreciate that, Desiree. And this is one of the things that I think is going to be interesting to see about direct to agent. I think this is why the people who do this at a high level, many of them do this because it just demonstrates how, if you do this right now, in order to succeed at this, there's a couple things you got to do. One, consistently communicate effectively. You can't get lazy. You can't go back to bad questions. So to your point, Virginia, you have to start what I just said that you said is not that different. You're right. But you know what else is right? It's going to be a difficult transition for you to go from 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock. Because why? It's a habit. Your brain is already entrenched in this. It's to switch it over to this. It's going to take work, and it's going to take me being annoying in your ear like a little mosquito, like Virginia, Virginia, right? But if you could endure that, next thing you know, your conversation starts sounding differently. You do that, and then you combine some good follow-up methods, put some automations in place that are following up for you, continuing to send a text message, continue. This is how next thing you know, you start acting like Kate. And now instead of doing outbound work, you're also getting inbound opportunities. You're getting messages, you're getting emails, you're getting texts, you're getting deals, you're getting things being sent to you. And that's when you start getting to the point where you're like, I did 4 deals last month and 3 of them were inbound from people that I called in December. This is where that starts. Make sense? You're muted.
How can I see if any of the ones that I have are actual deals or not?
We're going to go through that today. This is the plan. Before we do that, we're going to do something else. Very, very special. Speaking of automations, let's talk about how we can get these automations in place. Peggy, are you officially here, bro?
Am just ended
I
my
bet-
Zoom. partners. I'm here.
Did you bash Bish right about? Exactly. That's what I heard.
Yeah. Sorry, my mouth was full of shit. I need to enunciate, obviously.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Enunciation is key. Chris, you here with us, broski? Let's see if he's here.
Yepers.
There we go. What is going on, bro? How do you want people to address you? Like, introduce yourself formally. What's the best way for people to address you respectfully?
It's the POD. Plain and simple.
That's it. POD.
There's pods. It's right there.
There you go. Pods in the house. For those of you guys who don't know, dope dude, been in the industry for a while, been in the communities for a while. Mastermind in Arizona. Eddie reconnected me with him. For those of you guys who don't know, I have already launched a CRM for our community. It is nothing mind-blowing yet. It was really just our way of saying, okay, here's what we're going to do. Everybody out here has a CRM, but is the CRM serving you, or is it just another place for you to store leads and you're not maximizing it? I've been in sales for a long time, and CRMs can help you, or they can annoy the shit out of you and actually be counterproductive. It's very easy to do either. You just got to make sure that you're doing it the right way. So a while back, when I was trying to put all of this cool stuff together, I said, why don't I just create a CRM for the community? So one exists. If you guys do not have a CRM, I highly suggest you get one. Get one from anywhere. Ours is pretty cheap. It's in beta right now. If you're in my main community, the beta is $1 per month. Raking it in, y'all. If you're in my Closers Arena community, it's $29 a month. And if you're in none of my communities, it's a whopping $49 a month. When it gets out of beta, the price will go up, just to be clear, but it's not going to go up that much. I have no intention on making this like a $400 or $500 a month. I don't want to, I just don't, that's just not my goal. I think it is possible to have a really, really good set of organization because that makes a difference in your business. So why is Chris here? Well, if you guys remember, we were talking to Carlos earlier, and Carlos was saying, I'm doing all of these things, but now I hit a wall. I hit a bottleneck, and that bottleneck is me. Guys, you will all, if you start succeeding at this business, hit these bottlenecks. And usually these bottlenecks will surround one of a couple things. One is systems, two is people. That's it. Systems and people. Systems and people. You don't believe me? Ask any billionaire on the planet. Ask any millionaire on the planet. Ask any successful person on the planet. Almost all of them will tell you that their success is surrounding usually two or three things: sales, systems, and people. Anybody disagree with that? Listen to any billionaire. They're all going to tell you it's sales, systems, and people. That's what it comes down to. Obviously, if you're in one of these communities, this is what we're here to do, understand sales. This is why I'm so emphatic about this, because you can take this anywhere. But systems and people are a whole nother set of conversations. When I started this challenge, I talked about the fact that I want to make sure you guys are understanding the fact that you're not just focused on doing deals, but building a business. One should not compete with the other. And if you're intentional, you should be able to do both. You shouldn't have to say, I'm just going to focus on deals right now and build a business later. You shouldn't have to do that. Can you do that? Yes. Will you make money doing it like that? Maybe. But I don't think you have to. Do you have to do it like that to win? No. I think you can start from the very beginning, focusing on doing deals while simultaneously building a business. And I think if you do both, you're condensing your time and increasing the likelihood of success. One of the things that I want to show, since I'm rebuilding businesses, is all of the things that I'm going to do to build a business. One of those is going to be a CRM. Now, let's quickly discuss this. Do you need, I might get controversial right now, y'all. I might get controversial. Y'all ready? Let's get some group participation. Let me ask y'all a question. Do you need a CRM to be successful in real estate and do deals? I want to hear people's opinions on this. Let's go. I got one answer. I'm going to read the answers after. If you're on YouTube, you're welcome to throw your answers in this. Let's see. So we got hell no, 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 but it will be harder, no, no, but you need one to do a lot of deals, no, no, but you won't do it well, no in YouTube, all of these no's. Here's my answer. Do you need a CRM to be successful? My honest answer to this is it depends. That's it. It depends. Oh, but I was watching this podcast and they said that they made $1 million before they got a CRM and they were using it off of note cards, blah, 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 blah. That's fantastic. That is true and that's possible. But that was them. The reason I say it depends is because who you are will play a factor in how well you do at succeeding with or without certain tools. Period. Believe me or don't believe me, I don't care. I'm telling you a fact. That depends on who you. Oh yeah, but this person did it off of sticky notes and an old binder. Great, but I bet their personality type was extremely organized and capable of following up with that. If you don't share those same character traits, you're going to struggle. Now, immediately, the people who are doing it, it's my problem with personal development. People remove the personal. Most teachers and gurus and successful people tell you what worked for them and then think you're stupid or lazy if you can't do what they did. Not factoring in the fact that the only reason it worked for them is because their personality was tailored for that thing. If their personality was different, the things that they tried would have worked out differently. This is the nature of human existence. And anybody who doesn't want to accept this, in my opinion, is being naive, right? There are certain people who will go out here and they will go crazy and win, and they never need a CRM. And that's going to be the way that goes. And guess what? Once you get to a certain point where you have so many deals you can't keep up with, then you need a CRM. That is some people's stories, and that is 100% true. But I'm going to tell you something right now. There are some of you right now who haven't gotten your first deal simply because you're not organized. Because you don't have the same brain of the person that can manage things on a Google Doc or an Excel spreadsheet or on sticky notes. And so what happens is because you're so focused on trying to get a deal, you're calling all of these people. And by the end of the day, you didn't write the things down. You didn't take the appropriate notes because your brain doesn't work like that. And here you got all these gurus and these fast acting personality types that are like, oh, you're just being lazy. You're just being, oh, it's a stupid excuse. Shut up. Respectfully. Love y'all. Shut up. Literally, what did Albert Einstein say? If you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it's going to live its entire life thinking that it's stupid, thinking that it's a failure, thinking that it's incapable. Well, maybe that genius had a little bit of insight on topics like this. Maybe learn from him. Just because it worked for you doesn't mean it's going to work for everybody else. Not everybody's built like you. And if you want to learn what's holding you back, you're going to have to do the hard work at looking in yourself in the mirror and asking yourself, well, how am I built? Let me take a hard look at myself and ask myself, what is it about me that's giving me something to excel better than anybody else? What is it that's slowing me down? I'll give you an example. For me, my brain needs organization, right? I'm the type of dude that's going to have all of his drinks facing the right way. You go on my closet, all of my hangers face the right way. Right? It's a question mark. In my head, if the front of the shirt, the hanger's doing a question mark. This is a thing I have a process for. If you go into my closet and I see hangers facing it, I'm going to lose my mind. That makes no sense to me. I can't manage that. Right? Just how my brain works. Super OCD. Here's the other problem. I have a really hard time keeping up with keeping things that organized. Well, this is a weird dichotomy, is it not? My brain needs organization to function at scale. But the way my brain works, I really struggle keeping things organized on a day-to-day basis. Why? Because I got too much going on, because I'm busy, I'm doing a bunch of stuff. I don't have time to stop and do this. I don't have time to stop and do that. All of the different things that happen that stop me from doing the thing. Some people say, yes, 100%. 100%. The colors have to be, yes. Type 2. If you see a t-shirt in the middle of two sweaters, I'm going to lose I can't. It doesn't make any sense. Why is there a t-shirt hidden? Why am I going to go and look in the sweaters for a freaking t-shirt? Why ain't the t-shirts with the t-shirts? Like, help me understand. But here's the thing. With the closet, I do a decent job. I like if I'm happen to be hanging stuff up, it's always going to be hung the question mark way. I don't unfortunately put everything in the fridge facing the right way because half the time I'm putting something in the fridge, I'm on a Zoom and I had to run to the fridge real quick and toss it in there and then run back. Unfortunately, I didn't have the opportunity. So what's my point? Guys, there is a difference between the things that you would prefer to happen and the way that you operate sometimes. And if you don't understand the difference between those two, you're going to spend a lot of time and a lot of years struggling, not understanding why you're winning. So let's go back to the stupid CRM conversation. Guys, yes, you can make a lot of money never using a CRM. But I would argue if you don't have the personality type that moves really, really fast and is heavily driven and focused, and I'm going to get a deal no matter what, that's not going to work for you. Because guess what? If that's not your personality type, you're going to make all of the time to make these phone calls. But then guess what? Because your brain is so focused on what am I going to say, or your nerves, or whatever the case may be, you didn't also take down the notes because that's not how your brain worked. And at the end of the day, you missed opportunities. For me, when I worked in sales roles, I have always been, I would say fairly, and I'm trying to be humble, right? Because I don't want to just overflex. I would say I've always been the top or one of the top salespeople on any floor that I've ever worked on. I don't think I've ever not been that, right? Now, there's probably been some scenarios in my journey where I wasn't, and that's fine, right? I'm not saying I've always been the best of the best. That's just probably not true. But I've always been one of the top. I've had lots of jobs where I'm supposed to have a CRM. Let me tell you something right now. A couple things I was never great at. One, organizing a CRM, right? You put me on the phone with somebody, if there's a deal, I'm gonna close it. That's just always been the way I was. But you know what I'm never gonna do? I'm never gonna take notes about that call. It's just not my skill set. It has been something that I struggled with, right? But here's the other problem. I also struggled with follow-up. I have all these deals and I'm like, man, I wish I had more people to call. Wasn't there this person? Wasn't there that person? And so what happened? Unfortunately, because I didn't have a way to actually go and look at all the opportunities, I didn't know where I needed to follow up. And so on the days where I didn't have anybody new to call, what I had was probably 15 or 20 follow-ups that I could have done and made more money. But because I wasn't organized, even though my mind needed organization to fill in that gap where I'm like, what am I supposed to do next? But because I wasn't organized enough to keep things organized, I didn't have that. What would have solved that problem? A system that organized it for me so that I didn't have to think about that. I didn't have to go and write everything down and keep track of pieces of paper. Like I got piles of paper and those things are going to get lost, right? And so I say all that. I would fail at my follow-ups without my CRM. Here's why I'm saying all this, guys. I just want to dispel myths. So here's the simple summary to this whole thing. Know yourself. It is possible to make a lot of money without a CRM. But I would argue that some of you guys are struggling because you don't have one, because you don't have the brain or the personality type of the type of person who doesn't need that organization. Maybe you need organization or structure. Here's the cool thing. Whether it's today because your brain needs the structure to keep your life on track, or it's 6 months from now because you have so many opportunities, you're going to lose money if you're not organized. At some point in your business, you are going to need to be organized. You are going to need a system or a set of processes that is going to allow you to follow up with your stuff as efficiently as possible. This is where CRMs become extremely effective. Now, guys, I'm not hard pitching you on my CRM. I really don't care. Go use somebody else's. There are plenty of people who sell the exact same CRM that I have for $200 a month. Go pay them. I really don't care. And they're going to charge you like a $2,000 sign-up fee or a $500 sign. Go crazy. I don't really care, right? I'm sure there's some that are going to do it for cheaper. And guess what? There's going to be 5 different platforms and there's a bunch of different names and there's all these different setups. Choose whatever you want. Here's what we have. We have a very inexpensive system that I have built. Once it gets out of beta, it'll go up in price slightly, but it'll also still be fairly inexpensive. That's my plan. And we'll offer a bunch of different plans and features. But what's my goal? Whether you need one today or whether you need one down the road, I want to position people to have everything they possibly need to succeed. The fortune's in the follow-up. So we were talking about Virginia. How does she win when she's having these conversations? Virginia's going to need to be able to remember to follow up with these people. Setting up automations to be able to make those follow-ups done on there without you. It's going to make things really, really easy. This is what we're going to talk about. So I decided to launch this CRM, but I don't know what I'm doing with that stuff because I do not have the time to build out those things. But this is the amazing thing about getting connected with a community, because what you do is you find people who are good at those things, right? They're good at the things that you're not good at. And from everything that I've heard up to this point, one of the best in the game is our homie Pod chilling with us here live in the Zoom. Just so you guys know, this guy's been around for a long time. A lot of the CRMs that you know out there, he's played a part in building. And I was really fortunate for Eddie to reconnect us so that way we could chat about this. He's putting together some really, really cool stuff for us. I'm really excited about it. Not only is he building out the systems for us on the back end, which we're going to let him talk about, he's going to be putting some training videos together in there. We're going to have different types of automations depending on your business model. We're going to have some really, really fairly priced fees that we can put for if you guys want to get set up for different things. We can talk about that as well. And then there's also some extra stuff. If you guys really want to go above and beyond, you can hire him directly. Even if you guys are not in one of my communities and you don't buy my CRM, if you have another Go High Level CRM and you just want to get some extra stuff and you want some tweaks done under the hood, please hit this guy up. This guy knows what he's doing better than most. That being said, Pop, what's going on, bro? Welcome to the fam. I had to do that monologue, but I appreciate you coming and hanging out with us, homie.
No, man, you're good. You're good. Definitely do appreciate it, man. But yeah, dude, we jumped on a call there, and it wasn't just cut and dry and simple. It was like, hey, I need this, I need that. Like, I held you up there, and you were just like, man, like, come on, like, is this it? Is this gonna end? But again, what did I explain to you? Like, you have to know what you want, what you need in your business, what your processes are. And I'm going to I'm going to call out Luke on this too, because him and I just talked today, and he had asked me about the agent side, the direct to agent, and I just went through and I just kind of blew his mind on the whole process of how I look at putting that stuff together. Now, mind you, I've met people that spent $15,000 on Podio back in the day, and when I did that, I did it on a free side, and they still came around to me. My free setup on Podio was better than their 15 grand that they actually spent for all the stuff that they didn't even know what happened. So, number one,
this
though,
is the thing. Go ahead.
Number one, though, Daniel, I will tell you this. Today, you need to make up your mind whether or not you're going to use a CRM or not, because it is a learning process. 99% of the time when people need a CRM is today, and they don't know how to use it today. So that's why I say you have to understand what you're going to be doing. If you want to get in one, you're going to have to know that you're going to be building it up and be moving and growing with it. You're not just going to jump in and know everything that's going on with it. So yes, I do say you need to learn how to use one today.
Yeah. So let's talk about what that means, right, guys? Either have a way to organize your stuff or not. That's a personal choice. I'll let you guys decide what you want. I simply gave my previous perspective is because I just want you guys to be intentional about your decision. Don't just be like, oh, well, I'd rather not use it. You guys might be trying to save $40 a month, and costing yourself tens of thousands of dollars. Stop trying to just shortcut things, right? If you are not an organized person, be honest with yourself and get organized and make sure you can do it. If you have the type of brain that can just do it on a piece of paper and you're going to keep track of it and you're going to follow up and you're going to get your little manila envelope and you're going to have them all organized, dude, just do that. Go crazy. Save the money. Paper works. You know what I mean? But if that's not you, you need a resource that helps you get it done. This is where CRMs come in handy. The interesting part about these CRMs and the things that Pod's working for us is it's the automations. It's the work that it does without you. So, Pod, let's talk a little bit about what you've put together, what we're going to put together in the system that we have here, so people can have an idea. If they are in my CRM, they'll know exactly how it's going to work. But even if they're not, they can at least cut and paste and kind of at least get an idea of how this works.
Yeah. So, number one with that too, you also have to know your processes, because everyone comes to me and says, hey, I need workflows. I need some automations. Great. I can do that. I can do what most people do, go to Fiverr, spend a couple $100 and get a bunch of workflows and automations and stuff. And guess what? Not know what happens, what they do, or anything, how they work. You have to understand that. So just like we talk to our sellers, hey, what is that? How is that going to work out for you? Why do you need that? Back and forth, right? I do that with all my clients themselves, because they come to me and go, hey, I need, an email automation. Okay, great. Yes, I can do that. What do you want it to do? How do you want it to work? What is your process? Because otherwise I can say, hey, just take it and put it in here and like it'll go out. But what do you need afterwards? And that's where having that process makes it easier for me, because I can go through and build it out to your desired spec. Now, here's the funny thing. This is, I like to call it the fast food thing. Is Daniel He's selling, or he's, we're all buying real estate, but he's like McDonald's. I'm like Burger King. We got different clientele. We got different tastes. We got different values, different processes. They go through the same thing. But, Burger King uses like fresh lettuce and fresh tomatoes, fresh onions, as to where McDonald's uses a more systematic, just to push the food out, kind of more of a bland taste. So now, as a consumer, where do you go? You pick and choose, like whether it be McDonald's or Burger King. Point is that we're all doing the same thing, but we're all doing it differently. And you have to be able to go through and figure that out.
So what I
can't
took away
I
from
can
that
never
is
just sit
that
there and just,
I'm
huh?
bland. That was my takeaway from that analogy. Is that DQ's bland. So sorry guys, I'm stepping up my flavor. I got you. I don't know what Rubio's is, but I appreciate your endorsement. Now you're 100% correct. So this is one thing that I'm going to say, guys. When we're talking about all of the stuff that we're doing here with this CRM, one thing that, for example, Pod gave us some snapshots from kind of things that he has in existing clients. I'm going to switch some of those things up. Why? Because the way their pipelines are set up for the way they do business. And respectfully, I think a lot of that stuff is silly. It's unnecessary. So I want to create the pipelines in a fashion that I think is most efficient for what we do here. And I think your pipeline, if you're talking to sellers, is going to be different than your pipeline if you're talking to agents. And it should be. You know what I mean? And I noticed that in one of these things that he had one that said, letter of intent on a direct to seller. Like there is a less than 1% reason you should ever send a letter of intent to a seller. But guess what? There are lots of people out here in real estate doing exactly that. Because what happens, and this is to Pod's point, what happens is people are out here doing business the way they heard the other person do business. Well, where did that person learn it? But the way they heard somebody else do it. And then so what happens is we just get this recycled revelation on how we do business. But nobody knows why they started doing it like that in the first place. So nobody's stopping to ask, is this the most efficient way to do it? So the cool thing about this is I'm going to do my best to design this CRM, not only around a way that has all of the cool tech features, but that is built surrounding the mindset of a person who is focused on closing deals, which to Pod's point, which is one thing I love about him, it removes all the extra fluff. You don't need all this extra stuff in there, guys. So if you don't need it, we're going to remove it because you don't need all the extra things to distract you. You need what's going to be most efficient at helping you close deals. And we're going to tweak that and tailor that as we go. Here's the thing. On our side, we're going to build that out. So for anybody who's using, at least for the ones that are using our CRM, they'll be able to have a good template that's built, in my opinion, to help them win as fast as possible and win at scale because it's built with a closer's mindset in mind, along with all of the resources that a tech person can build. So it's a hybrid. Most CRMs that you guys are using are built by integrators who think like integrators. And that's the problem. You don't need to use a software that forces you to have to think like an integrator. You need a software that allows you to think like a closer, whether that's a CRM or anything else. That's always been one of my frustrations with technology in the real estate industry is that it's not built for the people that are supposed to be using it. It's built for the people who are building it. And there's a disconnect there, in my opinion. We're going to do our best to fix that here. But here's the thing. Let's say you're using a different CRM or you're using mine and you're like, DQ, I appreciate you. I appreciate you built that out, but I really want X and Y. Well, that's where Pod comes into play because he can do whatever the hell you want. Right? So we're going to give you a good foundation to build from. We're going to give you something to work on. If you want to add bells and whistles, you want to soup that thing up, you want to put a turbocharger on it, go crazy, right? We can add all the things. But I want to give you guys, for as efficient as possible, everything you need to win, and then you can add on top of that. I'll give you a couple of examples of what you can add. For example, you can add all kinds of different automations, which we're going to include, but you can also add like a website with AI that communicates with your sellers on the website and has conversations and tees them up effectively for you. We're going to talk about the automations for the sellers or for the agents when it comes to text and follow-up, A2P stuff, all of those different things. We're going to get all that stuff set up. So show us a little bit, bro. If you feel free to share your screen, show us a little bit of the CRM. What we have now, we can show them some of the things that we're going to be working on, all the stuff.
Absolutely. Let's do it. So, and this is where, like he was talking about, like you have to, like I have to know what you guys want because there's so much I can do in here. And a little bit about me. I built this thing out for teams of 1 to 30 people with different divisions and departments in there. So Yeah, so like within here, your dashboard is going to be all customizable. You can put anything and everything that you want in here. There's actually even more that you can actually do to keep in track of your KPIs more. So you're going to be able to go through here and adjust that and make whatever it is that you want in here. Like how many calls did you make? How many hang-ups, how many this, how many that. So we're going to be able to go through and do a lot of that stuff. Within here, right now, this is just kind of the first round setup in here is, because I went with DQ through this is set up on such a very, very small, minute, basic level because he wanted a little bit more. I go, but then when you do, then they still have to know how to use it. Now, when I come in to start making, these automations and my process behind that is I don't want anybody to have to go through and do things like this. Come down here, have to pick and choose, add a tag to do whatever, and then have to figure out what automation to put it into, or anything like that, or go through here and have to add it to a pipeline. I don't want anyone to have to do that. My philosophy on it is simple. Simple. Like I do a lot with buttons. I make buttons, and based upon that, things happen. So in this case here, if we said that this was a lead, let's say it was a realtor lead. In this case, I would sit here and say realtor and tag it as that. Then I don't tag it. I don't do anything. That's the only thing I do is I change this. Comes down here, and then it will add that tag, and then it will add it to that pipeline, whether it be the one pipeline or multiple different pipelines, like realtor pipeline, JV leads, whatever pipeline you want, we can make it go there. So in turn, I don't want anyone to have to go through and do anything like this. Like this is the long way. This is how things are going to get messed up. And again, this is how and why you have to know your system.
All right,
This
so
is why I
let's
say
talk through
you
this,
learn
guys.
you get it now to learn it.
Let's go through some of the
Yes.
fundamentals, Pod, right? Let's talk about from the
Yes.
beginning. Let's go to the dashboard. Now, we're going to tweak this up for everybody. Guys, this is a beta. So anybody who joins this CRM, it's getting worked on. So we're going to remove a lot of these dashboard features and focus on the ones that are most important. Let's talk about the biggest one. Let's talk about, go up a little bit where you're talking about like the progress was the funnel. How can we build that out, whether it's funnel or tasks, so that when somebody comes in here, because I'm going to tell you this is what we need as a closer. Here's what a closer needs. Here's what a person who's doing business needs. They need to log into the CRM and they need to say, okay, here is all of the stuff I have to do today. This is all of the stuff that that is like today's stuff. I got to get this done. This is all of the stuff that's upcoming that I need to get done within the next couple of days so I can be prepared. Oh crap, these are the 3 things I missed. This is the person that I forgot to follow up with. These are the 2 people I haven't responded to. Like, what's the best way to build it out so when I log in at a glance, I don't have to click anything. At a glance, I can see all of the stuff I got to do first in my day. So I'm starting my day off with momentum.
First off, we'll put tasks right up here. So
Okay.
as soon as you log in, you're going to have your tasks right here. Okay. Number one, everything should be having a task, and everything, any and every lead should be in an automation. Okay. And what I mean by in an automation is I don't care if it's, call them 6 months from now. It needs to be in something. Otherwise, it's a dead lead. It's just sitting there in your system doing nothing. But essentially, when you come in, first off, you should be seeing your tasks, and a single or a team. You come in and you can select who you're going to use. Obviously, there's no users in the system, so you can come in here and select just you or everybody. See pending tasks or all tasks or completed tasks, so you can see where you are.
Wait, so hold on. Let's walk through the Chris. I'm going to walk through this a little bit.
Yep.
So guys, so we're clear. If you're a solopreneur, you out here, you handling your business. You worried about you. You worried about getting your stuff done. You need to show up and you see you. What does Luke have to do? What does Desiree have to do other than make those tacos? Bro, you shady for not sending me something. And you got the little ramekin out. Unnecessary. I wish you guys could see the tacos that Desiree just made. here in the Zoom. So you need to focus on, all right, Desiree's worried about Desiree. Luke's worried about Luke. How do I show up and just find the stuff that works for me? However, some of you guys also have a team. Some of you guys have people that are working for people, right? So now when you log in, I'm not worried about how many calls I made today because I didn't make any calls today. I'm also not going to make any calls tomorrow. It's not what I do. But I got 4 people on my team that make calls. I got 2 people on my team that make calls. So when I log in, I need to be able to see it at an advance. What's Al doing? What's Desiree doing? What's Luke doing? Yo, wait, hold on. Luke did 58 conversations yesterday, 125 calls. Desiree did 13. What's going on? What's going on with that? How do I do that? So my guess is what you're seeing here is with these tasks, things like that, that's how you're able to, at a glance, monitor what you or your team are or are not doing. Yes?
Yes. And
Okay.
so what's cool about it is that they're color coded too, red and green. Green is upcoming. Yellow is upcoming. Green is actually due. Red is actually past due. So you can actually come in here, check off and see what you have to do, what you have coming up. So you can see past, present, and future in your task of things that you have to do. And again, this is where you have to get to understand your process, because I explain to people, number one, when you log in, come in here, look at your tasks. Always look at your tasks. You gotta know what's going on and see what's going on for that day or the future. Is there anything that you can take care of today that's due tomorrow? Okay. Secondly,
And you're gonna help us set this all up, right? So that way when we come
Yep.
in, it'll okay. So they'll be set up for
Yep.
us. We'll know.
There'll be training videos of like, great, you come in, this is, your dashboard's all filled up. You got all these tasks on here. How do you go through, clean them up, clean them out, and take care of them? Well, plain and simple, that's going to be in here. That's going to be in the training videos as well. A walkthrough process of basically how to do this from start to finish. So number one is going to be your task. The rest of everything else on here is just stuff. You got your funnel here. This is where you can see like how many leads or wherever they are in their system, right? Or in your system, and what stages. Now, it's good to a point, but that's just kind of gives you a broad overview of your, analytics and stuff, your KPIs. Okay, so that's nothing that I'd be really too terribly worried about. But it is something that you want to keep an eye on. Stage distribution.
I'm gonna tell you guys, you should be worried about that from a sales standpoint. I'm gonna tell you should be worried about that, and I'm gonna tell you why. Now, this is where I love that you said that, Pod, because this is where, guys, I don't care where you're getting your CRMs from. I don't care. Don't buy my CRM. I genuinely don't care, right? But if your CRM is built by a developer and not a closer, they are emphasizing things that are important technologically, not from a sales standpoint. This is my opinion as a guy who's run many, many sales teams in many industries. If you're coming into this thing at a glance, I can look at your current funnel and I'm going to tell you how much money you're in a position to make without listening to one call. Because looking at your funnel tells me what your pipeline's like. And I can tell you, this is the interesting thing, Pod. And again, I don't know if people have talked about this in different things. When I look at a CRM, I can look right now. If somebody's was in here, we're in somebody's not gonna be like, I can tell you how many deals you're closing this month. I can tell you just by a glance. I can tell you how many deals you're closing this month. I can tell me how many you're gonna close next month by glancing at it. Why? Because pipelines are pipelines, and your pipeline will tell you what your business is going to be like. It's a crystal ball into the future of your business. And the fact that as many people in this industry don't know how to read that is part of the reason people are so busy focusing on deals and they're not building a business, because they don't understand basic principles about that, because they're so focused on getting the deal. They have not set themselves up for real success. And sometimes that real success can come from getting in a room and hearing it. That's a huge part of it. But also it needs to be in your face every day. Why do people win when the motivational dude or chick says, hey, post your goals or your affirmations on a mirror every day? Why? Because it needs to be in your face to remind you this is what this needs to be. It needs to be in your face. And you need to get a little bit of anxiety if you get in here and that new lead in is at 1 or 2 or 3. And then you got 10 leads under negotiations. And then you got 1 lead under contract. I'm already telling you what your problem is right now, right? We're going to fix all of those things because I need you guys to understand what a good pipeline looks like. So you know when you show up to work every day, okay, I'm feeling good. This is good. Here's where I need to focus. Or, I'm glad I got 3 properties under contract, but I ain't got shit in my pipeline, which means that next month is going to suck.
Yep.
And if it's not next month, it's going to be the month after.
Yep. And so here's what's cool too. Along with that, like what he's talking about, I teach everyone to have a numerical value, have a minimum numerical value on your leads in your system, because the leads that are in your pipeline are the only ones that count. That's where the monetary value comes in. So of course everyone's in different markets. So pick an ideal number that would be like your bare minimum to even make anything on. Let's just say $5,000. Make it so that every lead that's in your pipeline is $5,000, and you'll see that numerical value over here, and you'll be looking at that every day and be like, wow, there's like over $1 million in potential here. And that's just in your pipelines. So I do highly
That's a
recommend
great
having
idea,
a
dude.
numerical
That's a
value.
great idea because even if you put it at 5, almost all your deals should make you more than $5,000. So even if
Exactly.
it's just at $5,000, then yeah, that's a fantastic idea because it puts a numerical value. You can say, man, I got $60,000. I got $150,000 sitting here. I just got to make the calls. What the hell am I doing?
Yeah, and you're looking at that as a potential. Like,
Yep.
man, I got over 150 grand just sitting there, and that's just leads in your pipeline. Like that's leads that you've actually, seen and dealt with, right? That you've made calls on or something.
Is there a
So
way
like
for us
that's
to
active.
default numerical values as an automation, or will they have to manually put that? Out of curiosity.
You can put in not as a default, but I mean we could set it up as a default in here.
Can we do it?
Once we push it out, we can set it as a default in there. And that's why I generally ask like where people are, because like people in California are going to be making a different profit than what somebody would in the middle of Kansas.
Guys, who would be mad if we put a minimum default of like $5,000 in here, and then you can go and share it, go and switch it to whatever is relevant for your market. But I want to put something in here for you guys so that way you see money associated with the time that you're wasting. Yeah, 100. Let's do it, bro. Let's put it 5K, and then if people want to adjust it, we can show them how to adjust it. We can figure that out. But I think that minimum is a huge motivator, so you guys can see what's waiting for you if you do your work.
Yeah, it's again, I've seen so many people fail at just at utilizing their system, and they just get out and because they can't drive their CRM, their system, and that's just the main thing that that's your leads. That's like that's telling you what you got to do, right? And so yeah, like we got to have that going on here, so you can come in here first off, boom, see that.
I love this, dude. So let me ask you this: with this information, somebody's coming in here. Let's go to now, guys. We're gonna switch this. We talked about this yesterday, Pod and I. Let's go to the automations, or let's go to the pipeline for acquisitions. Okay, so we're gonna switch this, guys. Is there a way for you to see the one that I created before this snapshot? Because I had one in here.
That I didn't create it in this account.
Can you try it?
I can pull that up really quick.
Yeah, if you can see, maybe it's under the main
The closers
account?
one.
No. The agency account. It may be under the agency account. I'm not sure. Double check. It
Yeah.
might be under the closers too. Double check it. And here's what I want to do.
I got a couple names in here, and then TC My Deal and the Closers Collective.
Try TC My Deal, because we were testing TC My Deal. Guys, so if you saw, he had some pipelines in there. There was like intro, there was a follow-up, there was a
This
letter.
is how the direct to seller pipeline.
That's
only.
You see that in there? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's the one I want to see.
Okay.
Let's share that one. So this is the way I want to switch this up in Pod for you. We can figure out what automations need to be adjusted for this.
Yes.
Because this, in my opinion, guys, this is a very, very efficient way to manage your pipeline. If you got letter of intent and all these other things in there, I think you're wasting your time putting things in empty spaces. or you're skipping spaces. Anything in here has to serve a purpose, because if it doesn't serve a purpose, you're going to get distracted and you're not going to use the system. Systems need to serve you. And the second they stop, you stop using them. It's like a relationship. And the second you stop feeling fulfilled, you stop contributing. And that's not a good place to be. It's a very bad place to be, actually. And so when you're dealing with systems, you want to make sure you put this in place. Pod, from your perspective. So guys, I'm going to walk through what we have in here. So I got new lead. Somebody called in, no answer. Well, then they're in no answer follow-up. So technically, you know that they're not a new lead, but you also haven't spoken with them. Very simple. Or they're in contact with them, and if you talk to them, it's one of a couple things. They're in contact, hot follow-up, like this should be a deal this week. In my head, if it's hot follow-up, it should be a deal within the next couple of days, 2 weeks max. Very, very rare exceptions. If it's in regular follow-up, I know that this may be getting a follow-up campaign. I may be getting emails. I maybe get permission to send text messages. Long-term follow-up is a different situation, right? If it's not in one of those categories, where are you? Well, then you're over there in underwriting, right? Because I'm underwriting the deal. I already know where I need to go with this person. I'm in a position to make an offer on this deal, so I'm underwriting the deal. Now, if you are underwriting on the phone, then you may never use this category. Because if you underwrite all of your deals on the call and make an offer same call, then this may not be a necessary category for you. This will change depending on your model, depending on the way you run your business. Most people, to my knowledge now, are underwriting after the conversation. So they're saying, let me run my numbers, let me follow up with you, whether it's direct to agent, direct to seller, that's what they're doing. So I know that if I get a new lead in and they're not in one of these follow-up stages, they're in underwriting 9 times out of 10. Okay, well, if they're in underwriting and I get all the information, but I know I'm not ready to make an offer, what do I do with them? Well, because I need more information. So it's very simple. And then it's under offer made, which is where you need to be. And hopefully that offer made is waiting an answer, or you already got that contract. If you did the offer well and you were able to close, then you should be over there under contract, right? Under some rare exceptions, they're going to say, let me think about it. I'll get back to you. And then you're going to keep it under offer made. Under some circumstances, you just didn't close it. They're like, yeah. And then you need to put them in renegotiate. And then you're going to treat that follow-up differently. We can do trainings surround this. Other than that, it's under contract, sent to TC. Bot can put together real cool automations that this can get sent to a TC or a different pipeline, right? We have like all of these different things that we can set you. You can set it to a TC that's got a CRM here. Or it's an active dispo. You're actively dispoing it. Buyer MD submitted, closed and funded. Now you can track your wins through the year. Your opinion, Pod, do you understand the logic behind the way these pipelines are set versus some of the other ones that maybe other people use?
Yes. And again, this is where it comes down to everyone's process. How they look at it, because again, I've done this for people and I've set up a big ass template and it just all went to shit because everybody had their own thing. And it was like, okay, fine. But if you have something basic that you can, work off of, is great for your first time, for starting out. Yes, to have that, because most people don't. They go in and go, hey, I need a CRM and I need something. And they don't know what they need. So they go, let me do this, let me do that. And then they just wind up screwing it up because they don't know. At least this is here for you, already set.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. Okay, so here's my question. Does anybody, before we transition from here, does anybody have any questions or comments on this? Guys, this is an important part to talk about this, because I promise you, once you're doing deals, once you get past the I need a deal phase and you're actually building a business, this will become an important part of the way you run your day. Or it'll become an important part of the fact that you're losing deals and you don't know why. It's because you haven't actually started running your day effectively. Al, you had a question, bro?
Yeah, I have like 20 questions.
Okay, run through a couple of them, bro.
No, it's too much. No, but here's the thing, like, just like I texted you, like I'm using Go High Level and I have we're like 4 people on the CRM and we have like many leads coming in every day, and this it gets messy, right? And every day I'm trying to optimize it. So definitely intrigued by this demo. I know I had 20 questions, but I do want to, like, I only want to ask one. So with the pipelines, with the opportunities, so I'm not using that feature because I didn't know if you can automate it. So here's my, like, because this looks super simple, super cool. Like if I can just like, if I can just like drag one from one stage to another and I'm done, maybe like set a follow-up date, whatever, then that's super cool. But I couldn't find, like, I didn't know if you could, the leads that you do already have, if you have to add them to like these pipelines manually, or that could happen automatically. And like everything you have is already going to be here.
Yes. That's all I gotta say is yes.
Boom. So Al, I know you're using a different CRM right now. You're also signed up for our CRM. You and I are JVing a lot, so obviously it makes sense for us to have these in here. The simple answer, what he's saying, and this is what we need to build this out for. This is why I wanted to take the time to do this, guys. This is why I wanted to bring a closer's perspective to tie along with a really, 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 really good back end person. Because when you combine those two things together, oh my God, you can make a shit ton of money because you're doing things the right way. And one of the things I loved about Pod, the first time he said it, is he was very clear, and he and I agreed on something that I've talked. You guys don't know this. Before I decided to go high level, I had talked to multiple developers, Russian developers, people across the country. I talked to developers. I probably used 25 different CRMs, and I was going to build out my own CRM. This is how passionate I am about this. I don't talk about it a lot because it's not a primary focus, but I'm very passionate about this because I know how much this can make or break what you're trying to accomplish in business. It's a fact. One of the things that I loved about Pod is Pod was not just enthusiastic about all the things you could do technologically. He was intentional about when you don't need it. And I love that because so many tech people think so techy that it's just like, okay, great, fantastic, dude. You got all of these bells and whistles, and you can go 300 miles an hour. But dude, you literally drive one block. You're 80 years old. All you do is go to the grocery store. You don't need to go 300 miles an hour. Plus, all the buttons are just going to confuse you, and you're never going to want to drive the car. You're never going to go to the store because you have things you don't need. And this is how he and I agreed on this. So the simple answer is, Al, we can set all this stuff up, and that's going to be the focus. This is what I love about us and collabing with Pod, is because I'm telling you guys right now that it is my personal opinion that we are going to destroy so many platforms out there, not because I'm trying to compete with them, but simply because I am looking at it from perspectives that nobody else is considering. So yeah, we'll get this all set up, and it'll work as flawlessly as it possibly can. And the cool thing is Pod's working with us, so he can always make any tweaks.
Yeah. If it helps, like I'm living these issues like every day. I don't know.
So Al, let me ask you this really quick.
Sure.
Number one, any lead that comes in, is it being assigned automatically
to an acquisition person?
When a lead comes in, whether it be a form or a list or anything like that, is it being assigned automatically to anybody?
We did have it. So initially we had it assigned to so we have person users and we had like state users. So Eddie is a user, but Florida was another user. And why is that? That was basically just to make sure that the initial text coming out to that seller comes out from like a local phone number, which isn't a huge deal, but that was the intent. But then, like, and this is another issue I have with this.
Yeah, dude. Like, okay, I already see where it's going. That you're getting lost in that.
Yeah.
Very simply,
so
yes. Like
phone.
the leads will come in. They'll be assigned to the person for Florida, Arizona, South Carolina, utilizing those numbers and everything. And it comes in, and so that way, whoever's managing that campaign, that state, whatever, it has that number, so it's coming out as a local and everything, and it's already being assigned.
Yeah, and
that's people don't do that.
And that's a really big problem. Like the phone numbers in general is a really big problem because first you have callbacks, you have the text automations, like which number are they coming out of? And honestly, we like on my CRM, I don't have a good solution to that. It's just, kind of on the acquisition people to call from the right number, and it's not really automated.
Yeah, see, and I can already see a lot of issues there.
I'm not saying that it doesn't work, but it still is a problem.
Right. All right. So yeah, I can definitely see some issues in there. Like I can already hear right now like what's going on. So
Yeah.
like we'll be doing trainings on like that kind of stuff on like how to set this up, how to make sure that kind of stuff is set up and ready for play. So
That's
we
awesome.
got you.
Yeah, some like best practices.
You're muted, Dan.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. Yeah, and also Al, you didn't ask me about this. I don't know why you didn't ask me. There's a lot of different philosophies on the way to manage leads that maximize ROI, right? So there's different ways you can do it. There's round robin. I tested on my team for a while where everybody got the exact same leads. Whole team was competing against themselves, right? So if I had 3 people on the team and a new lead came in, 3 people on the team were calling that lead exact same day. And we managed that differently. There are sales psychologies around all of it. And we can talk about that because, again, it's not just a tech thing. It's not just a management thing. It's also a sales thing and all the nuances that goes into that. And when you start to look at it from that perspective, you start seeing your KPIs start getting impacted. Here's the thing that I love. The great majority of this, as long as Go High Level can manage it. Why did I stop on Go High Level versus all the other options? One, because doing anything else takes years and tens of thousands of dollars at least. 2, everybody's familiar with Go High Level. If my goal is to make it simple, why not use something that is already familiar in the space, right? Thank God people got away from freaking Podio and people are getting over to Go High Level, right? Go High Level is not perfect, but in my opinion, it is leaps and bounds beyond Podio.
Yes.
I don't even understand how people still functionally use that stupid thing. That's just my personal bias. But
that's why I got away from it too, because like anytime like when you connected something to it, anytime somebody changed up the color scheme, even it just threw off the whole connection, and it was just like no.
it's so
So I
horrible.
that's why I jumped off it.
It's so bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so that being said, guys, this is what we're going to be talking about. These are the things that we're going to go into, and we're going to build this out. Again, Go High Level does a lot. Cool thing about Pod is if Go High Level can do it, there's like a pretty guaranteed positive chance, right? A 90+% chance Pod can do it or can figure it out, right?
Yeah.
So this is a cool part of it. All right, Luke, what you got, dog?
Yeah, so my question is, I'm a little confused. So are you building out a snapshot that's going to be like the default closer collective snapshot at like progressively, but then we can also make adjustments on our personal closer collective Go Ahead level?
Correct, right? So there's going to be a couple of ways. Go ahead.
Yeah. So how does, if I'm talking to a pod and I'm like, hey, I want it this way, does the default snapshot override it, or like what gets updated automatically on my end? How does that work? Do I need to
So
like
I'll give you my answer, then I'll let Pod give his answer. Because he's smarter than me about this stuff. So here's my answer. Originally with these snapshots, any automations that get put into my account, they're in my account, right? I can choose if I want to push them out to everybody else or not, right? So as I go, I can say, hey, here's all of the different things that we have, boom, that's out. And then that's it, I can stop. Or every time we do updates, I can do updates. And then individually, you guys can say, I don't want those overrides. I want to build it out my own way. Here's my question, Pod. How would I know? Let's say I'm releasing special updates, but Luke is like, no, DQ is bald, and I don't want to do it his way because I don't like bald CRMs. I want hairy CRMs. And so he
He's
doesn't
playing like McDonald's.
That's it. He doesn't like McDonald's. He doesn't like bland food. Apparently, I now represent bland food. So crazy. So let's say he doesn't like my style. He doesn't like the approach, or maybe he's building a business model that doesn't match what I'm doing, which is going to happen, right? People are going to have different models. My default, let's say my goal is to just send the updates to everybody in there. How does one block updates so that what they built doesn't get overridden? How do we manage that? That's an interesting thing that I'm curious about.
Okay. So it'll kind of work in two ways. One, once you get your account, it will be loaded with that snapshot. So there won't be any changes to that unless it is actually requested. Now, if there's a cool new automation or feature that we're releasing, that there is going to be separate on its own, like another automation, like another pipeline, that's going to be something of its own. You would not, if you wanted to use it, you don't have to, or you can. That there would be your choice. The other thing is that once that snapshot's already out there, if we were to say go through and redo up the pipelines that are already in there that we've already pushed out, and we send that back out with that update, then it would actually screw you guys up so much more. So we won't be doing that. Anything new that comes out will be added by itself. So if you've already gone through and changed up your pipelines, then you will be keeping your pipelines. We're not updating that whole system. Now, if for whatever reason you royally messed it up and you're just like, hey, can I get a complete reset? Like, we can do that and completely reset it, and it'll go back to the way that it originally was. Yes, that we can do.
What happens if I do a bunch of crazy updates outside of the initial push and people want it? Well, they just have to ask me personally so that it overrides what they're doing?
Well, it depends. That's why you want to push out just that feature. So like, let's just say an automated cash offer workflow, right?
Okay.
Let's just say that we're going to do that. That there then would be, we would push that out only. Whatever other changes that we made to the pipeline or anything, we wouldn't do anything like that. It would only be anything new that would not affect anything that somebody else has already changed.
What if I do want to push out a change in the pipeline because I think it's an update?
Then they would have to actually request that.
Okay.
Because if you do make that change without them knowing,
it's going to mess up what they
then
have.
it could screw up everything in their pipeline.
So then maybe what we do is anytime we do updates like that, maybe we do a live or a Loom. Here's all the updates that we made. If you guys want these updates, respond and we'll send it to you. If you don't respond, we won't send it to you because they may like their current updates better than ours. And then that way they can kind of, okay, perfect. Does that make sense, Luke? Does that answer the at least for that part? Because I was actually curious about that too.
Yeah, because that changes everything because it allows us kind of piece and parcel like how we want things and customize right now, and then see potential better ways to do it, best practices, so that if somebody else is tinkering something and it works really well, we can submit it up and maybe it gets approved and everybody else can benefit as well.
Yeah, exactly. So something like that. You got a new thing going, or let's say you reach out to me personally, and I'm doing a special project with you on that, and I go, hey, I think a lot more people could benefit from this. I'll get with Dan, and he says, okay, yeah, that's cool. Then we can take that and push that out to everybody.
Yeah, so that's like what we'll probably do, Luke, is we're gonna start with like the foundational thing that I'll probably push out to everybody. But here's the thing. We already in beta. You guys may already have some of your stuff built out. By the time we get our stuff ready to go, you may not want it. So there ain't no reason for me to send it to you if you already got something else that you would prefer. So that's where the personalization comes into play. We're gonna build foundational stuff. We're gonna send it out. We're going to have as a thing. And here's the thing. There's going to be people that are going to join 6 months from now. So they'll already have all of the foundational stuff that we built. And then they can go and change whatever they want. But for those of you guys who are here early, you can kind of build it out however you want. And Pod's going to give all the resources to show you how to do what. You can do it yourself. But a lot of us don't have time for that. You guys are going to be out here making calls to sellers. And unless you really, really want to, or unless you have no other choice, I don't know that I encourage you to do this shit yourself when there's somebody else who does it really, really well who can do that, right? Like, just like hire him to do it. Poor Peggy. We're going to talk to Peggy next. Peggy's hired like 746 people from Fiverr. Even though I told her I had somebody, every day she goes and hires 3 new people from Fiverr. Every day. It's like 4 people. And then she's like, oh, they didn't do it. They didn't do it. But we're here now. So anyways, Peggy, what's up?
Yeah, a little exaggerated. It was more
slightly.
But anyways, so thank you, by the way, for being here, Vitally Pod, because I've been driving DQ absolutely nuts with, I got to get this started. I can't get this. I am not an integrator. I'm a visionary. By the way, I don't know if you noticed.
I was wondering if you grew a goatee. What was going on with that?
Yeah, I was feeling left out because
'Cause
you all
everybody
are
had a
rocking
beard?
these beards, and
Yeah.
so
I
so I
think you
just
look
wanted
good.
to fit in. I wanted to be part of the cool kids club.
Your mustache is almost as cool as Boaz's mustache at this point. One can hope, at least. All right, go ahead, Peggy.
So what I wonder is, if I go in and I tweak some things myself. So for example, in the pipeline, if I change out the stages and the automation's already built around that, because like, for example, I do pre-foreclosures. So I'm in a redemption state. So we have a redemption follow-up, that we're building out. So it's like, I would probably want to go in there and change some of the stages, but is it going to mess up the automation if we have, like automated text and stuff associated with certain stages?
Primarily not, because on a basis level, a lot of that stuff will not happen. That's going to be for Peggy's creation, for Peggy's foreclosure process. There's going to be some standardized basic stuff, which is just going to be standard follow-up procedures for sellers and agents and anybody else like that. That's just going to be like a standardized setup, like a 3-month campaign where every 30 days, another message and email will go out with something, da 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 da, and things like that. But if it's Peggy's pipeline that once they've hit 1 week before the redemption period, this message goes out, and then this whole automation goes out, then yeah, like that's going to be something that's definitely going to be built for Peggy.
Okay. Yeah,
You see what I mean? So that's where coming down to doing this is more of a, there's the general side and then there's a niche. Because with DQ here, like he said, hey, just put something basic together for me. I was like, cool. And I put something very, very basic together, and he could still see where there's still so many more steps and how I can take it way far advanced. But then again, it's who's going to be able to comprehend that setup.
Yeah. So, and the other part too, I've been running into is this whole A2P thing. I can't stand it.
Right.
The guy I hired did the 3 attempts, and I asked him not to even try the attempts.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I need if I need to just redo the account using a different email, or if it's going to take forever doing it this way. I don't know. I'm not patient.
No, because essentially here's a heads up on the A2P. The A2P is just making sure that you are a legitimate business. So you have to have a legitimate website. You have to have certain things on there. You have to have a terms and privacy policy that states what's actually going on. Any sort of links in there have to go back to your pages on you got to show a form on your website too, that if they they're opting in to receive that they clearly are checking that as well. So things like that has to be done, and I make sure I go through that with you before I even attempt to submit it, because if that's not done, there's no point in submitting it.
We had it done. Like that was the part he did. I don't know if he did it correctly, but that's what he did do. And then also, we have a DBA because we don't want our actual LLC to go out and text for opt-out messages.
Right.
Because
you don't want to do a DBA. That does make it harder. Now the thing is that you're only doing it for the legitimate purpose of getting that established, and then you can go through and do the DBA.
Okay.
So like your LLC is only going to be there, and then we can change everything up on the backside. Yes, you are still that company, but you are acting as this company.
Okay. That's what we need is okay.
Yeah. So yeah, we can definitely help you out there too.
Yeah. Thank you.
Boom.
Absolutely.
Peggy, are you starting to feel like you can breathe a little bit? Like everything's gonna be okay? We're gonna get you taken care of?
If it's done tomorrow. Just kidding. I've been just building out my systems. That's like, this is part
Did
of
you get it to where you can see the pipelines and stuff now, or what?
Oh.
Bro, what did you verify like I told you to?
I don't even know what you're talking about. I am a high visionary, DQ. I have
High
like
visionaries know
this
how to
much
check
of
their
an
email,
integrator bone
Peggy.
in my body.
High visionaries know how to check their email. Stop it.
Okay. Well,
Hey, don't use visionary as
excuse.
yeah. Why? Because I'm 80-80. I'm 80 visionary and 80 integrator. I'm screwed. I don't know which way to go.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay, then I'll just start using the excuse I'm old.
That would be a much
that
better
might be a
one.
better. Yeah, you just old. Grandma, hold on. Abuelita, do me a favor.
What?
We're gonna fix this real quickly. Luke, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, you have 2 accounts, Luke, and
Yep,
neither one of
He's
because
paying
what?
$2.
Neither one of what?
He's
paying
paying
$2.
Imagine, just got money to
Bruh.
to burn.
Bro wants to succeed while he doesn't track his
Bro,
finance.
you don't want it
Imagine,
if you don't have 2 CRMs for no reason.
bro, just hire a VA to go over your finances. You just pay them like $5 an hour, and you can save that $2. You turn it into one.
There you go.
Over a year, you made $7.
I didn't
Imagine.
get confirmation on the first one, so I did it again because.
All right, which one of these do I need to delete for you, bro?
I mean, I don't even know which one you're looking at right now.
I can't stand you. I need you to know. Okay, let's go. Peggy, I'm clicking verify. Is the email, let me send this to you, Peggy. Is this the appropriate email that I should be using?
The capstone.
No, that's not what I have. Your
That's-
first problem is you using the wrong email and you wondering why.
No, remember when I signed up twice because the Dale one was
Yeah.
linked to another high level. So it was logging me into their CRM. So that's why I resubmitted it. So I've gotten a $2 charge too, like Luke.
I can't stand y'all. Guys, you see what we got to deal with here? This is why this right here, basic stuff. Why am I not succeeding in real right here? Right here. Hold on. Let me go.
Can't add.
Just keep that other one in the beta forever, and then you can charge me regular price and then on the
Bro, I'm gonna steal all your dollar bills, bro. Peggy, you have 1 account in here. Only 1.
Maybe that's the problem. No, it's Peggy at Capstone. That one.
There is no Peggy at Capstone. Is this Renew Living you?
Yes, that's me.
Jesus.
I was doing the email. Yes, Renew Living is me.
Okay, but this one's verified, bro. There should be no reason why you don't have access to view everything.
Okay, you're the one that went in there and looked at it and said I don't. So
Yeah, because I was looking at the one with your name. I was looking at the one with your name on it.
Oh.
All right. So I'm gonna delete the Peggy one. Is this a final answer? Is this what I'm doing?
Don't delete Peggy. Renew Living. Don't delete Renew Living. Peggy at Capstone Plus Financial. Do not delete that.
Hi, you see what I'm dealing with here, bro? You see? Pray for me, y'all. All right, I'm deleting
I
it.
just heard 2. Don't delete Peggy and don't delete the capstone one.
Yeah,
that's 2. Don't delete. So like I don't know. I'm lost too.
I'm okay. Manage client. I'm just gonna delete it. Actions, delete. I'm deleting it. Right? What are you shrugging?
It's not like I've done anything to it anyways, because I can't get very far. So if I have to start over, I'm not going to cry.
Okay. Do you want me to delete Margaret or not?
Yeah, I don't even know who Margaret is.
Either do I. I need a final answer. Am I leaving it or am I deleting it? Whatever you tell me.
Just do it.
Which one? Delete or leave? Leave. Delete or leave?
Delete.
Delete.
Yep.
Please. Confirm. I acknowledge. Are you sure you did nothing in this?
To Renew Living?
No. Oh my God. I'm not touching this. Bro, I'm gonna need you to do me a favor, bro. Can you please help me figure out what's going on with her, bro? Because I can't. All right.
You're acting like I'm silly, but I'm looking right at it. And it's under my profile. It says my name, Margaret, and my email, and Renew Living is the business name. I'm not
Okay.
being complicated. That is the one
Okay.
I've been working
All
on.
right, hold on.
All right. Hold on. I'm gonna transition to Luke. Luke, of the two accounts, which neither one of these is verified. Neither one, which means that you're not gonna be able to use it. One of them's
Right.
got Luke at your name.
Yes, that's the one I want to keep.
Okay, I'm gonna verify this for you.
Yeah.
Verify account, confirm.
Yeah.
Can you please go and like check your email and make sure everything's okay?
Yeah.
Make sure everything's good to go. Last name is R.
Let's see. Huh?
It says Luke R. Last name is R.
It says Luke R. Bongos account.
People
Was I
out here
supposed
talking
to
about, I want all of these automations. Can't even check your email. I mean, you don't. You need to-
I'm
Oh,
there.
why do you think I was telling you? Why do you think I was telling you that? Like they don't know.
No, I'm not the case study here. No, I'm not the
No,
example.
you can both be case studies, Luke, Juke. We can. There's room for.
They all think that they can drive a Ferrari.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What car did we establish is the right one for him?
A minivan?
Oh, the Chevy Cavalier.
Yeah, the Cavalier. Chevy. Shout out to everybody who's ever been in a Chevy Cavalier.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got an exhibition of speed ticket in a Chevy Cavalier. You know how fast I was going? 15 miles an hour.
Oh man.
Where were you?
Yes.
Cool zone?
No, the light had just changed, had just turned green, and I had my phone on my lap. It was a brand new car. I had the clutch, and I dropped the clutch and chirped the tires right there at the light. There was a cop behind me, and he's like, "Exhibition of speed." I was like, "What?"
Exhibition of speed? That's stupid. Did you get out of that
15
ticket or did you
miles.
pay it?
Well, I just had to. I went down to court, and the cop never showed up, so I was dropped.
That's how you know
But I
you
was
ain't
like,
got
dude,
nothing to do
like
with your life.
exhibition of speed for 15 miles, and they're like, over.
No,
I'm like,
that's not
no,
it.
going 15 miles.
That's stupid.
I know.
Okay. All right, guys. Anybody else? Giovanna, what's up?
So I had a question about getting my account from Shad's, the conveyor belt CRM, over to this one. I've been in communication with him, and he says that he needs a relationship number for your system to start the process. And
Do
he
you know
said
what that
that
means,
it's
Pod? I've never
under
heard of that.
Yeah.
that it's under settings, under company settings.
Would you know
Yep.
anything?
So yeah.
I
So
should
is
just
he?
have one
Are they?
account.
Are they going to do it for sure?
Who's gonna do what?
Well, I'm not exactly sure how it works, but he just said to send that over, or she said, let me
How
know
hard would
as
it be
soon
for
as
us to
you.
just get her stuff out of there and transfer it over, Pod? Because I feel like waiting on them may take longer than just doing it. Yeah.
Right. How much stuff do you have in there?
I think there's like a total 800 leads.
Okay.
I don't really
Does
have.
it
It's not
matter like
really
where they?
complicated because I haven't really
Does it
done
matter where they are
anything.
in your system? Like in the stages and stuff? Like how far have you actually gotten with them?
So in terms of like organization, like if I have follow-ups, I have dates
Yeah.
attached to them, but I haven't really done much with automations or really anything other than just putting a
So
date.
you would probably I would probably say that you have like less than 5 in a pipeline, like where you're actually moving forward.
Probably. Yeah, I haven't really been
Okay.
using like the things, just the
Okay. So here's what I would say then. I can show you really quick how you can go through there and take those things out really quick, and then just be done with it. And then just make note of those few that you have been focusing on, and just kind of write those down somewhere. And then that way, when you upload the list, then you can put them in the new stages in the new system.
Okay.
Wait, is
Okay,
that
like
okay? Wait, hold on. We want to help Giovanna real quick. Is that okay? Because I don't want to push back and make it rude for everybody, but I really don't want to do that. Or because
yeah,
that
exactly.
was an apprehensive okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of words and I'm trying to understand what that means.
Because my thing is out of those 800, how many of them are actually down this way, moving down that conveyor belt, and
You mean
that are
like
actually in
from
that
like
process of doing
initial
something? Yes, from the
I
initial
think what
side.
he's trying to figure out, Giovanna, is do you just need leads in your new CRM, or do they need to be in the same status they were on the previous CRM so you remember where you were with everybody? Is that more or less what you're asking about?
Yeah, just kind of like how out of that 800, how many do you actually have? Would it just be easier just to take them out and then like you can start over? Like you don't have anything sitting there like waiting for a
but
contract or anything.
no, but I wouldn't have like the notes or like the dates of when to follow up. Like I wouldn't have those details.
I could help you out with that. I seriously I
Yeah,
can help you out with
I
that.
get
It would be simple. I would just have to see a little bit more of what you got going on there, like your fields and stuff for what that is. So yeah, we could
yeah,
definitely do that. Okay, because at the same time, it's just like some people just want to sit there and hold on to these things. Sometimes it's just like cut it and go. Like cut
Yeah.
it, move on.
yeah. I
It's
mean,
like trying to save all that, tape and paper and stuff
yeah,
for that one lead that you've been talking to for like a year or
gotcha.
so, or you know,
Yeah, I think I understand that. I mean, I'd rather
like
just cut it or just move
yeah,
it
just cut them
and
out, move them over. Because like that's what I
yeah,
mean. Like you don't have anything that's on the table, closing or anything like that that's imperative. Is maybe like you talk to them once and like that's about it. Then yeah, then just take them all out and then we'll just move them all back in. Start over with those. No
right. The only
biggie.
important things are like the notes that I have on the leads that I have talked to that I like to follow up in future. Those are the only things really
Yeah, that
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 I
there again, I would say just do a quick copy and paste on that. Is it's just a little tedious right now, but just do a quick copy and paste into a document sheet, and make note of those leads. We'll take them all out. Then that way we can take those, that handful of those leads, and just put those right back in for you with those notes.
okay.
So
Should I so then I don't need to give him the reference number or what he's asking for.
that is a lot of times people try to do that, and it's just going to take too long. They're losing a customer to somebody else, so essentially that's where it's like you could have somebody that's like really cool and gonna do that. And then again, that's kind of like how soon will they actually get that done? So you could be sitting there waiting around for quite some time when it takes just a little bit. That's why I'm like, just cut those out and just move on.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'd rather do that because I don't really, I guess if the other process is a lot longer, then I'd rather
Yeah.
just
Like
get
Wait,
it
people
how?
try to
So
sit there
walk
and
me
keep their
through the
numbers from
difference in that.
there.
Walk me through the difference in that process, Paul. What's the difference between downloading records, uploading records, and duplicating stages with notes?
Wait, say that
And
again.
so when I download a record, what comes when I download that? If I go in there and I hit download, what all comes? It does it include notes? Does it just name, address, phone number? What comes?
Well, that's why I'm saying like we could go into her system and into the other one there and take a look, because when you do this, let me go back over here to the main account so we can actually see, and we can actually go through here and check all these fields, any fields that we want, and all
Are you
that
sharing your
information will
screen?
be
I'm not seeing
populated
it.
here. Oh, whoops, sorry. So with inside the context itself, you can just come over here, grab your columns, and just go through and select the ones that you want. So we can go through here and select out all these columns, and then when we go through and export it, all that information that's in those columns will come out with it too. So if you know where your information is, and it's not just on the notepad on the side, if it's in certain fields in there, then yes, I would say do it this way. So then that way you have the, that all that information pulled out, and then you can just download it, export it right here, and then it'll download it into a CSV file, and then you can just re-upload it over here too. So you can do it that way too, but then again, that's going to be your tedious, time consuming. That's why I was saying if you got like 2 or 3, go into the important fields and get those.
Wait, so when you upload them in this fashion, it's just going to all go into new leads?
Yeah.
And there's no way to get it. So if she has, go to the
pipelines.
Yeah, let's go to pipelines.
So yeah, it would not be able to place it back in here. She would have to manually do that.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's why I was trying to figure out like how many leads she actually really had.
Yeah, I think the concern is, I think this is twofold, and this is what I would think about. On one side, the concern is I already have X amount that are in follow-up versus this versus that, and I want to treat them accordingly.
Right.
The other option is I do think that there's a value in just treating them all like they're fresh, personally. But I could understand if you want to stay organized the way that they were. But I would imagine that even if they were all identical pipelines, it's still going to be hard to get them transferred to mirror where it was.
Yes. Back into the pipelines, yes. So even if the pipelines were identically mirrored, you wouldn't be able to. You'd have to go back through and manually put them in there.
Okay. I mean, I think I just rather do the quick way and then I'll just take a picture on my phone of the ones that I need. And then I wouldn't really have the recordings anymore, right? It would all be new.
Right. And again, that's where, like DQ was saying, would probably rather just start those off as new ones. Because if you don't have, that's why I was asking, if you got stuff down the pipeline, under contract, in dispositions and things like that, a lot further down the pipeline, then yeah, I would be more worried about those.
Gotcha.
But if they're all like
Okay.
right there in that first stage here, like new lead in or in follow up right here, and like nothing else past here, you
Yeah.
really haven't gone far with those yet.
Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
So
and tomorrow my new is where with them it would start like the new cycle. Is there a way to, or would I be able to get that done? Like, is that like a really quick process?
yeah, so you can actually just go into contacts here, and then you would actually just come in here and select them all. And then if you know what exact fields that you want to pull out, because they contain imperative information, and I just mean like information like your notes, of like what they said that their offer price was, then you could just come down through here, columns, and then just keep adding all these in here. Keep adding in whatever columns that you want. And then when you go through and export it, it will export all those fields. So for instance, if I do that here, I'll go ahead and do that here just so we can see it. I'm okay. So I don't know how this is doing right now. I'm on a Mac, so I just started utilizing a Mac. So
I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
well, I've been on iPhone and everything. It was just we just now got into the Maxes here. So so I need to I don't know how to do the exporting here directly from but it's supposed to export it out into a CSV file. I know on my PC it does. And then it'll be in a regular Excel file spreadsheet or Google sheet, whatever, and then then you just upload it the same way.
Gotcha. Would that be something you'd be able to help with?
Yes. Yes, I could.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Absolutely.
There we go.
Just gotta take these last two guys, and then I gotta jump off. I gotta eat some food, man.
Go eat some food, bro. Okay. Final questions from anybody before we move on from here?
We got Jack and Luke.
Yeah, I just got a quick one. So I don't know if this is probably a user error, but I bought a phone number and now it's not successfully making calls. So I'm not sure what happened. I just bought the number. I'm not sure if this happens a lot. It just said reach out to the support. So I figured support's right here. Might as well reach out.
Okay. Um, in the support itself, for that, most commonly, number one, I'm going to say log out, log back in on your system,
Slap it
just
on the
to,
side.
yeah, just to get that, done. Um, Otherwise, then you may need to get that verified.
Okay.
So just meaning that you may have to actually get that phone number verified, and that there
Okay.
would be another process through here. So
You guys seeing all the blank responses right now from everybody? Guys, I want you guys to listen back to all of the ways that everybody's responding to Pod right now. I need you guys to listen to me. This is actually, it's funny, but it's more serious than you guys realize. Giovanna, Jack, the majority of the people, Pod is telling them exactly what to do. This is the answers. Okay. What's that mean? Y'all gonna get off this damn Zoom and have absolutely no clue what you're doing, and you're gonna stay with the problem.
I logged back in.
What does this mean? One, closed mouths don't get fed. If you have a problem, ask for help. Number two, it also means that, guys, this is an indicator. Focus on your strengths. Know your strengths. Don't lose a month, a week, however long. And I'm not saying that Giovanna and Jack are going to do this. I'm just generalizing, right? Don't waste. A lot of you guys have been wasting times getting stuck at places like this because you're trying to say, "Oh, I'll figure it out," when you're never going to figure it out, and then you end up wasting money on things that you're not using. It's just a fact. It is what it is. And then 3 months later, you're like, "Oh, I need to work on that." You're not going to work on it. Stop it. Just be honest with yourself, right? So this is why I'm going to say this: get all the questions you have answered here. Whatever you can't get answered, do a follow-up. One of two things is going to happen. Pod, as we build this out, is going to be putting training videos to show you how to do it. If for whatever reason that doesn't work out, you can hire Pod. I think it's going to be like, and we'll confirm the pricing. Don't quote me on this. I think it's like, if you want to get like a website set up with a chat bot, I don't know. I think it's like $150, something like that. I don't know. If you want to get like a full initial setup, like here's how it's set up. We'll get your A2P set up and all those different things. I think it's a similar price. It's not crazy expensive, right? We just want to make sure that we're getting you guys set up, but you don't have to pay that. He's going to film the videos. He already has some filmed, and you can just go in there and watch how to do it yourself if you want to take that time. Why do I bring this up? We're not here to crack you guys over the head. Some of y'all using CRMs that charge you $1,000 to do this exact same thing. And guess what? That's fine. That's fair. But we're trying to help you. So understand that, guys. If you want to do this on your own, do it. But just be honest with yourself if it's not working. There's a pod hand down there at the bottom. I see it.
The mini pod.
Mini pod. Podlet. So, guys, what's that?
One of them.
One of them. So, guys,
here
just
you
be
want to
honest
see
with
the other
yourself.
one?
Yes, let's see them.
Here's the other one.
Wait, I don't believe
They're
you.
twins.
Do
Here's
you have
one.
a duplicate? You copied and pasted?
Here's two.
I don't believe you.
I had two peas in a pod.
Ah, that was good. I see. That's bars. I appreciate it.
I made a shirt like that for the wife when she was pregnant. Two peas in a pod.
That's hilarious. That's actually awesome.
Right.
Wait,
Here's
why
the
are they
other one.
dressed? There we go. That's hilarious. That's awesome. So those are like baby peas, right?
Yeah, they're 6 years old.
I like it. That's awesome, man. Congratulations, bro.
That's the only double fisting I do now.
Carrying children, making sure they don't bump into. Guys, so that's all I'm gonna say, right? Whatever you want to do, like just know yourself. If you think you can go in there and watch these videos and fill it out, do it. Figure it out. If you need help, reach out to me. We'll get you connected with Pod. You can do the hire on. You can get that done. But here's my suggestion for you guys. We're gonna summarize. We're gonna answer these last couple questions. We're gonna move on. We're gonna wrap up the day. But here's my point, guys. We spend a lot of time on this because this is important, whether you want to realize it or not. If you know you're the type of person that can be organized without this stuff, then you already know yourself. You already know you're going to be able to get organized without yourself. If you're not organized and you've been trying to do it for 6 months because you believed the guru who said you don't need a CRM, but you also haven't gotten a deal in 6 months because you never follow up with people because you're doing all this work and nothing's ever coming to fruition, I'm sorry, the guru's advice was good advice, but it was the wrong advice. That was not your advice. That advice was not for you. It was for a person that shares their personality type. Be honest with yourself, right? So if you don't need a CRM, go crazy. You can go back and you can ignore this. Well, I guess if you already watched this whole thing, but you don't need any of the stuff that we just did. But if that's not you, get a freaking CRM, right? Get somebody else's. Get this one. It's if you're in my community, it's $1. If you're not in the community, it's $49 during the beta. So whatever you decide, do it. If you can figure it out on your own, watch Pod's videos. If you can't, reach out to me. We'll connect you with Pod. You'll get it set it up right. But guys, if you want to close deals, you want to build a business at scale, you want to effectively follow up with people, it is my opinion that the best way to do that is to make sure that you have not just the skills, but you have the systems in place. You need the systems in place to help you do that. We're going to build out what I believe are going to be some pretty freaking dope systems to help you win as effectively as you possibly can. So if you need help, reach out to me. I'll connect you with Pod. We'll get all the things set up. We'll go from there. Nice hat, Desiree. Final 2 questions. Luke, what you got?
Yeah, so in the same vein as what Giovanni was asking with like transfers, are we able to transfer the A2P like verification in the website that we already had for the CRM over to the new one, or are we starting from scratch here?
The A2P is going to have to be redone.
Okay, damn.
But the implication is that if you've already done under that name, if you duplicate what you had in the previous system, it should work.
It should go through really quick. Yes.
My experience, I've set this up a handful of times myself in various CRMs. Correct me if I'm wrong, Pod. The biggest issue is accurately filled out company information and a website that has the information that they need. Like it's the terms and conditions and privacy policy, right? People skip that stuff.
It's just those little nuances.
Yeah. So you get that set up right. You can copy and paste it. We can walk you through that. Yeah, you should be good to go. Peggy, what up?
Okay, just real fast because Pod looks like he's withering away, needing food.
He's very.
I just want to know how soon I can access Pod because you know how extremely patient I am.
Bro, she gonna call me 158 times.
I already sent you a message.
She did. I just looked at the message. Also, she definitely has already hired somebody from Fiverr while you were talking, just in case. So we should probably get you in contact before.
No, but if you didn't say quickly, I would have. No, I'm just kidding.
So let me ask you this. How many people have you hired from Fiverr?
One. He exaggerates. He's an ass.
Okay. I'm sure that is, but how many times?
Literally one guy one time. Because I was trying it on myself and I was like, shit, I don't really know what to put in the responses. Once you get into the trust process, I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to word at. I don't know how to build out a website. So I had him build out my website. But again, I don't know if it was done right.
At this point, it's your word against mine, Peggy. So, people can.
And we know I'm more honest. So it's good.
Moronic. Also, I like that your beard changed colors.
It did. I'm a redhead. It had to match.
You got the ginger beard? Ginger beard. Anyways, I thought it was funny. I will put us in a group chat later. Yeah, Pod?
Yep.
All right, perfect. Does that? Okay, she's happy. She got a little clap. That means we're winning. All right, Becky, I appreciate it.
Yes.
Yes.
We got Alon there. I'll make that the last one.
Yes. What you got, Pumpkin? I like your bandana.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize DQ.
Hey, hold up really quick. Do this.
He doesn't know. He's too young to know that.
Oh, man. DQ knows, though.
I just wanted to emphasize on DQ's last point on how important this is. We literally have a $38,000 deal. It was supposed to close today, but life happened. But either way, it came in from an automation, from a lead that just sat there on the CRM like 2 months. Nobody reached out. Automation sent. He replied. Steve locked it up. $40K deal. So, and I
see that should not be happening.
Huh?
Like the lead comes in and gets assigned to somebody. They got 24 hours to do something with it, or 6 hours or 12 hours, whatever it is that you want to do. But I've done this before. Lead comes in, you got 24 hours. Alon has 24 hours. He gets notified. He gets text message. Even 12 hours later, and it still doesn't do something. Then it goes over to Peggy. And then after Peggy, nothing. She doesn't do anything either. Then it goes to Luke. After Luke, then it goes to Dan. Dan's kind of pissed. Dan's now like, well, why the hell am I getting this?
Yeah.
Now he
No,
already knows then right there that that's 3 days that went by and nothing happened with that lead. Like that, a lead shouldn't be sitting in your system that long. Doing that.
Oh, 100%. Like that wasn't good that it happened. It wasn't ideal, but I'm saying like
Yeah, it's still a deal
even
though. Like you made it, so that's
yeah, no,
awesome.
even yeah, I mean even what's the word? Like retroactively, the leads that are in your system that like you might forgot about something, and then like
Right.
just having this is like having an extra employee working for you.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome, guys. Pod, appreciate you, bro. So here's the next step, y'all.
Absolutely.
Step one, we already have the CRM set up. If you have not gotten it, message me. If you want to get it, I will get you the link. You can sign up. If you are already in and you're going to wait for the generalized push out, we're working through all this stuff now. We are getting everything organized. You guys should have it in the not too distant future, and it'll be up and rolling. If that is not the case, and you want to move faster or do something personalized, reach out to me. I will connect you with Pod, and we can get you set up in your own personalized approach. We can figure out the way that goes, and we can get things going. Anybody else? Final comments and questions before Pod collapses due to exhaustion and malnourishment.
What's it gonna eat?
Fried chicken.
Fried chicken. Let's go, bro. You in Georgia, so Southern food is appropriate. Pod, appreciate you, bro. Thank you very much. I'm excited to get this thing built out.
Absolutely.
It's gonna be really, really cool. And I appreciate you, Doug.
All right. See you guys.
Later, bro. Wait, so Al, this is a new deal we working, bro?
No, it was like from a month ago.
Excited. Jack, what up, pumpkin?
Not much. I just wanted to see what the plan was for Conrad Corp.
I mean, I hope the plan includes you talking faster, bro. Why are you talking at 0.5?
Dude, I'm tired. All right, leave me alone.
Jesus, you ain't get enough protein today, pumpkin? You need an avocado? He needs avocado. I don't like this Jack. This Jack's slow. Yeah, bro. I don't know what you said in that. Go ahead, Al.
You know how slow he is? I'm like, hey Jack, I got this lead in Fort Myers, whatever, somewhere where he lives. I was like, sure, shoot it over. Jack, hold on. Sure, shoot it over. Next day, I'm like, hey, what happened with that lead I sent you? It was like, oh crap, I forgot about that. What lead, bro?
I was asleep when he sent it, bro.
You ain't wake up? You didn't wake up until after he sent you the message the second time?
What second time? The next day?
Yeah, that you slept for the whole time period.
I slept through the night. Yeah, I did this time.
Al doesn't sleep. He works.
Okay.
Get on his level. By work, I mean he pimps leads.
I pimp leads at 12, like at midnight, bro.
Hit me some right
Yeah.
now. I'll call them in slow motion.
So, okay. Yeah, Jack, I don't know what language it was that you were speaking earlier, but I didn't understand a word you said in that voice clip, though. I'm listening to that. I'm like, bro, this guy in a whole communication course in this voice clip makes zero sense to me at all.
Which one? The first one?
Yes, the first one. The one explaining the deal.
All right.
You got to help me help you, bro. I need you to resend that in English or get a translator or something, bro. I'm like, what is he saying right now? I don't understand any of this.
Bro, I sent it to you right after I got out of the gym. So it was fast. So I'm slowing it down now. And now it's too slow. Is this too slow, Goldilocks?
Yes, I'm going to need you to go and sit down for a minute and just think about your communication style and ask if it's the most effective for what you're trying to accomplish. I think we should have a follow-up with the agents tomorrow. I just don't know that we're going to be able to do that in the language that you communicated things to me. So either what we can do is early tomorrow, we can get started and you can walk everybody through it and see if anybody else understands what you were trying to say. Or we could bring your homie in and they can explain it.
So you did
What?
You did understand.
That was a separate message. When you said, if what I just said didn't make any sense because I'm a horrible communicator, I can have my friend explain it to you. That one I understood.
All right. Good enough for me.
That was his follow-up message. He literally sent me a follow-up message saying, if that didn't make sense, let me know. And now he knew it didn't make sense, but now he's mad because I didn't understand him. Miss you, bro. Are you going to get a plate? Get some food, bro. We miss you. Get a protein shake. All right. I can't deal with Peggy's beard or Al's 1940s poster. Rosie the Riveter over here. Luke, are we gonna call your piece back today, bro?
I'd love to. I can get you that information.
I would love to give that. Okay, let's wrap up with Luke for the day. Virginia, where are we at with you? I know you had 8 that you had follow up with. We did a couple with you. I think that gives you a decent thing. Where are you at? How many do you have that are like appropriate next stage follow-ups that we could try to make some progress with?
Altogether, I have 5, 6, 5 or
Okay.
6, other than the pad splits, taking them out.
This is what I'm gonna have to figure out what to do. I got to decide if tomorrow I'm gonna start calling my own leads, or if I'm just gonna call everybody else's leads tomorrow, and then maybe start calling my own on Thursday. Because I want to help everybody, right? So I want to make sure that I'm helping people. What do y'all think? So that's just
Mine don't really need. Mine don't really need to be called right now. They more need to be underwritten.
Okay. But then after you underwrite them, what's going to happen? We're going to call them, right?
Then we have to call them. Yeah.
Okay, so we can figure that out. So we look at some underwriting. Say me if you have leads that you want to call tomorrow. Mer. Eddie says me. You speak for Eddie now? It's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got a handful.
Eddie's
So maybe
calling Eddie's calling like 500 of my leads every day somehow.
Okay. So what I think is tomorrow will be a calling underwriting day. And then I'll probably start with mine Thursday, is what I think, from scratch. That's what I'm thinking. So that means if you're in the communities and you got a deal you're working, bring it so we can try to close it up and get y'all some deals. If you're not and you're outside in YouTube land, we'll see if we can help there. It's going to be a matter of time thing. We'll have to figure that out. Kate has one that she wants to discuss tomorrow. Fire. I would love to lock up a deal for Kate tomorrow, just because.
Yo, Q.
What up?
Update on.
Yeah, did you talk to the trust people? Did they trust you?
No, it sounds like they got someone helping them out to get
an extension.
Get reinstated. So I don't know.
No, this isn't Rob. This is somebody else. It is another person who is not. Oh, let me not say that properly. This person is not in a capacity where we feel comfortable for a signature based on his current state of mind. Okay. Who did you speak with? Let's start there.
Today I spoke with the owner and the roommate. So he had one of his family friends that works in the bank. Somehow they're gonna get reinstated. He couldn't really manage to tell me how. He told me to get in contact with the guy. All that went down the road, but comes down that he's gonna get it reinstated. So I'll still continue conversation with him just because he probably needs to sell. But that's that. Rob, still just trying to get in contact with him. I do have a lead that I don't know if you said you were going to call leads today. I believe that can be closed today, potentially, with your skills. Only with your skills, though.
I appreciate the flattery.
Yeah.
Imagine if I was a closer.
Bro, I just called okay, that's not a good example because I haven't closed them, but we will. We will close them. Eddie. No, we had a good innovation lead, and Eddie brought me on. And I asked Eddie afterwards if I was trash or I was a G, and he said no, that was good. So I take Eddie. I trust Eddie on that.
So if the options were trash and G, and he said you were good, that's like a 6 out of 10.
No, he said actually, I think he said I was smooth with it.
Did he call you a G or not?
He did not say the G
6 out of
word.
10. Sorry. It is what it is. Numbers are the numbers. Numbers don't lie. Okay, so Eddie, yeah. So I'm gonna work through Luke's today because earlier in the day when I asked everybody who they wanted people to call through, you didn't say a word. And so depending on how long it takes, we either call your guy today or we can put you on the list because tomorrow I think I'm getting forgotten and we're just calling everybody else's leads tomorrow. And I will start mine on Thursday so we can help everybody with deals.
Aye, Capitan.
Aye. So we're not doing anything with that lead. It sounds like that lead's dead unless they get an extension, and then that extension results to nothing.
Dead.
That's sad. Yeah. Kate, Peggy, as real estate agents, what are your opinions on this? We talked about this one in the past, I think. We have a seller. Jack ain't got no bowl. That's a Chipotle bowl. The only time Jack has bowls is if it came from the store where he purchased his food. He doesn't actually plate things in his own household.
Bro, I got so excited just for him to show that it's a plat. Come on, man.
And then it's a Chipotle bowl. I'm sorry, bro.
You're better than this, DQ. No, you're better. You saw it coming. You saw it coming. It's not a real bowl. Like I actually had hope. That's how.
You had hope. I'm sorry,
bro.
I'm just trying to manage expectations.
Oh, you did good, bro. It was my fault for being optimistic, but it is what it is.
I get it. I mean, he's where he's at in his life, Al, and he's wearing a shirt today, right? So we just got to give credit where it's due.
I told him he can go biking at night, like no lights, and everybody's gonna see him with that T-shirt.
100%, they will see him. Jack, we love you, bro. We just want what's best for you, and hopefully, guys, we're gonna start a GoFundMe to get Jack appropriate clothing and plateware. That's it. So he stops eating.
Oh, what did I say to you? What did I say to you in response to that text that you would see me at night?
I don't it was probably super slow or didn't make sense. Do you remember, Al?
He said if he saw me at night like this, he would try to hit me with the car.
He would try to hit on you and get you in his car?
Could be.
Okay. That's what I heard from
That's paraphrasing, bro.
It's an appropriate paraphrase. All right, Luke, what's the deal with this? This is the agent or this is one of the expireds?
This is the agent. Yeah, and this is the one where she had like a bunch of this is the deal that I sent you is a situation with a son and a dad. Obviously, I don't want to. I mean, you'll probably be able to extract it if she picks up, but there's this property, and then she has another. She told me about 3 different properties with different situations where I think creative could work if we could get the sellers on a conversation. But I
also want to do creative so bad.
No, I'm open to anything. I just really want to see how the conversation goes from like step 1 to step 2, like advancing it from, hey, I see the deal here, I'm interested in it, tell me a little bit about it. You get some information about like why the sellers are selling. Cool, I feel comfortable doing that to a certain degree, but like how do you get to that next step? Like, okay, let me do my numbers. I just want to see like how you carry the conversation from that
like
initial part to step 2.
You carry it like this.
Yeah.
You gotta cradle its head. That's what I read. All right. This is the only one that you had scheduled for today, yes?
I was like, yeah, I can have my partner reach out because she said she had busy stuff in the morning. So I said,
okay.
Yeah, evening call.
Let's do this. So tomorrow, guys, do me a favor. Anybody who wants to do a seller call, let's schedule it out so we have it like more or less like we know who we're calling. So tomorrow can be efficient. We'll make time for some underwriting and some calls. Kate, are you cool with helping tomorrow? You're fantastic. Kate's a G. And then what we'll do today, yes, bro. Why didn't you send it on Facebook?
You didn't respond.
I think I did. I may not have. Yeah, send it, bro.
All right.
I'll have Al help me work it, and what he'll do is he'll promise to call sellers and then never actually call the buyers or buyers. Sorry, not buyers. Okay, Luke, let's do this, bro. Let's focus on your agent for today. Tomorrow we can call your expired sellers and get through that. How long is your agent conversation with there?
It was like 18 minutes.
Okay, let's skim through that call. I want to hear how you teed it up.
I was saying earlier, I want to get my CRM set up so that I can record them.
So you didn't have anything recorded at all?
Negative.
Look, didn't you work with Jay Mora?
Yeah, for Dispo, I was getting buyers.
And did they not record your calls? No?
Imagine.
What?
Wow. Okay. You did sign up for 2 CRMs. So I can't completely fault you at least there.
That's how aggressive I was.
You want to? All right. We'll let that slide. I'm gonna grab a water.
Yeah.
I'm listening. Fill me in on the situation while I hydrate myself.
Yeah. Let me. All right. So I pull up the property. I see that it's got a 4.25 VA loan. So my interest is a little bit peaked for creative. I'm not saying I'm pigeonholed into that, but I want to find out a little bit more. It's the first thing on the listing, so maybe there's some pain here. I see 11 days on market. When I talk to, I call her up and they see what's going on. She actually, and I was like, hey, it's kind of early on market. Maybe there's, a traditional buy that might come through. And they're like, actually, well, this one wasn't expired. Like it ran through and we relisted it. So it reset the days on market. And I was like, okay, well, is it vacant? And she's like, yep. So the son is still living there. He's moving out, but the father had already left and there's some disagreement, but some discord there. And that same son has an ex-wife that they're looking to get out of another asset as well. So there's a lot of property mixed in, a lot of discord between family members. So I took that as a green flag to be, okay, look, there's probably a creative solution here, because that typically falls into the box of disagreements, divorce. He's paying this down and there's nobody really living there. So all the boxes are checked for me to be like, okay, let me not ruin the opportunity and let's try to advance the conversation and see if we rule it out now or if this is something where we can put in an offer, whether it's, DSCR for cash or some combination of creative. So that's where my mind's at.
Okay. I like it. You tossed me your number, right?
Yeah. On Zoom, I did a DM.
I just realized I've drank like 3 coffees and 2 energy drinks today, but I haven't drank any water.
This is
You mind if I send this info to Kate?
me.
If it's the one, I think Luke already sent me the property details.
The
on this
Rafiki?
one.
Yeah. There's a difference.
There's a
I
what?
really hope that all of the addresses in that neighborhood have Lion King names.
Yeah.
Seriously?
They do?
No, I thought you said they did. That's the first thing I went to my mind. I was like, okay, this is clearly a Disney neighborhood.
This is my hope. I didn't look that
That'd
close.
be fantastic.
One
I live on Mufasa Lane.
Send this over actually again.
Timber Circle. Jack, why are you looking at me like that? That just tells, that look on your face tells me I don't need to listen to that message, bro.
Yo, just listen to it. You can even play it for everybody. Just listen.
Should I play it for everybody?
Good.
Hold on. While Luke is pulling this up, we're gonna listen to Jack's voice clip. Let's go, guys.
The deal that I'm trying to do involves 2 transactions. In the first transaction,
I'm funding it with a DSCR loan at 75% loan to value and a transactional lender at 25%. In the second part of the transaction, I'm paying off that transactional lender. I'm giving the seller a 55% down payment, and they're holding that 45% in second position for X amount of time. The reason that I need to know how much they owe is because if they owe—
Who's lost already?
It sounded like an AI voice.
How do I break it down more? I don't understand.
Why are you doing a second trade? Go
We
ahead.
need a Rodolfo in here with his stick figures for this one, Jack.
Bro,
Yeah.
for real.
Rodolfo too busy out here visiting his homeland.
I'm gonna send you what I send to the sellers when they don't understand this. It's a link to a YouTube video by this guy named Pace Morby. He might be able to explain it.
Yeah, send me the link, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You know who uses stick figures in their stories? Pace Morby. So, Jack,
Think
why
about it, Jack.
do that for us?
You don't want to see me whiteboard shit. That's not gonna look good.
Why is never mind. I was gonna make a joke, but I'm not gonna make it. Jack. Days on market. Wait, what is this one, Luke?
Okay, so this is why I need a CRM. I put the wrong address with the agent, but this is the correct information.
So you was talking about a whole different property?
The details that I told you are the same. It's just
No, it's play the one that finish the one that I just sent you.
You want us to?
I'm telling you, I broke it down. Like I couldn't make it more simple.
All right, I'm gonna go. I'll be. We're gonna play this. We're gonna play this out, guys. Everybody, let's give Jack a chance. Everybody, listen as intently as possible, and help us understand if we miss anything. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate you. The deal that I'm trying to do involves two transactions. In the first transaction, I'm funding it with a DSCR loan at 75% loan to value and a transactional lender at 25%. In the second part of the transaction, I'm paying off that transactional lender. I'm giving the seller a 55% down payment, and they're holding that 45% in second position for X amount of time. The reason that I need to know how much they owe is because if they owe more than 55%, then this deal won't work, or I'll have to come up with more money to give them to pay off that mortgage. The reason that I'm doing this is because it's overfunding the deal, and I get a kickback of a certain amount, 10 to 15% of the loan to value that I then use for renovation, holding, and other shit. So I don't know how I can say it more clearly. If you didn't understand this, I'm gonna get my partner on the phone. Yeah. Yeah, that's more or less what he said the first time. Guys, you can just so is it? Let's do this. Do we want to just rate a 1 to 10? 10, I fully understand what Jack just said.
Do you need me to interpret it?
Here's what yes. We got a 5 out of 10 from Luke.
That's pretty good.
Sounds like money laundering, but very complicated.
What are you trying to do? Like a Morby method?
Yeah, he is.
That's all I'm trying to do.
Here's my concern, right? And this is,
bro.
I'm not even gonna say it. I'm gonna explain it afterwards. I'll go ahead. Carlos, Peggy, go ahead.
I was wondering because I just caught the DSCR and then bringing in private. I'm like, sounds like a Morby method. I was just wondering because I just caught the
that's all it is.
Part of it or whatever.
Yeah, he wants to know how much is owed, because if he knows how much is owed, he's trying to basically get him at a MAO at a cash, offer, right? But he's trying to finance it through DSCR because DSCR will only do 70 or 75% of LTV. So he's saying, oh, that part will be fully covered then, plus he'll have a little bit of leftover money for rehab.
Why don't you just get a hard money loan?
That's not, well, a hard money loan is a different thing, but he's going to keep it, right? So he's going to have to figure out a way to refinance out that hard money loan, which is where I'm confused about your methodology. Now, in fairness, when the whole Morby method thing started, that's when the nightly dial started. So I listened to 0 of those. I don't know anything about Morby method other than what's conceptually logical or common sense, right? Here's my opinion on this. This is where, and I'm going to play this back for the sake of, I'm going to tell you where you lose me right here. Hold on.
The deal that I'm trying to do involves 2 transactions. In the first transaction, I'm funding it with a DSCR loan at 75% loan to value and a transactional lender at 25%. In the second part,
up to that point, you got me. That makes sense. This part was where it doesn't make sense to me, and I'm going to tell you why it doesn't make sense. But just for the sake of being clear,
the transaction, I'm paying off that transactional lender. I'm giving the seller 55% down payment, and they're holding that 45% in second position for X amount of time.
That's the part, and it goes on for another minute or so, right? That's where you lose me, because here's why. Either why would you do it like that, or why would you explain it to like that? This is my understanding of the value of a Morby method, right? Is you aren't buying the house 100% cash using the DSCR. So what you said in the first part makes sense, but that's not what you're doing. That's not at all what you're doing. You're not doing 2 transactions, one at 100%, where you have a private money lender paying you out 75% loan to value, paying the other 25%. You don't need to do that. In my understanding, at least my deduction based on what you're trying to say, is you don't want a private money lender to pay out that 25%. You want the seller to use his equity to accomplish that. You want him to finance that in there. Otherwise, how are you paying off the private money lender? It doesn't make any sense. So for you to go, and this is where you feel free to correct me because I have not done a Morby method, but just using my head, if I go, I get a DSCR loan who's going to give me 75% loan to value. I get a private money lender to loan me that 25%. I pay this seller out of the situation. That seller's gone, right? Well, now I have to refinance the private money lender. Well, why would I do that? To what end? Who's going to pay that? The seller? Like, that's the part that doesn't make sense to me because the seller's gone. For me, it makes more sense for me to tell the seller, instead of giving you 100%, let me pay you back with your equity, right? Let me get a DSCR loan. I'm going to pay you X amount. So let's say I give you 50%. I'm giving you 50% down. Who's paying for that 50%? The DSCR lender. Now there's another 50%. You finance that to me, right? And maybe you just finance the 20%. So maybe what you're doing is I'm getting 75% from the DSCR lender. I'm putting 25% in my pocket. I'm letting 50% go to the seller, and then he's seller financing me the remaining 25%. I don't need a private money lender. I'm letting him finance that to me. And as long as the note to my DSCR lender and the seller finance note to the seller are able to be penciled in my cash flow on the property, that for me makes way more sense than trying to figure out how to finance out a private money lender. That's just my opinion looking at this because I've never done a Morby method. Carlos, what are your thoughts, bro?
You usually got to bring in the PML because in a DSCR loan, they want you to have some skin in the game. So for you to be $0 out of pocket, they'll come in and bring in that 25%. But usually if the seller is willing to seller finance you a big part of it, right? That's why there's 2 different parts of the transaction. And don't get me wrong, this is complex. I've never did it, but my understanding of it is you're trying to be $0 out of pocket. So if the DSCR, which is, long-term type loan, you're closing that first leg of the transaction with them financing the 75, and then you got the PML that comes in, you close that out. And since the seller is saying, hey, it's usually why Pace basically started doing is for sellers who wanted way too much money, right? And then he was just saying, hey, there's got to be a way that I can do this. And he's like, okay, so let me bring in and close that first transaction with a PML and a DSCR. And since they're actually willing to seller finance a big chunk, but they want a big down payment, then we could do the second part of the transaction. And you can even pay yourself because they'll kick back some of that money and seller finance part of it. You see what I'm saying? And then you could pretty much pay your private money lender simple interest or whatever it is from the cash flow that you're getting on say a rental or whatever exit strategy that you're doing.
So it's more of a private money partner at that point.
No, not necessarily, because they can, they have position in the loan, but like for example, Pace uses what, a My Investor loan, and they were kind of telling them like, hey, stop telling people that you're doing this, because what ends up happening is that private money lender gets put in first position, and then My Investor loan will have to be in second lien position.
Okay.
So
how does the
it's not
private
a
money lender get
partner,
paid
they're
out?
actually getting put in first lien position.
What's the term that the private money lender usually gets paid out in this example then?
It's whatever you negotiate.
24 to
Of course,
48 hours.
of course, it has to make sense for your
Transactional.
deal, right? If you want a cash flow.
So Jack's saying 24 to 48 hours, that you're just using a transactional lender. So how are you refinancing that out? That's the part where like who's paying him out?
I think that's the part where I also get confused, and that might be why.
Man, who out? The PML?
Yeah, that's what he said. The PML basically is a transactional lender, 24 to 48 hours. Like who's paying for that? And then what's the purpose of the PML?
No, well, my understanding when I've seen Pace discuss it, that PML was staying in there, and then you're paying them off from like cash flow, whatever it is that you're doing. I mean, maybe there's a different way of doing it, but I don't think it was like a transactional where you're.
Guys,
I guess
if
from
you're
the money
watching
that the seller's kicking back to you because they didn't want you to pay off the whole loan. So say for example, the seller's willing to they want a big down payment and they're willing to seller finance the rest of it. But since you got the PML and the DSCR to come and pay it off completely, they don't want you to pay it off completely because they're actually financing some of it. So some of that money will get kicked back to you.
Right.
Then I guess you could pay back the lender from there from that money that's being kicked back. But see, the My Investor loan needs or whoever you use needs to understand that there's two separate parts of the transaction. That can get, if they don't understand how it goes, then you have to get a damn TC who really understands, because not a whole lot of TCs have done those before, to make sure that the different parts of the transaction get done right.
So I get what you're asking. So we did a Morby. One of my first deals, one of my first creatives was a Morby. Because the loan is 70 or 75% LTV, you have to find a lender that'll come in and say, all right, let's say we locked them up low. So we locked them up as like a cash purchase, right? We were at 60% LTV. So a lender came in and was like, yes, we'll loan on that. We put the seller finance because the person actually wanted a full amount. They wanted a high down payment. That's what makes it a Morby. So what we did was first position was a lender. They fully financed it because we had it at 65% LTV. So they knew they were in first position. And so they technically owned a property for 180,000. Makes sense? So the seller finance was the second part. And we did that at 0%, $200 a month going forward. So there was literally no money out of pocket except for closing costs.
So the original way that I heard mortgage methods being done, I don't even know if this works anymore because interest rates changed. The original way that I was hearing it being done was that Pace would just have the seller do a cash out refi. And he would take over the terms of the cash out refi. So that way they're walking away with the money, but they're not responsible for paying back that refi. Pace is responsible for paying back that refi. Now there's no longer a need for a private money lender because the bank literally just lent on the deal to the person. That makes sense to me because it's simple. How you're supposed to be able to, like, I don't, and maybe if I thought about this again, right? This is why Pace Morby is the creative king, because he, like, in his dreams, like, his brain operates like this. He's fantastic. Everybody's great at their own thing, right? So there may be something I'm missing, or maybe you're just misunderstanding it. I'm just not sure if you get a private money lender for 48 hours, how are you financing him out? I don't understand how you pay that person back. Something in this. Now, the only way I could think that you could do it is if you could tell the seller, and in this particular circumstance, it might work because this seller is a creative investor. I just don't know if you convince him to do this because I don't think he sees the value out. But we might be able to say, hey, You want to do, you want to sell this house for $500,000. Okay, cool. I'm going to give you 375. Right? I'm going to go and I'm going to give you no, I'm sorry. I'm going to give you 500. I'm going to give you 500. 125 of that is going to come from my private money lender. Will you pay back my private money lender and let me just basically create it? Like, if you convince and there's a way, here's how I would phrase this, just to be clear. What I would say is, let me ask you this, Mr. Seller. Would you be willing to seller finance the 25% that the DSCR loan wouldn't cover? Maybe. What would be the terms? Here's the terms. I agree on this. Okay, cool. So what's going to happen is I'm going to give you 75%, right? Or maybe you don't say 75%. Maybe you say 50%, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you 50%. Let's just use that number. Would you be willing to seller finance me 50% of the deal? Yes, I would be willing to seller finance you 50% of the deal under these terms. Okay, fantastic. These terms work for me. Okay, perfect. So now what we do is step one, I get the seller. This is the only way I can see this working. I could be wrong. I could be missing something. Somebody fill me in if you have a better idea. But I say, okay, Mr. Seller, will you seller finance me 50% of this? I pay you 50%. Yeah, I'll do that. Fantastic. You're selling it to me for 500. Fantastic. I will do this. You like the terms? I like the terms. Everything's great. Okay, cool. There's one caveat in order for this to work. Okay, what's the caveat? The only way I'm going to be able to get this done is here's the terms. My DSCR lender needs me to front the 25%. So you would actually have to serve as the private money lender to close the deal, and then you would take your money back out. Essentially, you get the seller to agree to be the private money lender, which is actually a transactional lender. So essentially, you're getting your seller to agree to be the transactional lender and then agree to hold the note afterwards. That's essentially the only way I could see to make this make sense. And that was a difficult, that's going to be a tight sell.
That's what he's doing, bro. But
yeah.
So it's hard to like, there's so many different parts, right? But essentially that's what Pace is doing, right? So when I remember when he first explained, like I was just thinking, because it blows your mind, right? Because it is super creative. So just for the sake, I guess, for me to remember how he broke it down originally, right? Even though 75, 25, what he's trying to do, it can kind of get confusing. So a DSCR loan is a non-recourse loan. It's a long-term loan. So so say it's 70%, right, Daniel? And
75, yeah.
So let's say 70%, right? Let's say they only give you 70%. And say the seller wants 30% down. That's a huge down payment.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where Pace was getting at. Is like, okay, how can I figure this out? So he's like, okay, I'm gonna get 70% a DSCR loan. Sorry, I'm getting a call here. Get the bank to finance the DSCR loan for 70%, and then you're having the seller, like you said, seller finance, or give you the other 30% on terms. So you have to get the 70% from the DSCR loan, right? And then he gives you the 30% loan, just like you're saying. That first transaction is done because you got 70, then the 30, that's 100. So everybody gets their number, their money and everything, right? Everybody's been paid out. The second part of the transaction, the 30% gets kicked back to you, just like you're saying. And because he's financing it to you. So that's how you got to explain it to the DSCR lender, and they have to be okay with that. And Pace was doing that, and then he had a bunch of other people trying to do it, and he's like, "Hey man, stop telling people that we actually will do this for you because it's complex and we don't want to keep doing it." But exactly how you said it is how he was doing it.
Interesting.
Because he's financing the other 30%. They will kick back that money to you, and then you actually can get paid on a transaction. You see what I'm saying? Now the seller's financing the 30% to you, and you're
So-
$0 out of pocket.
But in that situation, the seller would have to be capitalized to be able to put up the 30%. Yes.
Yeah, that's where my bad, I forgot about bringing the private money lender in. Bringing because they want to make sure a DSCR lender is not going to give you a loan without you having some skin in the game. So that's where you get that 30% that comes in. When that money gets kicked back, that's when that private money lender gets paid. You see what I'm saying? But then
Yeah, but then my concern is I still don't see how that works with the private money lender, because let's just say, for the sake of simple math, the bank's going to give me $400,000. Purchase price is $500,000. Private money lender's putting in $100,000. Well, once that deal closes, that $400,000 is getting deposited. How does that private money lender get his $500,000 back? He doesn't, right? Now, in this situation, if the seller can put up that $100,000, then he doesn't have to worry about it, because I'm technically giving him 400,000 and he's seller financing me the rest. Does that make sense? Yeah, I don't know. I just, this is the part where
it's confusing as hell.
It's a
bro.
lot. It's a lot. You know what I mean?
And that's
So
why I
Jack,
was offering. I can, like, when I get on the phone, he's done these so many times. The last one he did, he got $100,000 kickback. So
Okay.
like, there's obviously a part that I'm wildly missing. I've watched Pace's series probably 10 times. I've asked this dude every question. I
Still
don't
having a hard
understand this
time.
stuff, bro.
yeah, well, look, like, here's the thing. Everybody has their level of genius, and Pace's genius is in his ability to do stuff like this. He sees things that nobody else sees, and he can make it work. And part of the reason he's so good at making it work is because he's a fantastic communicator that's able to convey a complicated thing in a very simple fashion, because he
Right.
understands it, right? And he obviously has enough experience that he understands the nuance of the real estate process, that he can think of things that other people don't even know are options. They didn't know those options existed. So he's got that trifecta working for him. It's not to mean that you can't do these things. You know what I mean? I just need to understand it. My head, the only conclusion I can come to on the fly is that the private money lender has to be the seller. The seller's got to be the transactional lender, and the seller's got to be okay with holding the note. That, for me, is in the scenario where it makes sense. Another scenario where it makes sense is if you're doing a cash out refi, which doesn't make sense right now.
Right.
So then I don't know how to fill those gaps. So what I would say is that, what happened?
The cash out refi is, I know what I've heard Pace talk about that also, but they're not the same thing. That's not a Morby method. But when interest rates were low, he was doing that, which is another genius idea. Is basically you have somebody who wants a lot of money, and you just tell them, hey man, just do a cash out refi. You know, take some of that money out, and then I just take over the loan. But those are two different things, DQ. That's not a Morby method.
I got a question about
that
this.
is another genius idea when interest rates were low. It just be like, you want that much money, man, just do cash out refi, pay yourself, and I'll just take over the loan. Like, I came when interest rates, I got into real estate when interest rates was too high. I was like, man, that is a genius idea to be able to
People were doing it.
take over low interest loans like that.
Mitch, what you got, though?
So this is a whole new idea to me. So I want to know if this is what I'm hearing is possible. I got a lady, owns a house outright. She wants to sell or finance it for like 160K, but she wants 10K down. Are you saying that there's a way I can get a DSCR loan for 10 or 20K and then have her seller finance in second position, the 150?
In theory, yeah. That's the way the Morby method works.
So who's got a good
10 or 20K
DSCR lender
loan?
that would do that?
What, Carlos?
He said get a DSCR loan for 10 or 20K?
Well, you would get it for more, but I mean, I think he was just talking about what was necessary. You would get the DSCR loan for more, right? And then you would just put that money in your pocket or use it to pay down or whatever you think is necessary. And if you don't need that much, DSCR is willing to go 60, 70, 80% loan to value. Well, then you can just say, ask them what they would do in a scenario where you don't want that much. What if I only want, 10% of them? Maybe they won't, maybe they will. But either way, then you just put an acquisition fee in your pocket, right?
I wouldn't care about getting more if they don't care that because if I got the full 70%, there would be like an extra $70,000 like of loan than that was actual value. But if neither like obviously she's not going to care because she's just a like regular person. But would the DSCR lender care that there was a total debt more than like the ARV? They not care about the second lender at all.
I don't think that. Why would they care? As long as you qualify for their terms, I don't think that they're going to care about the rest. I mean, that's a conversation for the lender, but I don't know that they need to know your exit afterwards. If you qualify for the terms of the loan on the front end, I would imagine. I mean, I don't know, but I would imagine that would be sufficient. But I think this is not too I mean, how many lenders or how many investors go out there? They buy a property with hard money. They go and they value add. They're cash flowing it, and then they just refinance. And how do they pay themselves? They pay themselves off of the refinance. This is not too dissimilar to that, right?
I mean, it's a little different because I wouldn't be refinancing the DSCR loan. The DSCR loan would be in place.
But it's the equivalent of the refinance, right? In this particular example, you're paying yourself out of the funding because you don't need that money to go to the seller. That money can go to you, provided that you can still pencil and you're still meeting the terms of the loan, right?
I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, like the cash in hand or out of like isn't the biggest deal for me. I've just never done a DSCR loan on an acquisition before, so this is new to me.
So, so agents do this all the time. That's why I put in the chat about assignment fee. Agents will use their commission as their down payment for the purchase of a property. So why can't you negotiate or write in when you're underwriting an assignment fee if you've got it negotiated low enough, an assignment fee that can be your down payment? Makes sense? Agents do it all the time. They use their commission that they're getting from the sale of the property as their down payment. So you just have to prove if you have it locked up low enough, you can use hard money. My understanding is DSCR is if it's rented. It has an income, therefore you can use a DSCR loan. But the way I could be wrong, but the way I looked at it is you do hard money first, and then you refinance it with a DSCR because now you have it rented and now it's income producing and you can go based off.
So the issue with that is if I get a hard money loan to refinance it, they need to be the refinance bank has to be in first position. So that seller's super great terms, seller finance second position can no longer exist if I want to refinance it.
That's not true because most sellers don't need to be in first position. They don't care about what position that they're in usually.
Yeah, they can put them in second. DQ, one thing I do want to mention, man, that I do remember, and I think you could appreciate, and I could tell just by your body language and everything that you probably would agree with this. One thing for sure, no disrespect to anybody trying to get creative with these complex deals, that I do remember Paige saying, man, he says, do not use these strategies as a crutch, man. Because at the end of the day, he says, you have to be able to negotiate better. He said this is a thing that he used just because he had deals where he was like, man, there's got to be another way, and it just forced him to be creative. He says, but if your negotiating skills are on par, you want it, and you being a sales guy, he says, you really shouldn't have to use these type of deals. You know what I'm saying? Unless you absolutely have to. Don't rely on this as a crutch. You know what I'm saying? Rely on your sales skills to just get you better deals.
No, for sure. The real reason that I'm only putting these out to agents is because if I'm going to acquire a property, I really want to acquire it this way because it pays me when I don't have a what do you call it? Reserve. I don't have any reserve. This builds in my reserve. And I guess I could do it with private money, but this kind of just does that right off the bat from the deal structure alone. And I had a partner who's done these a bunch of times. So that's why I just figured, man, I'll just blast these out until one of them gets accepted. Do I have a contact?
Not talking
yeah, bro, and I'm not saying you're not using sales skills. And I didn't realize you were trying to take. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to take the deal down for yourself as a rental.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to do. And that was, in my mind, that was the way that I could do it in the situation that I'm in the time frame that I want to complete it in,
Yeah, bro, do you want to ask your guy if he can hop in here tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Okay, yeah, we can do it tomorrow.
Yeah, let's see where he's at with it. Let's go over it. Guys, to Carlos's point, I am not a creative finance expert. There are people way better than me at stuff like this. I don't want to pretend to be anything that I'm not. But there is a lot of cool ways you can do this business. And so I think there is value to being open-minded, to using creative strategies to get the deal done. But to Carlos's point, I agree 1,000,000%. If you're trying to use creative strategies as a way to maximize opportunities you couldn't otherwise do anything with, by all means, I think that's a decent idea for you to consider. Just make sure your ducks are in a row, make sure you're doing it the right way, right? Make sure you're following the laws, you're not putting yourself in a bad situation or the people you're working with in a bad situation. However, once those issues start becoming a crutch, to Carlos's point, and I can tell you this without a shadow of a doubt, right? I have seen and listened to thousands of calls where people are going straight to these creative strategies, not because it's the best strategy, because they don't know anything else to offer. And so what used to be a creative solution to a difficult problem becomes a solution you're offering when there's actually 3 or 4 other better solutions to deploy. And that's when it becomes a crutch. Obviously, Jack, you're not using it as that approach, but there are people who will. Mitch isn't using it for that approach. Mitch is closing deals left and right? He's obviously trying to take this down. This is where you guys have these options. And this is the cool thing about joining amazing communities like Sub2, or places that really, really do cool things. But guys, you guys got to learn your stuff, right? Don't listen to me. I'm not a professional at this stuff. I know the little bit that I've heard. I've seen transactions. I've had these conversations sometimes, but there are people way better than me at stuff like this. If you guys want to do something this unique, make sure you're covering yourself, the seller, and you're doing things the right way, because it's just not worth one deal to do things the wrong way. However, if you can do things the right way and you can come up with creative solutions to solve problems that other people can't, then that's the way you're differentiating yourself from other people. I would just say make sure you're walking those lines very, very carefully so you know which side you're on. Don't just try to do everything creatively for no reason whatsoever, because I've heard stories about that, and those stories don't always go well. So really cool stuff. Good conversation, guys. Jack, I would love if your guy is wanting to walk in, would love to hear his perspective on how he's doing it. Maybe it'll change my mind. Maybe it won't. I don't know, right? Reality is there's lots of people who still hate the idea of Sub2. Even though Sub2 is probably the biggest and most powerful community in real estate at this point, there are still people who hate Sub2 and will not endorse Sub2 because their mind is still stuck on, I don't like that. Just because they don't like it doesn't mean it's not an option. You know what I mean? So we got to differentiate between that too. So yeah, let me know what he says.
All right, just texted him.
Bet.
Can I say something about?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Not to tell you what to do, brother, but you ever thought about, man, just like, because I've heard Jerry Norton talk about this, right? Talk about, wholesaling, stacking, because I know you mentioned your reserves. Stack up your reserves from your wholesaling, man. Eventually you'll get to the point where you'll be able to start cherry picking deals here and there, have enough reserves put up where you can start sprinkling in some deals that you're taking down, you know what I'm saying? Versus relying on the creative finance to build your reserves, you know what I'm saying? You could do it from the wholesale deals you're getting, man, from your assignments.
So that's the plan. The reason that I'm so aggressive about this right now is because it was part of my goals for the entire year. And the fact that I haven't gotten another property is like kind of pissing me off. So yeah, I'm working on my wholesaling, but I'm trying to get my second property under contract too. And this to complete it within fucking 2 weeks, like this is what I got to do. So, yeah, I wish I wholesaled a few more deals before I'm at this point, but here's where I'm at. So, that's why.
For sure. Well, keep it posted, bro. If you do that, I mean, that's a killer transaction, man. It's complex. Yeah, keep it posted.
More than I really kind of thought, especially in the beginning. But hopefully it gets cleared up tomorrow or before I get one under.
Think about that. Like I was watching I think it was a PBD video the other day where he was like, always have cash. And he was just talking about all the things he was able to do because he happened to have cash. And if you think about that, look at this. This whole deal right now is stuck because you don't have cash.
Right.
Right. Now, obviously, the cash that we're talking about is $100,000. You know what I mean? So most human beings in the country or on the planet don't have an extra $100,000 just sitting around in their bank account. But let's say you did. Let's say you had done an extra couple wholesale deals this year and you separated some of that cash and you stacked it up. Well, then you can go and throw $100,000 in this thing. You could pay yourself out from a tax standpoint as the private money lender. Your corporation makes money as a lender. You're able to write that off. You're able to do all the things that you're able to do. You're able to run that part appropriately. But then you don't have to worry about paying yourself out, right? Because now you're making money in a different way. And so it's just, it does give you leverage. But until then, there are creative approaches. It'll be interesting. This is the cool thing about this game, guys. There's so many levels and layers to this game. And that's one of the things I love about what we're doing in this challenge is I really just want to dispel all this. So that's why I'm taking the time talking about all these things. Because over the years, Carlos, how many people have you heard over the year who probably could have been doing a good job getting deals, but they're stuck trying to figure out little things like this, and they're just not making any progress at all as a result?
A lot of people, man.
It's a lot. It's a lot of people. So let's just talk through it and get through the things and focus on where you need to focus on and just level up from there. You texted her, Luke?
Yep, just now.
Okay. All right, guys. We're gonna make one more call, wrap up the day. I'll let you guys know what we're doing tomorrow. It's gonna be fun. 270-35. All right. What's her name?
Sarah.
Hey, Sarah, this is Daniel. I've been, Luke was texting, said that I'd be reaching out.
Yeah,
How's everything going?
it's going okay.
Good. Okay, so I wanted to chat with you. Obviously, I work with Luke. He told me that he had kind of chatted with you about some deals that you're working. It sounded like there's a little bit of nuance to this one. There's some layers to it with what's going on with the seller. Is that more or less accurate?
There's layers to everything in real estate right now, buddy.
That is the truer words.
I know.
Okay. I would love to chat about this. Situations like this are kind of our bread and butter. This is really where we like to live. It's kind of why it brought me in. So I figured I'd just chat with you directly and see if there's something that we can work out with this one or not.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. If you don't mind, high level, fill me in with where's the nuance in this? It sounds like there's a couple of parties involved, maybe a couple of properties. Is that more or less the case, or is it just this one?
It depends. So you're talking about the one, correct?
Yes, correct.
It's actually a dad and son who purchased it together.
Okay.
Have decided they want to part ways and sell it. So the son was pretty realistic with price. The dad, of course, went to the high end of what comps I pulled.
Okay.
He's fine to let it sit. He's not in any hurry at all, but he's also in a very different market. So I know there's going to have to be a learning curve there. So that's kind of their situation. The son has a rental property that he currently is on the deed and loan with his ex-wife. And he's going to be selling that here shortly as well. He's past the time that he should have refinanced it, but with rates, she's kind of given him some grace. But they're, I guess, kind of finalizing a lot of things and formalizing a lot of things. I don't think anything is in like particular writing that like, no shit, he's got to do it by this date.
Yeah.
And if it is, he's not pressing. But that one, it has a lot less meat on the bone. But he's going to be selling that one in a couple months. And then I also was talking to him about an assumable I have, which honestly, if you want to save the day, that would be great. But the only way that seems it's going to happen is if someone does a VA intent to occupy, which I understand no one wants to do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's tough right now anyways. Let me ask you this. So does he not need to use his VA benefits anytime soon?
For the VA assumable?
Yeah.
She needs to just let the investors that we're under contract with tie up that entitlement. She has refused and is not going to change her mind about it. Even though she has, over $500,000 in entitlement, she was looking to purchase a home this year. She didn't want to spend over $3 million, even though they gave her more than that. Does not matter. Whoever she's been talking to has been very straightforward with her that like she deserves all of that entitlement back. I'm not saying she doesn't.
Yeah.
But she is dead set. And I've told her, call the lender, get some clarification as to how it all works, because I've had sellers tie up their entitlement. She is dead set that she is wanting that entitlement back.
Okay. Well, then, I mean, whether it's assumable, whether it's sub 2 or anything, there's really not any benefit because the whole terms of the loan change if they take that off.
Yeah. Yep. Unless somebody does a VA intend to occupy, like a VA assumption, and they are planning on occupying it. That's really the only solution.
Which is kind of a needle in the haystack, I guess.
It is. We had somebody interested, but we were under contract. They found something else. any local investors that, are looking for a house, that would be great. But right now I have not been able to source anybody. So
Interesting. So you picked the fun ones, huh?
I do. It's going great, buddy. It's going great.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, so the terms, if they're talking to investors, do the cash numbers on the deal just not work for an investor? Does it have to be creative because the numbers are so high, or is there a way that this could be flipped? Is there enough margins in that?
For the assumable?
Yeah.
I mean, I would love to to be facetious and tell you like, hell yeah, man, buy it, turn around and sell it. But
Yeah.
I mean, so when I comped it out, it was comped out at like 370 to 380-ish. But it's obviously been sitting a couple months. I mean, this market. Now the payoff amount is around 300,000. So that may not be a bad option, but right now I don't have a lot of investors. Everybody's kind of tightened. They're holding their money back, thinking something really bad's going to happen, which, and they're buying off-market deals because an on-market deal right now is very hard. So I don't have anybody who's interested in purchasing it at the 300,000 to turn around and try to sell it top dollar at 380.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if
Just 'cause
they're
it's
gonna
not
just say if you're not moving it there, what makes them think they can, right? Which is a fair question.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. And I'd love to be like, yeah, man, that's a great idea. Like, do it. But that's not me being good at my job. That's me using you, and you're not done. You know what the market is. So it'll probably, I mean, I would think if you drop to 350, 355, it probably would go after the first of the year is my guess. But then, you got to think, okay, well, if you're getting it at 3 and have closing costs and things like that, you just have to make sure it's not going to be a knock it out of the park situation.
Interesting. Okay.
That is a good thought, though. I like that. I hadn't thought of that. We were going down the rabbit hole of subject too. So but that also, was not working for everybody. So
Yeah, well, it's the entitlements, right? Like that's really where it gets tricky because the second they want those, like I've done those where they were willing to let them go for a couple of years and the deal worked, right? Because you can refinance out, you can do whatever, or depending on what your exit is, you can still use it. But if she wants them right away, then I mean, it becomes.
Well, and even then, the investor told me he was very. You can tell when you do this long enough.
Yeah.
He was a very confident investor and he's like, we have all these properties. We don't need an agent. But then immediately he was like, boy, PennyMac's really not getting back to us. Well, I don't know what their problem is. And I'm like, okay, so you really don't know. So when I explained the subject to, I think it really went over their head. I tried a couple of different times to just kind of like make sure they were tracking. But I think in their eyes, it's just, and I get it too, because I did explain to them, like, that means at some point you're going to have to sell or refinance and you're going to lose that 2.375 rate.
Yeah.
So it's up to you guys if you want to try to get it, use it as leverage or rent it for a cut, what you would like to do. But yes, of course, she would have to be on board as well. So I don't know.
So they just want the VA entitlements just for the sake of principal, or they have a specific time frame at which they're looking to refinance or repurchase?
I have not floated the subject to her because what I've learned is despite them not being as well versed in real estate as they presented themselves, the buyers are a little easier at understanding real estate processes. The sellers are the difficult ones. So if I have a solution, I take it to the buyers first, honestly, to make sure they're even game for it and they're understanding it. Yeah. And they didn't seem very game for the subject to option because at some point they'll have to sell or refinance out of the 2.375. So I didn't even present it to the seller. But it may be an option. I mean, I would love to try to explain it, but I know it's going to be a battle, and she is very principled. So she may just be like, no.
Yeah. Well, do you know?
Go ahead.
The entitlements that she has on there, it was down payment and then taxes. Is that what, is there anything else?
What do you mean? I want to make sure I understand.
So most of the time that I've worked, and I haven't done a huge amount, I've probably done a handful of VA loans, but usually the big benefits that you're losing are the discounts and taxes and the down payment, which has already been covered because we're in there. Is there anything else from the VA that would be changing the underwriting other than the taxes?
Well, so it's it's really the VA entitlement. So and here's kind of, I guess, the situation we got ourselves into is the investors had said they had done this before with Veterans United as a lender, that they had come in, done a VA loan for not intending to occupy the property. We checked with PennyMac. PennyMac said no problem at all. We get under contract. Well, the underwriter said, no, we've got a huge issue with this. This is mortgage fraud. Doesn't matter if you change your tune now, we're not letting this happen unless the seller gives up their entitlement, which obviously she didn't want to do. Come to find out, it really comes down to the underwriter and which way they go. Some are cool with it, some are not. So what I've been brainstorming with another agent, if he's got someone interested, is possibly doing a contract and then having an amendment that states that afterwards it will go to that. But then there's also a form that they have to fill out via the lender. So I haven't yet kind of figured that aspect out, but it's that entitlement aspect that is not, it would have to stay according to the lender.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to talk to some people and run some numbers. I don't think I have that address. That's not the Franklin one, right?
Correct.
Can you shoot? Do you mind if you toss me that address so I can look at it real quickly?
So if they're cool with it, yes. I can give you any basic info you want.
Yeah, just let me know, because here's what I'm thinking, right? I mean, obviously decide where you're at. I don't know how strong that contract is going to go but just feel comfortable, right? When you feel comfortable shooting me the address, I want to underwrite the deal, make sure let's figure out what an exit would be, what the best exit would be on it. And then I'm going to do some rough numbers based on, because you're saying it's 2.75 interest rate?
2.375.
2.375, right? That doesn't suck. So
no, it's pretty damn good.
yeah. So if there's a way we can underwrite it to compensate for the loss of the VA benefit that comes off and property taxes go up or something like that, and we can still make it pencil, it may work. Obviously, I need the address to do that. So whenever you're comfortable, we can cross that bridge when we get to it.
So it's not really, and maybe I'm not understanding, it's not really the taxes that would be an issue. So do you know a lot about how the VA loan works?
Yeah, so I'll tell you the ones. I mean, I'm a veteran. I've never used a VA loan myself. I'm familiar with it. The last deal that we did with it, it was a Texas. I mean, I'll tell you the deal. It was a deal that we had in Texas. And when the VA benefits came off, I actually spoke with the lender because I was talking with the seller. Seller was a good guy. I was directed seller on it. And we were going over the options, and he was all in on a sub 2. That's what we were going to do. I talked to his lender, he was immediately moving to a different state, and he was purchasing a house before he moved. So we had to solve for the DTI as well as the VA benefits. So basically, when I talked to his representative for his VA loan, the lender told me what's going to happen is that we need to solve for a DTI declaration. And the way we did that was we just did a form. We deposited 2 months in escrow, and that was enough to remove it from his DTI for his lender. So that lender was like, you just show me that you've deposited 2 payments in escrow, I can remove this from his DTI. I said, perfect. That's a good check, right? So that's lender specific, but I've talked to a number of lenders who were okay with both of that. I've heard as high as 6 months. Most of them are good with 2 or 3. The next thing he said, here's the issue. Once those VA benefits come off, right, you're not going to lose your rate. However, one of the benefits that he gets for his VA loan is that he doesn't have to pay property taxes. Property taxes will now be reapplied to the loan. Well, this was Texas. So property taxes are like $800 a month, right?
Yeah.
So now the deal no longer penciled. Well, if it's the same scenario with your loan, and let's say property taxes are not currently on the loan, hypothetically, and then we remove the VA entitlements, and all it does is increase my payments by $200 a month, well, then I can, depending on how I do that, then I can see if this still pencils for our exits, because we have unique exits that could give us a little bit more cash flow than just a long-term rental.
So here in Tennessee, my knowledge is, because my ex was VA as well, and I could be wrong on this, but my understanding is taxes are included in your escrow, but you get a check back. So that wouldn't be an issue, but the issue is the actual entitlement. So each service member has a certain amount of entitlement, like 800,000 or 500,000 or whatever it may be. And that's what they can use. Now, this is my understanding. That's what they can use towards their VA loan. So she currently has $300,000 tied up in this house. Now she has well over 500 left over because she went to try to purchase another home this year. She's going to wait a year. And they told her like, hey, we can pre-qualify up to 500,000. We can do all these things. And she was like, no, I only want to spend 3. So she has quite a bit of entitlement left.
Okay.
However, when this changes hands, as far as like an assumable goes, if the lender is PennyMac, some lenders are okay with and some underwriters are okay with, because it's, obviously you got to transfer it from that lender being an assumable. Some are okay with an investor coming in and using their VA entitlement on a non-to-occupy loan. PennyMac has said, and our underwriter at PennyMac has said, hell no, that is mortgage fraud. These people are not intending to occupy the property, so that entitlement cannot transfer to the new purchaser. It's going to stay tied up in this home until that new purchaser sells or refinances, and then that $300,000 of entitlement goes back to the original seller at that time. She is adamant she wants that $300,000 of entitlement right now.
Okay. Let me make a phone call. I'm going to try to reach out to a buddy of mine who I've worked things like this with. He's actually a mortgage guy. So I'm going to get his opinion on this and see what he thinks. And if we're able to, be a backup for you on what you're currently doing. And honestly, to be honest with you, like, even if I can just help you get the one that you currently have across the finish line, I don't care. I don't need to, like, for me, it sounds like you're doing a lot of business. Is that a fair assumption?
Oh, not right now. But yes, I have all the clients. No one is doing anything. They're moving like slugs.
I get it.
But I think PennyMac's really the big issue here. If you have a workaround with them, that'd be great. Because anyways, I can give you that monthly mortgage payment too, if you'd like that, just so you can see.
That would be huge. That would be super, super helpful. I can text you. Yeah, I can text you my email if that's helpful.
Yeah, that'd be fine. I mean, I can give it to you verbally too if you have something to write with.
Yeah, give me 1 second here.
Sorry, I'm throwing a curveball at
No,
you.
you're good. I'm ready.
Okay, it's $1,529.38. I believe that's PITI. And it is in the city limits. It's a 4-bedroom, 2.5 built, 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath. It was built 3 years ago.
Gotcha.
And it's about it's about 2,000 to 2,400 square feet ish.
Okay. I'm gonna run some numbers. I'm gonna phone a friend, see what I can figure out with this.
Okay.
And like full transparency, like this is a big part of what we do. We're investors, but I've just learned that working with agents is a great way to build a business, right? We can go and try to find sellers, but you guys are doing the same thing. So if we can collaborate, I just think it makes a lot more sense. So it's a big part of what we're currently doing.
Agreed. And you can get some good deals that way too, right now, at least, because nothing's selling. Sellers are getting frustrated. Buyers are frustrated. Agents are frustrated. So if you can swoop in and get some of these houses with really low rates, it's not a bad play at a 2.375 that we are never going to see again. So I get it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So we'll circle back on that, see if we can figure out back to Franklin. It sounds like, so the son is open to a cash deal, but the father's not.
Well, so what I told your partner was, because I mean, I don't want to sound like an ass. I've just done this long enough. I also deal with investors. When I see a text message that says, "Hey, Sarah, my partner and I, or we're investors or something.
Sure.
Could we send over?" I'm like, "All right, how low are you coming in?"
10%.
I mean, okay, so are you being serious or kidding?
No, I'm joking. I mean, unless you really want to sell it to me at 10%, in which case I'll take it. But no, I'm not expecting anybody to actually do that.
So I think that would be the hard thing, is just because I understand, like, as an investor, there has to be some meat on the bone depending on how it's structured, considering like the market value. So I think that's where we run into some issues sometimes, and that the dad is probably not in a position to be like mentally okay with that yet. He straight up told me, well, if we let it sit on the market for a while, then we'll just make more money in the long run. But he's not paying the mortgage, the son is. And the son's at a point where he's like, I'm going to move out, I'm going to rent it, I'm gonna rent something for a year with my new girlfriend, and he can pay the fucking mortgage. So at that point, the two may change. But as of right now, the dad's just like, well, I don't care. What do I have to lose?
Okay. Where does the dad want to be versus where the son wants to be? Do you know numbers on each?
So I mean, I'll just tell you what I comped it at. Okay. So I mean, when I comped it, I mean, comps are all over the place right now. Man, I don't remember exactly what all. I'd have to look and see, but I know 490 was the high end, and I wasn't feeling good about it because in this market, even if it's priced at like low comps, it's not flying off the shelf. So the son and I talked, and we were pretty comfortable. I'd say around like the 470, 460-ish mark. Okay. The dad is absolutely not okay there. Because they've put some money into it, and the son understands you don't get all of that money back out. The dad does not understand that. He wants everything. He tried to sell it furnished and for 500, and I was like, we don't do that around here. We have a lot of VA loans. You can't do that. So I got him at 490, and that's where we're at.
Okay.
I don't feel confident with it moving at 490. I don't know at what point it will move. I'm going to be honest. I have things underpriced right now, and they're not moving. So.
Okay. I'm going to run some numbers on both of these. Confirm with Luke. I'm really interested to see if I can help with the VA one. This one seems a little bit more cut and dry. But I may have some ideas. I'm glad I got the summary on this. Because Luke was like, okay, it's this and it's that. And I was like, wait, hold on. There's too much nuance here. I need to just talk to Sarah directly and figure out.
It may be a better don't get me wrong. I would love for you to be able to help and find a solution with this assumable.
Yeah.
But the one good thing I will say Franklin Meadows has going for it is that extra land behind it that does have road frontage on Tiny Town. That's the only, like, just speaking like, okay, I'm looking at this as an investment. That's kind of nice. Now, I don't know as far as setbacks or what all you can do with it. I know the land itself that the home is owned on is zoned R2, which I'm sure you guys saw. That's what all of Franklin Meadows is. It's really weird. Huh. So, I mean, that's the only, it's an odd little thing, but that's the only thing that I was like, all right, I guess that's kind of cool. You know, R2 land with like tiny town road frontage. But other than that, it's just a basic little house.
Very interesting. Okay, do you know what their mortgage is on this still?
Oh, I don't. They purchased it about a year and a half ago.
So probably 5-6-ish.
Yeah, it's I mean, it was an FHA with the dad co-signing. Rates were a little bit higher last year, though. I mean, I would guess it's in like the 6s. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And if it's last year, they're probably well into the. You said, wait, did you say that they owed over 400 on this one, or?
So they purchased it at 400.
Gotcha. Okay.
Which people can see. I mean, that's not a secret. So that's why at 490, I'm like, dear God, shoot me in the head. This thing ain't moving. Because people see that and they're like, well, you didn't do that much to it. But yeah, they did the new HVAC, and you know how sellers are. So
yes, you spend $20,000 and it should increase a 5x return on air conditioning. That's the way that works. This is I'm in the air conditioning replacement business. I just buy houses, add air conditioners, and that's all I do.
There you go. I know. Turn around and sell them. Get roofing company and HVAC. Like,
that's it. Okay. This makes sense to me. We're gonna put our heads together, Luke and I. We're gonna figure out what we can do. I'm gonna make some phone calls and see if we can help. And you sound like a straight shooter, which is like so much easier for me because I'll shoot you straight if we can do something great. If not, I mean, we can work on other deals, right? Like we don't want to do a one-off thing, right? So if we can find good opportunities and solutions here or in the next one, I mean, that for me is a win.
No, absolutely. And if you do brainstorm this assumable thing and have somebody you think who has a solution and they need me to kind of walk them through something, I'm happy to do so. We're honestly probably going to terminate today or tomorrow because we got word back today it's not working out. I've got a few people I've reached out to see if they're interested at all. nobody's interested because it's a week from Christmas. And she told me today she wants to just pull it from the market, rent it. I don't know. So if there's anything I can do to help answer any questions, I'm happy to.
Okay, that's perfect. And then again, if you get any updates on permissions to share the address or whatever the case may be, I'll take that when you can. Until then, we'll just work with what we have.
Okay, perfect. Well, I appreciate it.
100%. Great chatting with you. Hopefully, we'll talk soon.
Okay, thanks,
All right.
sir.
All righty.
Bye.
I was checking out all of her listings, and that one that I just posted,
Say that again, Peggy.
I was checking out all of her listings, and that one that I just posted has a VA loan at 2 point some percent. They only owe like 120,000. So that would be an amazing hybrid if they were open to it. It's been on the market for 100 and a bunch of days.
This is the one that they're talking about. Oh, that's
124 days. No, that one doesn't have it. This one is a husband-wife. I was really confused because when I was looking at her properties, it sounded like she was mixing the two properties.
Yeah, she was, I think, at first, and she was on a roll, so I didn't want to jump in.
Yeah, because the 490 has a almost 7% interest rate if prop straight is correct, which it isn't always. And
Wait,
it's
am I looking at the one that says 595?
Yeah, that one is a VA loan on the market 124 days. I think that's the one that she didn't want to tell you the address.
Yeah, I think so too.
That's a VA. The other one, the Meadows, is a FHA. She later on mentioned FHA. So she was definitely crossing the information on those.
Yeah. And this looks like a Tennessee house, man. If you told me what a Tennessee house would look like, this would be it.
Yeah, it just needs Elvis in the front. Picture of Elvis.
Except for that freaking kitchen. Everything about this is dope except for that kitchen. Yeah, it's just heavy Tennessee vibes. Wait. So they're paying $1,500 a month right now on this house?
It looks like it. That's what amazing interest does, man. Like,
yeah. My house is in the same subdivision. Not that I want to get doxxed, but I got a 2.25 and I'm paying 1,400. It's like a 5.3.
Wait, you're this is your neighborhood?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why are you just flexing on people, bro?
That's what he's doing.
The house is like 2,500 square feet, but it's just we got it at an amazing time. It's not just
you look at the history of this house too, and they've consistently lowered. They started out at 630.
I don't see anybody buying this thing for $600,000.
Well, no, I mean they've had it priced too high in the first place. They're getting closer to what they should be selling it for.
Average days on market here is 45, and if it expired and then it was relisted, that's
what's their mortgage balance, Peggy?
$120.
What was their original purchase price?
Original purchase price was $245. Well, $243.6. They purchased back in 2016.
Did this market really double in this neighborhood?
It's hot. This is like one of the hottest markets in the US.
You're one of the hottest markets in the US.
Thank you.
I would say so. 2016 to 2024. The price increase, especially if it is a good market, it would grow that fast.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. All right. Let's run some numbers on this tomorrow and see what we can't figure out. These both seem, what do you guys think about the call? Let's talk about the call. Luke, we can start with you. Anybody who wants to give their opinions on the call, let's chat about that.
Yeah, so as far as like information you extracted, first off, I feel like my call went really well. Like when you were giving kind of the profile earlier, I could look back and see, yeah, maybe I was a little more like excited, but I wasn't. It might not have been overbearing, but I feel like you were more, hey, we'll start with what we got and see if we can make something happen. Very like almost like you don't care one way or the other, but hey, if you can help solve something, let's do it. And I think I want to pull back more to that sort of style. But I mean, aside from that, I mean, yeah, she's chatty, she's very forthcoming with information.
Yep.
Same things I was getting.
Yeah, look, she's a great agent to work with. She said herself she's not getting as many deals as she would like. You know, there's reasons why that may be happening, which you can go into, but whatever that happens to be, what I can tell you is this. This is the type of person that if you can collaborate with her, she's a hustler, she's going to go to work with you, and if you can provide actual solutions, she doesn't sound like she's against learning, right? If you're like, here's the thing. We in our side of the world, if we're willing to acknowledge it, we have access to a lot more information than most real estate agents get access to. Just by nature of what they do, they don't get taught this in real estate school. It's just not what's taught. It's not their fault, right? So unless they're going and spending tens of thousands of dollars, like we have, to go and learn this information, or at least like many of us have, to go and learn this information, you're just not going to know it. Why would you know it? You know what I mean? And so that puts you in a position where you got somebody that's hustling like this and is open to hearing that information. You can become a really, really good value add. And this is going to be the type of agent that I think you could really, really link arms with. And they'll be out here finding you deals, right? This is the exact type of situation where you hear you got agents that are going out here and they're finding deals for you. They're just out here looking for these cash opportunities. They're looking for these shit deals because here's the reality. She hustling. None of the stuff that she's doing is working. So you can find a better way that works better for her. She just does what she does. She just does it slightly differently. And now she's making more money. Like, who's not going to do that, right? Here, just represent me both sides of the deal. You know what I mean? Like, there's just so many ways where you can be a value add to both sides of it. And next thing you know, you have a really, really good asset in an agent. This is where this stuff starts, in my opinion, right here. And this is where you get 2, 3, 4 deals, you know, a month, a couple months, a quarter that are coming to you just because you have a good relationship and you get shit done. Anybody else have any thoughts on the call?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think she's an amazing agent. You can tell that, because the problem is when these properties just sit there, I don't know if people realize this, but agents work for free. And actually we pay. If there's photos and stuff that are done, we pay for those photos to be done. It's our signs we bought. It's like our drive, our gas, our time. We work for free until the damn thing closes. Yeah. So you can tell, and she is a hustler. She has 6 listings right now, and she's closed over 100 deals. She is a great agent for like the whole direct to agent. She'd be amazing. She would bring you stuff left and right because she wants to make money too. The stuff's just sitting there. She knows that what she's doing, and you can only do so much. Like I have a listing right now. I cannot get the damn thing to sell. It'd be an amazing creative deal, but they're just not ready to do that yet. So I think they want the market to slap them around a little more. But this agent would be, I think she would work with you to help convince the sellers that this is the right way to go.
Yeah. It's a good one here, Luke. If you want, I'm happy to work with you on this thing, see if we can't make some progress on these, and just kind of go from there.
Yeah, I gotta pay my membership dues down. So
oh yeah, you got the National Association of Realtors that you got to report to now, homie. You better step it up. Anybody else? Comments, thoughts, opinions, feedback on the call? No? Yes, no? Going once, going twice? Okay. Me in the chat if you're bringing a call to call tomorrow. Me in the chat. Desiree, what the hell did you just make? What is that? Did you pee in a jar? Oh, it's pineapple and ginger juice. Completely different. Sorry. You and Eduardo. Jack. Might have to change your format. I know. I'm down, Luke. I'm down all the way down. If my gal's property sells at auction, let's go. Expireds. Okay. So we got plenty of stuff. So here's the plan for tomorrow. This week, we're going to go over underwriting. We may do some underwriting tomorrow. I don't know if we'll teach, but we will at least cover underwriting tomorrow because we're going to underwrite some of these deals. I'm calling sellers for you guys. Plan is right now, calling all of y'all stuff tomorrow. That's what I'm doing. Calling everybody else's stuff And then probably Thursday, I will start calling my stuff as well. This is where we're just doing the business. Let's see what we can do the week before Christmas. Everybody else is slowing down. Let's speed it up. Let's get stuff done. Right. So this is the plan. I'm excited. I appreciate you guys coming in here and hanging out. It's really, really cool hearing the stories of people who are really kind of pushing towards the finish line, getting opportunities lined up, actually locking up deals, finding more opportunities. Really, really excited to hear from you guys. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. If you guys need anything, if you're on YouTube and you have questions, if you need anything, I hope you guys are participating. If you're not participating, I want to know why. So tomorrow, come back. Tell me what you're doing. Tell me what you're working on. Also, guys, from YouTube land, shoot me a DM on Instagram right there. See it right there up here? Daniel.theq. Go shoot me a DM or on Facebook, or if you got my number, text me. Tell me where you're at. Tell me what you're working on. Tell me how I can help. Let's make the end of this year, let's close out strong, right? Because that's the momentum that you're setting up for next year. You don't want to have to start from scratch next year. Imagine if you build up so much momentum this year that next year you're already ahead of the curve. That's exactly what we're here to do, guys. So really excited about this. This is fun. I appreciate everybody hanging out. 6 hours in today. Really, really good. Tomorrow I have my podcast and won't be as long, which is why I'm glad we have everybody. Guys, please have your stuff lined up. I wanted to start knocking through them fast. Let's have as many conversations as possible. See if we can't lock up some deals. You're going to fly to New Mexico and erase my board? Why? How are people going to contact me if you erase my board, Luke? Stop being destructive. It's not helpful. Shauna, I appreciate you. Luke is just choosing violence for no reason against my board. Fun fact, if I had to rewrite that myself, you wouldn't be able to read it because I have the handwriting of like a 4-year-old. It's really bad. Yvonne had to write that for me. You can see that because Yvonne wrote it, just so we're clear. Jack, I appreciate you wearing clothing today, bro. Really, really appreciate you. I appreciate you having a plate, even though if Chipotle had to provide it for you. Guys, great night. Have a fantastic evening. Do something special. Tomorrow, we crushing deals. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all.